everybody, and welcome. You are watching week 2 of the Quake Pro League of our latest season. My name's Ketchup. I'm joined by Flea. Mate, it's been what feels like forever since we've sat and done this.
Too long.
Welcome back, though, mate. Welcome back.
No, we haven't gone to COS together since what? The finals last year? Indeed, it's been an eternity.
It has been too long, but you know what? That changes today, as we have got a jam-packed day full of Quake goodness, as you've grown to expect by now. But I mean, hey, we've got a bunch of players. Everyone's raring to go. Even our first matchup going to be between Maxter and Hron, which that's always going to be a great match anyway between these two, especially seeing as, you know, we're in that position where the season's now in full swing. We've started off. Are players going to have a few teething problems getting back into this thing? I don't know. I think a lot of people have been streaming. A lot of people have been doing their practice games. Everyone's looking pretty good. And I think a lot of that was very much kind of reflected by last week's action. I think for a lot of these players, you know, we have to talk about how Quake Champions has been around for a hot minute at this point, and many of these players have been around since day one, and obviously it's Quake, right? Long before Quake Champions 2, so I think there's very much an element of been there, done that, won the t-shirt in this case, and last week was just a lovely welcome back, I think, Flea.
Absolutely, and it's also just lovely to see some new or recurring faces in the Quake Pro League, right? Hron, Sip, players who have been in and out of the league are now making their appearance once again. We're getting to see some highlights of their last week's matchup. Sip ended up taking the win 2-1, but then we also, for example, have got Toxic making another appearance, and players like Strongsage for the first time competing with the big boys.
It's an element of Quake Champions that I was kind of waiting for, that I'm glad we were able to see, is people that have kind of got into Quake Champions a little bit later down the line and are like, hang on a minute, I really like this game. This game's fun as hell. Let me see what's going on in the competitive sense. And they sort of try their hand at it. I know there's much more to it than that, you know, not to undersell it, but that's what I love about sort of new installments of legendary franchises, is always this idea of a new generation or just a new player base being able to look at it and go, I like this game, I think it's a lot of fun. And they kind of take it from there. And obviously you have the complete opposite effect of players that have been around since, you know, longer than some of the current pro players have been alive. So I think that's very much an interesting contrast, and something I think always needs to be celebrated for Quake. It's why so many of us love it and are so fondly attached to it. But one thing that never changes, Flea, are those damn GGs. Things are looking good. And off the back of, you know, our introduction week to the new season, I feel like tough act to follow, but hopefully this week's even better.
I hope so. We've got some excellent matches lined up, a lot of recurring new players. I'm particularly excited to see Rafa Toxic, for instance, as well as Sirius, right? We just got to see some highlights of his matchup last week, and that LG. That's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the name Sirius. The man is serious about his tracking aim, and we're going to get to see him in action in just a few short hours.
It's why so many people love Quake, Flea. Everyone has access to the same tools, the same weapons. Yeah, I think the champions change a little bit of that dynamic when it comes to stack or mobility or whatever. When it comes to those weapons, people have preferences. People have things they're much better with, whether it's the Tox Rail, whether it's the Sirius LG. And, you know, someone like Van Gogh with the rockets. I mean, the Holy Trinity belongs to everyone. But some players really able to sort of make it thrive just that little bit extra, and I love that. But I tell you what I also love is just that pure legacy that we're going to be seeing come through today. You said it yourself, Rafa versus Toxic. Toxic, a player that's just the old faithful. You know, everyone loves watching him. He's always been this rather unique element in the competitive space, and that's not until way later today. We have plenty more matches to get through before we even come close to finding that one. But that's what Quake Pro League is all about. You know, we have very much so the best players in the business all coming together, giving it their 100%. This is early days in the season, but as we saw as things were closing out last year, you know, you hit those final weeks and those points matter, those placements that you look at early on and think, you know, this player gave up a map here, a map there, maybe if things were a little bit different, if this mistake didn't happen or whatever it is. This is that kind of week where you look back and think, hey, Are we going to see one of those moments today? I guess we'll have to sort of wait and see. But Huron was able to play first last week. He's going to be playing first again this week. Different opponent, though, because it's none other than Maxter. And Maxter, Flea, I mean, even if we're looking at how last year ended, not even within the Pro League of Quake, in other tournaments as well, Maxter's been last year.
Oh, he sure has been. Now, also, just a brief addendum to what we just saw, because it wasn't mentioned on the scores from last week, but Rafa versus Saigip played their postponed match, and Rafa ended up taking the win 3-0. So maybe some people didn't quite get to see that, but that is indeed what happened just last night. Now, Ketchup, as you mentioned yourself, Hron versus Maxter.
I mean, I just like to see these two players go. You know, as soon as we can get into that match, the better, because I'm not going to lie, I think we're all a little bit rusty. Maybe some of the players might be. I certainly think, I certainly think I am. I don't know about yourself, Lee. I know you're feeling a little bit under the weather, so we appreciate you joining us today and powering through it for these good games. But it's just an opportunity to get back on the bike, you know, and just sort of see how people are looking. On that note, we do have picks and bans, so we can look at the journey, talk about the maps. Obviously, new rotation. You know, we're going to see some new maps. Well, I say new. Blood Covenant's not exactly new, is it? But rotation changes for a lot of people. Corrupted Keep first, Blood Covenant second, Ruins as the final destination. Then we have the Battle of Speed, right, for the Keep. Anarchy and Slash. Blood Covenant, kind of more what we remember, you know, that Visor versus that Nyx. And then Ruins, we go into that sort of Battle of the Mediums. But at the same time, I mean, we've seen how dangerous a talented Strog's going to be on Ruins. I think Kraut sliding in general, obviously Slash being removed earlier, being picked on Corrupted Keep. So a good journey to be had, Flea.
Absolutely, and my eyes are immediately drawn towards that final map, Ruins of Sarnath, Strog versus the Doomslayer. Now, I think overall speaking, based on their recent performances, right, Maxter getting a third place finish at the finals last year. Generally speaking, I think that he should have the upper hand over Hron, but that final map, that Strog pick, that's dangerous because the value that you get out of Doomslayer on Ruins is pretty limited, whereas Strog, you just mentioned it yourself, is an extremely dangerous champion. Now, map 1, Corrupted Keep, we're getting to see two lights, two squishies go up against it. Anarchy versus Slash. Slash, interesting pick on Keep because it's difficult, so difficult to keep that momentum going around all those tight corners and those staircases, but we know that Maxter loves his movement champions, so that shouldn't be much of an issue for him. And then map 2, Blood Covenant, pretty classic matchup. We've got the Visor versus the Nyx. Two champions that work really well on a large arena like this.
Confidence shows, and I think the champion picks can echo that quite considerably. You know, you mentioned it yourself, execution. I mean, Quake Champions is a pretty hard game to execute in general, let alone at the highest level. But if we're talking about those tight little corridor maps, or even the small maps where mobility is kind of tricky, you know, we've seen it with Razy and the likes of Clutch, where he'll kind of be able to pick Clutch on any map, but not anyone can just pick Clutch on those maps and start doing the same thing, right? Because you're going to get stuck on things, you're going to lose momentum, you're going to lose speed, and even that one opportunity where, you know, you miss a turn or two, you get caught in a bad situation and you're dead. In this case, Slash being incredibly weak. And then, yeah, we're kind of just stuck with what's left, you know? The two mediums right at the end there, we've already had the Visor there been taken. The Ranger was removed way early on. Galena was taken away as well. I mean, I doubt you're going to pick Death Knight on Ruins, at least let alone in that situation. So, yeah, I think you're quite right in that we'll see how the Doomslayer is going to fare. But prediction-wise, normally at this point, you know, we'll sit and we'll talk about how we think things are going to go. It's hard to bet against Maxter at the moment because of just the shape that Maxter is in. Maxter has just continued to get better and better year after year. And Maxter's not the kind of player I see taking some time to sort of get back into the swing of things. You know, always able to grind, always able to keep up with everyone else and just progressively get better and better. And the results, I think, Flea, have definitely reflected that, whether it's in the Pro League or whether it's in other events that have taken place that Maxter has been able to do exceptionally well in, and in some cases win outright. So I think he's in good shape here.
Absolutely. He came in 7th in the overall standings during the previous season, so that's the weeklies that I'm talking about. And then the finals, 3rd place, only behind Kilson and Razy. That's incredible. And as you mentioned yourself, right, we talked about it briefly before the show went live. He won the King Kong LAN in Barcelona last year as well. That was his first LAN victory, following it up with a bronze medal on the Quake World Championships. Maxter is absolutely killing it right now.
But Hron, the kind of player to sort of fear nobody. I think confidence has historically been something that can keep Hron behind a little bit. I don't want that to be almost like an old tale, perhaps, because, you know, we're always talking about the now. Players are able to get more confident and more comfortable. And Hron, highly talented player, one of the original champions in the entire game, right? Year 1, QuakeCon. Hron was looking pretty good for himself in the old sacrifice department. So as we jump on right now, we'll be starting things off, looking at things from Hron's point of view. And it's going to be that Anarchy straight up first. Getting the Mega Side spawn, having a nice amount of health is great. But in this Battle of the Light, you're always thinking about that armor. And I think Maxter had a pretty good spawn right there.
What Hron's focusing on right now is trying to deny access to some key weapons, right? The LG, Maxter does slip by, get a hold of that. But the rockets, I believe he doesn't yet have. So Hron has an advantage when it comes to the weaponry. That LG, brutal, murderous. Maxter has to retreat. Both items up at around the same time. Hron kind of hitting his head on the ledge right there. But he does get the Mega. And again, 3 unreturned damage. Maxter can't compete at that distance. He doesn't have the heavy machine gun, so Hron knows that he can get 3 safe damage from those engagements.
And the first time that engagement happened, although Maxter did take a ton of damage, wasn't the worst time to have to disengage, as we did have the heavy just about to appear in 2 rather nice-looking rockets. Swiftly undone there by Hron's inject, and that's going to be a 1-0. A lot of weapons good to go, and with the Mega in position, Maxter, the important thing is going to be just keep that timing. Keep some of the items in your hand, because the moment things spiral out of control for you in this kind of matchup, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Maxter getting that heavy, making sure that we're keeping ourselves nice and ready for the next fight too. A complete even split, really, down the middle between the 2 items. And Hron playing it nice and careful, just listen out for where Maxter's going to be. Tries to get some damage if he can take it. In this case, some opening damage from Maxter, highly dangerous. And Maxter is going to know that Hron just picked up that armor. Is it going to be enough to survive? No, it won't. As now it'll be 1-1. But again, the timing, just in time for that heavy to spawn. And now Maxter looking pretty chunky here. Hron not having a ton of weapons as he has only just spawned. But LG and Rocket, it could be worse, but he can't get out. And that's now going to be 2-1 Flea.
Hron deciding not to use the injection right there. He had it up. He could have given himself a lot of health to work with, but he just hang on to it. And now Maxter. Is this the start of the snowball catch-up?
It could be.
Is this how it begins?
It could be, Flea, because holding on to the inject and then using it basically fresh off the spawn kill that took place. I mean, you're firing back, you're getting good damage, Hron knows that, but you're going to use the inject, you're stuck in a position where you can't actually fire for a split second, and you can't undo the damage, and then now you've got no ability, and now it's 5-1, right? And Hron actually still, an inject down! Maxter comes flying around the corner, takes yet another one, and you said it yourself there, Flea, snowball. I mean, it's corrupted keep, man, we've seen this for years and years, this is what this map is known for, and if the control starts to spiral out on the side of Hron, there's no delay on these items anymore. Maxter, if he keeps himself going and keeps that pressure strong, could cycle this entire map for as long as he wants, and that's not good news for Hron.
Absolutely not. Maxter indeed securing Mega first, then Heavy. He's got both of them just running circles around the map now, but Hron is doing a good job at denying access to the Mega room. Maxter pays for it. Quite a lot of health lost. He can't make a push for it. Hron holds his ground. Maxter has to make a drop for the Heavy, won't get down in time, and now Hron, just like that, turns it around. That one fight at the doorway into the Mega room changed so much.
And then I think at the same time, Maxter kind of maybe just conceding the frag there and thinking, if at least I can take away this Heavy, I'm going to be able to stunt this comeback perhaps. But just a second too early. Didn't want to give things up for free, but what else are you going to do? It almost felt like in that situation, Maxter had already committed. May as well just go all the way. However, it has given Hron an opening here, as now we have more of these items about to spawn, but no! Caught out immediately. Maxter turning things around with that super shotgun happily. 2 shots. See you later, mate. Hron dies right before or after the inject. So now that's gone for about 40 seconds as well. Not good news for Hron, and Maxter looking really dominant right now.
Those point blanks, they really are anarchies. Achilles heel.
Why do
so
my
much
spreads
damage
never
on
hit like that?
Yeah. Oh, the LG so good. Chrom showing his face for a little too long. He could have left so much earlier, but he wanted that damage. He was greedy for that one big rocket to land. Didn't get the hit. And Maxter just traced him perfectly with that edging.
That's going to go from bad to worse at this point. Swapping out for a rocket, just trying to get some extra damage if he can, but this is not a good situation for Chron. Maxter, even before taking that heavy, kind of looks like he gave it a few extra seconds to put a fat 10-second delay between these two items. And that is the perfect recipe if you want to just continue this era of dominance. Maxter keeping the chase on nice and strong. However, here comes a bit more of that armor taken up there by Chron, and that is going to be the key to being able to win that fight. And hey, look, it's 4-10, but it's corrupted keep and we've got 5 minutes left to go. The comeback could still happen. Unfortunately, if Ron takes more damage like that, maybe not so, as it is still 20 seconds away from the inject. A couple of small health bubbles here and there to keep himself nice and healthy. But the major item control is still in the hand of Maxter. This comeback for Ron is going to be so hard. He has to get out of there. He knows he can't put himself onto heavy, because what are you going to do? Just get hit by a little bit of LG and die? It's not worth it.
Luckily for him, there's still plenty of time, but not if things go like that. Maxter, I don't think he took a single shred of damage right there. Chrom just standing there like a deer caught in the headlights, and Maxter flies on by, finishes him off. That LG shoddy combo is really working out for him, but Chrom, with 20 points of health left, lands a rocket. He needs so much more than that. He needs another big one. Gets the trade. Who gets the better spawn for heavy? Both players racing for it. Chrom will be first.
Whoop!
There we go. This could turn into something. Nice.
It could, and that fight in LG room was very unfortunate there for Maxter. Miscalculated his ammo. Tried to go in for an LG, didn't have it. Click comes out, forced swapping weapons. That microsecond of lost time was more than enough for Chron to win the fight. Unfortunately, goes down right as the Mega's going to spawn, so Chron's not going to be able to take that either. This plasma trail is going to make it so scary for Chron, who had already dedicated to jumping down there. And that's just going to be a combo you don't want to be a part of here. Spawning with no resources. Yeah, the LG's here. Doesn't get a lot of spray, but who cares? Because the spread's great on that final shot. And that's going to be the one that kills. 16-7. And we're talking about time. Unfortunately, though, now it is starting to run out. And with a rocket like that, Ron is just like, bro, what am I going to do? What do I do now?
Absolutely nothing. That's what. Another shoddy to finish it off. 3 minutes for 10 kills. Yes, it is possible on the map that is corrupted keep, but is it going to happen against Maxter, who's looking oh so strong? He's going to add another frag to that list of this, and now Chron. This is desperation, Ketchup.
It's that horrible moment where you know you're lightning amounts of years behind. You can't really do anything about it. You can't play careful anymore because you play careful, you play slow, and you can't play slow when the time's not on your side. So you kind of have to just pile yourself into almost every single situation. 2.5 minutes to get 10 frags, as Maxter's now going to just continue to cycle these items. It's pretty much going to be a GG right here, but a solid start. You know, things were nice and back and forth at the very beginning, but it just was Maxter. The moment we started to see that substantial delay between those two items was when Maxter started to really separate. It did work against Maxter a little bit, as Chron did take that small potential comeback using the delay to get both items for himself and then start to mount something that can get him back into the game. But as things can go, and I think with that absolutely brutal display of accuracy on LG, and the know-how to go into the super shotgun right when Chron really doesn't want you to. That's kind of all Maxter needed to take a rather comfortable first game. And right now, just go through that minute and a half, just keep yourself nice and high on the execution side of things. Chron, gonna have to be thinking about that next map right now. There's really nothing left to do.
Yeah. I feel like Chron almost seemed overwhelmed by the speed at which Maxter was playing. Just the raw aggression. Running into the room, LG into shoddy, time and time again. Chron caught out, unable to really do anything. I almost feel like Chron's successes, Ketchup, the frag that he did get, were really just his rockets. When Maxter jumped into the room and Chron managed to land 1 or 2 good rockets, get a lucky bounce, pin Maxter against the wall and finish him off. I feel like those are pretty much the only way that he was able to consistently get some frags on the board, and Maxter was so dominant in every other aspect.
Very few mistakes from Maxter. I think at the same time as well, there was that one split second where he miscalculated his LGMO and gave up a fight because of that. That was about halfway through, which could have, in theory, been some kind of opening there for Kron, but I think there's such a divide between the frags anyway that, you know, not going to be too much really to punish him. But that's kind of what we mean. I think Maxter's just played this map incredibly well, and the execution comes into a huge part of that. He's been able to stay lightning fast. He's been able to hit the LG to a degree that is horrendous for Kron to deal with, and then just going into the super shotgun because he just has the stack in his mind. He knows the perfect time to swap to it. So kind of just doing everything you need to do on Corrupted Keep to get a decisive win, Maxter was able to do here. So it is only one map. There's plenty more where that came from, but as far as first maps of the day go, I think Maxter can feel pretty good about that.
And for the people watching at home and who are wondering about the ping situation, both of these players are pretty close to one another. Both are playing at below 30 ping, so there's no lag, no issues like that going on in this matchup. Well-deserved, Maxter taking away that first map, and convincingly so. And this is his first showing in the new season catch-up, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Welcome back, mate. That's all we can say about that, especially with that first map. You look at the fact that we have, you know, 2 light, the damage side of things, Maxter hitting basically 5,500. And then the armor, that was one of the things I was sort of keeping my eye on the entire time. And it all seemed to perhaps just stem off the very beginning. Maxter started near heavy and was able to kind of control heavy for 90% of the map that took place there. Starting off in a good situation, keeping that timing, I would say surgical. There were a couple of instances where he was about a second too early, and it did result in him going down and Juan taking it. But for the most part, it was just keeping that armor locked and loaded. You're just that healthy all the time. You're 2 light champions, and someone has considerably more armor than you, and they're hitting LG the way that Maxter is. I mean, even Juan was hitting some good LG. I mean, look at these replays. The point is, though, if the damage is on board and you have that much armor, what are you supposed to do?
I also love that in the meantime, both players are casually chatting about cosmetics while they're in the lobby, just appreciating the additions to the Quake Battle Pass and such. Just a very, very friendly, casual environment. Now also, when I'm looking back at these kills from Maxter's point of view catch-up, one of the things that really stands out to me is just how disciplined he's been with some of these shots to finish the fights. Very often, he doesn't shoot that shotgun as soon as he's able to, but he waits. He hangs on to it for half a second, and then makes sure that he will connect with the full blast to get as much damage in as possible. And that's the kind of level of discipline that you would expect from a player like him.
It comes back into the confidence that we were talking about, and that's half the battle in a game like this, isn't it? I guess same could be said about almost any esport out there, or, I mean, anything competitive that exists in the world today. You need to have that confident brain to say, I can do this, I know that I can execute this or pull this off. In a game like this, if you know that you have what it takes to move around the way that Maxter is able to with these champions, to hit the shots he's able to hit. We are now going into Blood Covenant, so it's going to be a drastic change from Corrupted Keep. You know, we're going to see the rail, and not just that, but it's a rail-heavy map. You know, we've kind of gone 2 complete opposite areas then, starting with Corrupted Keep and going into Blood Covenant now. But no signs of slowing down in theory, but perhaps having the ability to, you have a medium champion now, you have the stack advantage, you've got that piercing sight, and you're on a rail heavy map, a map that Ron has been competing in this game since the very, very beginning, because he really was one of those original players, one of those original almost innovators, not afraid to use new champions or explore new techniques. There's a lot there, I think, in the back end that maybe you could pull out for a map like this, but we'll see how things go. Both players have now loaded in, both wearing a cool hat, if I do say so myself. And we'll be jumping in real soon now. Warm up, Flea, 10 seconds. I mean, bro, we're jumping into our second map already. Love it.
Yeah, man, time flies when you're watching Quake. Starting it off on the perspective of... We're actually on Maxter. Oh no, we are on Kron. Kron running the visor. Immediately racing for that railgun. Lands the first shot. Good start for him. He's still got a bit of armor up here to fall back on as well. And that's gonna be one of the main advantages that he has over Maxter. You mentioned it yourself, that stack advantage playing a medium champion against the light. He's still lacking some weapons though. He's gotta make his way over to the rockets. Maxter so aggressive with that ghost walk. That's pretty rare, I feel like, to see an aggressive Ghost Wall come out within the first 30 seconds of the game. But Maxter goes for it.
Kron playing a scary game right there. It doesn't want to just immediately go to Mega. Knows that it's free for the taking, so it's going to be his no matter what. But just try to prevent this giant difference in stack. You know, Maxter's going to take the heavy. Maybe we can hit an opening rail. But with how weak Kron was there, it was a risky game to play. But as we have just started off, maybe a risk worth taking. Hasn't conceded a frag yet, however, is still considerably far behind. The defensive rail's looking real good, especially seeing as that rocket was not returned there by Maxter. That's just a free rail on its own, as we're now going to cycle towards another set of these items. Mega is going to spawn, but once again, both players are going to know the timing here, especially for Kron on that heavy, because he saw it taken last time. So where do we go from here is the question. Only 3 rails left to go for Kron. The rail's been the big thing that's keeping him in this fight, so hopefully he doesn't run out too soon. Maxter caught slipping. No wall jump for you, mate, as there's 1 rail to start things off, and the chase is on. Maxter now having to be a very careful player himself. Kron, I gotta say, bringing himself more than back into things with how much of a deficit he was facing at the start of this match. Really impressive that he stayed alive for this long, Flea.
It sure is. And like you mentioned yourself, the rail really has been Kron's saving grace. So far, he's landed 5 railgun shots. Maxter has only been able to return 1. Otherwise, I feel like we would have been looking at a 2-0 for Maxter already, but Kron has been able to utilize that weapon defensively so effectively. Every single time that Maxter finds an opportunity to push, it's like Kron lands at 90 damage to his face, forces him back, buys himself some more breathing room. Again, they trade. Once more, Kron gets a health bubble. Whoa! 1, 2, 3. Maxter goes down just before the Mega spawns.
I do like that play from Maxter, though, right at the beginning there. The last time that unreturned rail took place right near Mega, it was because of that angle, and I think Maxter was kind of waiting for the same thing to happen again. Caught onto a potential pattern, but wasn't enough to prevent the 3 rails back-to-back. As Kron secures that first frag, springs the ambush here. Doesn't do enough to finish the job. Forced to retreat. Wait a minute, Maxter, with the Ghost Walk, so weak. Doesn't overcommit, though. And that was a really smart decision. I was kind of half thinking, wait, is he going to push this? There's no way he's going to push this. And of course, he didn't push this.
Both major items picked up at the exact same time. Maxter taking Mega, Kron taking Heavy. The first opening rail right now is going to be so crucial. Maxter doesn't have the Ghost Walk up yet. If Kron lands it, he does. Should be able to buy him a good position. Oh, bets him a kill, even better.
I really liked that. Really liked that patience there for Kron. Being sort of knocked off course by that opening rocket there from Maxter and still able to stay patient enough to just hit the shot a little bit later. Good stuff, and it was that damage, sowing the seeds for what would eventually be a second frag here in map number 2. Kron, plenty of stack to party with, and pretty much every weapon you could ever want for how Kron's going to play. Loads and loads of rail ammo, defensive rockets if need be, loads of LG. I mean, doesn't really need anything else, and the piercing sight's good to go as well. It's a near perfect scenario. The next question is going to be, where does this fight take place? Over what? Now, these items are going to be spawning at pretty much the same time. There's the defensive Ghost Walk there from Maxter. Kron using the piercing sight later and catching Maxter right as he reappears. Secures yet another frag here. And this is looking so good for Kron right now.
Mentioned it during map 1 as well. Those rockets, the defensive rockets from Kron have been spectacular. Buying him once again a point on the scoreboard. Kron's being very cautious as well. Maxter immediately showed that he was not afraid to use that Ghost Walk aggressively in the very opening stages of this map, and Kron is now hyper aware of that possibility, that Maxter might push him like that again.
The rail battle takes place once more, Flea. Not having that 100% accuracy so far, and only 5, I mean, we had 5 seconds until Mega. Kron was not going to survive that. Nothing to save his skin. The 5-minute warning is true. Kron, nice and stacked, but no weaponry, especially as Maxter just took that LG ammo, so Kron can't even get that. A rocket is in place. The rail has been picked up as well. I know we're checking things out from Maxter's point of view, however, Kron, 2 of the 3 really important weapons. Opening damage, 50. Doesn't get the rail. That would have been a game changer. a considerable amount of time until the next set of items, and we haven't even touched on this. One thing that makes this matchup so interesting is the eternal fight for the hourglasses. Two champions that are so heavily reliant on just putting their abilities to good use. But if they're against each other, controlling those hourglasses is another vital resource to have here. And these rails! Oh my lord! Not able to hit as much shots as both players were wanting. I mean, I think we're all sweating a little bit after watching that.
I love the confidence from both of these players. Neither one has an issue just going for that final rail shot. Both of them down to 20 points of health, and they peek again and again and again, confident that they'll be the one to hit the kill shot. Neither one did in that exchange. But still. Oh, Maxter gets Mega. Rockets, they're good. Kron bounces
the Ghost
corner.
Walk! The Ghost Walk! Oh, Maxter! Surviving that fight because of the invincibility through that rocket, and then coming out the other side, putting Ron in a rather scary position. There's a little bit of stack to collect here. Yeah, sure. And I guess the rocket, haven't got to go out of your way to get that rocket either. But now Maxter very much on the hunt. Now that rail was definitely going to stop things a little bit, preventing Ron. But now Ron shutting down the usefulness of that Mega. Maxter forced to retreat, and this is going to take time. Time that Ron's probably going to want to play with Flea.
Good rocket. Oh, a rail to follow it up as well. I like that he used the Ghost Walk right away right there. Didn't want to risk taking too much damage in that engagement. Just popped it. Knowing that it's important for him with 3 minutes left to go and a 1 frag deficit.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't give up anything. Good rails, Kron. His aim, please with the railgun, kind of starting to falter.
Oh!
And Maxter! The drop down rail. Kron tried to make his way out of the room, not fast enough. Takes one to the back.
Now, there's going to be respect shown here from Maxter. Yes, you've just spawned, and yes, you've only got an LG, but a good LG can sometimes be all you need, especially at a range like that, so he's not going to overcommit. You know, put in all this work to mount this comeback and bring yourself back into the fight here in map 2. There's no need to throw it away just yet. We have 2.5 minutes left to go. And now, Ron building the arsenal back up and pretty much good to go. And oh my lord, that tri-bolt! That is the last thing you wanted, and Ron forced to escape, but 13 seconds away from piercing sight, so not going to be able to use that defensively. Stuck in, I mean, the staircase of hell. Who likes being stuck there? I think no one.
Such a good read from Maxter as well. Pushing in with the Ghost Walk. Knew exactly where Kron would be going for. This should be another... Oh, hang on. I was about to say this should be another frag for him as well, but then he ate a full tribal to the face. That's 115 points of damage, more than a direct rocket even. And Kron still has a lifeline to tie this up. 90 seconds left to go, 1 frag down. But Maxter, so sneaky.
Why push?
Figures out Kron's routing.
That's the question, Flea, isn't it? Why push? Maxter knows there's no real need to. If we can just keep these angles nice and strong, dominate this high ground, and hit rails back to back like that, 3 of which. We just need to play a solid game now, a defensive game, one that is now going to keep Ron considerably behind. And now with a minute left to go, what a strong start it was for the Visor, but through, I think, rather slow and calculated decisions, Maxter's been able to bring this one back and then some, now on the verge of a 2-0 at least. And this is that level of composure. You get forced back, not able to return a lot of rails, Flea, and now the rails are being quite happily returned. We're starting to see a very different story to Blood Covenant.
Yeah, Maxter has significantly overtaken Kron when it comes down to the rail. In the beginning, 2-3 minutes in, we saw a clear advantage for Kron. Kron had 55% railgun accuracy at one point. Maxter significantly less, also far fewer shots fired, but now the tables have turned and it's Maxter sitting at 56% railgun accuracy, having landed more shots than his opponent. So Kron started off so convincing with that railgun keeping him in things, but the moment that that started to slip, the moment he started to miss some of those crucial shots, Maxter closed the gap and made up for it.
It's rather strange though as well, isn't it? I know we're talking about the highest level of Quake here, but there's still something to factor in, the difference of the hitboxes of the champions. You know, you look at someone struggling to hit the other, you wouldn't really expect Maxter to be the one having difficulties at the start because he has the smaller champion, right? But, you know, it's just one of those things. The more the map goes on, the more confident you feel, the more comfortable you feel with that rail. Maxter ending things on a rather respectable 55% overall. Quite a lot of shots fired, so I think he'll happily take that, and he'll happily take this second map win. Quite a lot to unravel from that, but it's got to be said, just the instinctive ghost walks, the reactive ones as well, that real game-changing ghost walk that was used about halfway through. We might see it in these replays. Maxter able to use it kind of just as an answer to a rocket that absolutely would have secured a frag. I don't think we quite saw it in this replay, but it doesn't really matter. But it was a turning point to bring Maxter back into the fight and then just keep a nice composed game going from that point on. 5-3. Respectable showing from both sides, but it'll be Maxter just taking the edge, just that little extra bit. And now, Flea, the final map, the map that you were the most interested in. Strog versus Doomslayer. Could this be a chance for Hron to bring it back here, get a map?
I mean, from the very beginning, I already thought that this is the one that Hron has the best chance of winning. The matchup, in terms of champions, on this map favors him. Ruins of Zarnath is a map, an arena where speed, mobility matters a lot. And Doomslayer, he's got mobility of his own, he's got the double jump, but there's just not that many places where the double jump really helps you out, the same way it does in, for example, Awoken or Deep Embrace. So overall, Strog, especially by being able to use the peaker of the verticality as well, there's just so many places where that champion really shines, whereas when it comes down to the Doomslayer, it's kind of struggling to see where that is going to work out in favor of Maxter. So I do think that if Hron is going to take a map, this is the one.
Yeah, mobility is one element of Doomslayer, probably said by many to be kind of his most important area, but I suppose there are some other areas too. Is the Berserk going to do much here? I guess we'll wait and see. Potentially not, but you know Maxter. Always having a little bit of a trick up his sleeve, especially if it comes down to something like that. But if you're able to just consistently hit those shots and just play a damn solid game of Quake, there's still going to be a chance here. You know, this matchup isn't going to be decided just by the champion select on its own, but I think you're right. It, on paper, will give Hron quite a considerable edge. But on the opposite end of that, if Maxter is able to hit the shots that he needs to and win those fights kind of the old-fashioned way perhaps, then maybe there's going to be an element here to just take that 3-0. I think Maxter would feel very good if he can 3-0 this series, especially because of this final map. But Hron, as we said at the very start of this day, you know, you reach the end of seasons and you start looking at maps here and there that really should have gone your way, and maybe if they did, things would be better even as you lead up to the finals right at the end of the year. This can't be one of those moments. You know, you've got to try and take the advantage when you can get it. Make the most out of it.
One of the things that I really want to see out of Hron this map is perhaps some more focus on the timings. Especially on Blood Covenant catch-up, there were several costly mistimings by Hron, where he wasn't quite sure when an item would spawn, and he would be sitting up on Mega, say 5 seconds early, trying to dodge rails, and then Maxter gets the kill and walks away with the item. So his item timings on Hron's end at least, sometimes a little sloppy on the previous map, I feel like, so that could be tightened up a bit.
Now we're starting things from Hron's point of view, and the important thing at the beginning here is just data. Listen out for what Maxter's doing, listened out for when that heavy had been collected, and then just try and mount some kind of opening damage before you explode. In this instance, though, taking a rail, not one that Hron was comfortable with at all. And as we have been sitting around near Mega, oh dear, it's the kamikaze, but just cannot look to the left fast enough. Maxter had been sent flying, and that was more than enough to create that rail angle that sent him through to take this as a 1-0 so far. And you do kind of think that was an opportunistic push right there, Flea.
I do agree. That could have very easily gone either way. Hron, a little bit more damage with the peaker, perhaps. One more shot, because Maxter is really low. He was down to 25 points of health, something like that. Hron could have walked away with the frag right there. And now we're seeing the game slow down a bit. Very little delay between the items. Heavy spawns first, will be going in Maxter's way. Hron heard the pickup, goes for Mega. Not sure if Maxter heard the Mega being picked up from that distance. That could be a bit of informational advantage for Hron, because he definitely knows when both of the major items are up. I'm not sure if Maxter does too.
Yeah, my only thought process was because he hit just a little bit of tri-bolt damage, you might think that, you know, if he's standing there, perhaps he's taking it. So I do wonder, actually, as we do go into this Mega next time, how in position is Maxter going to be now? 3 seconds left. And I think we are just going to have a straight-up swapsies of these items now. The Mega's in place. But Maxter's not going to be satisfied with the pickup. Oh, my lord! That read was really, really good. However, has it taken him too long now to be able to take the item? Yeah, Hron has both, but Maxter did so much damage, he's kind of nullified the usefulness of it. There's a rail. Hron, unfortunately for himself, does not have a rail, so he's not going to be able to return fire. And I think that's something that Maxter just must have been ready for. Why would he hold that angle if there was a chance of getting a rail in return? And as there wasn't even an attempt at a shot, he's got to be confident that back then he didn't have nothing to return from that distance. And there's a Berserk now, Maxter, using it for that kind of just instant speed boost, really. One of the nice little uses, I suppose, of that Berserk there. Better than it was, that's for sure. Long time ago.
I feel like this is pretty sloppy by Hron, what we're seeing. I wish I could put it a different way, but I think sloppy really describes it well. He's jumping around the corners carelessly, not really checking his angles, giving up free railgun damage to Maxter, who just set up down below.
Where you going?
Maxter chasing him down, of course. He smelled the blood in the water, knew Hron was so low. But yeah, Hron, I feel like he's careless almost. Ketchup just jumping around these corners, not really covering his angles, giving up quite a bit of free damage to his opponent, and Maxter has really just made the most out of it.
I wonder if Maxter was even rather surprised that those 2 items were so easy to take. We're in a position where there's plenty of this map left to go. Yeah, 3 frags. It's not the highest amount in the world, but if you're able to just fly around this map as a champion that doesn't have the greatest mobility in the world. Gotta say, though, actually, the use of the Berserk has been really impressive. Just being able to get those kind of straight-up vertical punches to descend much, much faster than other champions are able to. I wonder if maybe that's just an extra element. You know, pop the Berserk, take the Mega, and then just go for a straight-up looking down at the ground punch, and then you kind of put yourself towards heavy a little bit faster. Maybe there is some tech there. Learn something new every day here on Pro League, as you always do.
Indeed, Maxter's use of the Berserk, it hasn't been offensive, right? He's never gone for the damage with it. It's also not exactly defensive. He's not using it to really run away, but he's using it to get onto the items. That one didn't quite pan out the way he wanted it to.
Both punches did not go anywhere. That's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. Now, we're about 5 minutes into this game. Maxter has a 4-frag lead, but Hron finally able to get rid of a lot of that stack. Decent rocket. Ooh. Finds the rail as well. There we go. Hron gets himself on the board. Tries to force out the spawn. Doesn't quite get the one he wants. Mega goes his way. Now racing over towards Heavy as well. This is nice. 5 seconds between the items. Hron starting a rotation. He's got the weapons. He's got the stack. This is the turning point if he can make it happen.
I think Maxter quite appropriately just sort of made some lemonade with those lemons, because although he did have to give up those items, actually might not even be necessary to bring up as we have another fight on our hands. Doesn't quite manage to hit the rail. And now this defensive Berserk straight out of there. Will he be able to survive, though? Does Hron push? Looks like he will. Oh, my God, Maxter finding 100 damage and then anything necessary to finish the job. And it was, I gotta say, Flea, the Berserk and the ability to put himself in position much faster. I love new tech, folks. That's what I'm here for.
I think that's going to be a bit of a blow to Hron's mental state.
Oh, yeah.
That should have been his. He should have been walking away with that frag, with the rotation, with the weapons, the items, everything. But then Maxter lands 2 perfect rockets, turns it around. Gets the frag. Nice use of the double jump. Hron.
This has to be it, I feel like. Yeah, you go for a fight like that. The Pika just doesn't really do much. You've just gone fresh off the spawn. A vertical rail does return a shot, though, which is really, really good. But, no, I think we have been seeing elements of just demoralizing plays. Now, hang on a minute. Does get the rail, though. Maxter misses the shot. Is this Hron's chance? Oh, he's so tender, though, Flea. He's taken so much damage.
That was a beautiful spin on Maxter's end. I really don't think I've ever seen that strategy used in the Quake Pro League before.
He had nothing left, mate. He had nothing left. He had to try
spinning his mouse.
If that resulted in a miss, I would have been out of my chair.
That would have been the new meta born right there. And now Kron, he's on the hunt. His trusty railgun in hand.
Ooh, wow.
Nice rocket from Maxter. Oh, Maxter, so good.
Oh, he
And
got stuck!
again,
Did Ron get stuck?
he did get stuck, yeah. He fumbled the jump over the little ledge. I've been calling it this entire map, Ketchup. Sloppy. That's the only way that I can really describe it.
Oh, you know, we were just talking about movement at the start of this too, where we were talking about players that, you know, it can look so effortless sometimes, but if you get stuck on a wall, you take this one bad turn and you're toast. Look no further than that situation right there. Poor old Ron. That is not what you want, let alone 7-2 now in the favour of Maxter. Just over 2 minutes on the clock left to go. LG's good though, okay. Bit of a messy push in there from Maxter and pays the price for it.
He gets the spawn he wanted to as well. Kron forcing him into that corner. One more rail will do it. That's a costly miss. There we go. Straight to the knee as Maxter tries to get around the corner.
That's the classic Strog right
Oh,
there.
here we go.
Oh, okay.
Kron!
Oh, are we just going to decide to not miss right now? We're just not going to miss any shots? That's how we bring it back? I'm here for it.
All he needs is the railgun. He says rockets? Who cares? He's just gonna ignore them completely. Railgun and LG if it comes down to it.
I mean,
But Maxter knows.
Flea, come on.
Maxter knows that momentum has shifted against him, and now he's slowing the game down. Doesn't even go through the teleporter.
I'm not going to push any of these fights. My opponent has a golden railgun. I'm not even going to mess with that. Dripped out the eyeballs. With his snowman head. Uh-oh. Okay. That rocket did sort of mess with things a little bit. Kron, still nice and healthy though. But as you quite rightly said, just slowing things down. Now, fortunately for Kron, if this was the other way round, we would be maybe saying like, right, you've got a champion who's considerably faster than you. That said, we have been seeing some rather unique angles taken from Maxter with these defensive and just mobility-focused berserks, and with these rails and Kron unable to return any damage. This is not good because he's forced to jump down. I feel like Maxter could see that coming a mile away, and
Yeah.
I feel like Kron does not have the time to recover from this.
Perfect read from the player from Argentina. And now half a minute left to go. Kron, he needs a miracle. And those past rails just weren't it. Some costly misses. Another one. That was a very difficult shot, to be clear, but he needs to land them if he wants the shot at redemption. But no, this is it. Maxter can just chill in that little corner. Kron running for his life, but at this point, mathematically impossible. The clock runs down, and that will be a well-deserved 3-0 win for Maxter, getting off to an excellent start to the season. Congratulations.
Not much else to say about that really, other than just thoroughly well played. I think Maxter approached all three maps nice and carefully calculated, and execution. It's one of those things that I love about watching Maxter, is just pushing the boundaries of every champion pick that he has, and just showing a real mastery of those champions too. It's not super common in a game like this, I think, that you'll take someone or players that have such a vast, diverse pool of characters or champions or heroes, whatever the game is that you play, to be able to execute at such a high level, and Maxter's able to do that. You know, all three of these maps, we saw perfect movement, perfect execution on that movement. The aim was just wonderful, as it always is. But all of these small little tricks that you can pull off, and we even saw that on that final map. We were sitting here questioning whether the Doomslayer was going to be able to do much against the Strog here, and then almost immediately we start to see why the Berserk kind of appeared to be the main reasoning behind that pick, and using it in such a way that even Strog can't chase you because he can't fall fast enough to chase you. That's smart stuff, and that's specialist stuff. That's Quake at the highest level stuff, and I'm here for it.
On the other hand, Kron off to a rough start.
Yeah.
I feel like there were a lot of mistakes. His aim was on point. I feel like that's the one thing that he did have going for him. Some costly misses towards the end, yes, but generally speaking, his LG was solid, his rockets were really good, his rail was on point, at least for most of the games. So, can't really complain there, but just the overall decision making. Sometimes bad misplays, mistiming, showing up on the item 5 seconds early, dropping the frag just before giving away full control, and then on that final map, sloppy. not checking his angles, blindly jumping around corners. Maxter able to get so much unreturned damage in. I think Kron, he's struggling. He's struggling. Now, it's only the very beginning of the season, right? And we know that Kron hasn't been able to play and practice all that much. But still, he lost to Sip last week. Managed to get one map in that encounter at least. But today, 3-0. No points on the board for him. That's difficult.
It's one of those elements where you can understand why the performance is the way it is, but it just ultimately led to Maxter just playing better Quake. And that was the deciding factor. Almost every single little area that, whether it was mind games, just knowledge in general, reads, and just making those decisions on where I think the opponent's going to be. How desperate are they likely to be in the situation? I've got a good feeling about this one. Maxter was pretty much bang on the money every time, and then everything else just sort of came naturally in those matches, as it does at this level of play. But that's going to be things for our first matchup of the day. Plenty more Quake where that came from. I'm looking at the schedule now. Up next, I mean, come on, Kilson versus Avec. I think quite a few of you are going to be excited for that one. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Pro League continues for week 2. Cheers. And just like that, we're straight back in it. As up next, it's going to be Avec versus Kilson here for our latest edition of the Quake Pro League. Kind of off to a strong start, I think, Flea, off the back of Maxter's success and looking in tip-top shape. And I think when you look at players that are at that level, kind of look no further than the two players we have before us right now, right?
Oh, absolutely. These two gentlemen are bound to put up a show. Like, this could have been a featured matchup at the end of the day with DJ Wheat, right? This is one of the best games that we've got in store for us today. On the one hand, you've got Kilson, who at this point is the undisputed #1 in the Quake Pro League. He finished first in the weeklies in the overall standings last season, and then he also got himself the belt during the finals. So Kilson, absolutely phenomenal performance so far. I believe he only lost once in the entirety of the previous stage in the weeklies, and that was against Wenger, so this man is out for blood. And then on the other hand, you've got Avec, a player who's also capable of greatness. He came in 3rd place in the overall standings last season. Top 12, I believe, during the finals, so perhaps a little underperformance on his. I think a lot of people were expecting a bit more, but then again, he also had to go up against the likes of Razy rather early on. But still, Avec versus Kilson, this is going to be fireworks.
It's the kind of matchup that everyone's just always excited to see, and for good reason. You have two of the best players that are out there and able to perform. Avec, didn't quite get the result that he was fully looking for as we concluded things last year, but then on the opposite end of that, you have someone that very much did. In Kilson's shoes. So as soon as we have those picks and bans, we'll have a look at them and see what our journey's going to be. And let's just kind of break this one down. The return of Molten Fools once again. Anarchy taken away instantly, as it will be Slash versus Nyx. Corrupted Keep with the Strog taken away. So I think there's this emphasis on just get rid of the movement, get rid of that mobility that prevents people from just being able to play the game they want to play, right? And then Ruins of Sarnath to finish things off. Kind of dynamic change between the two. You've got that Saw Lag, you've got the Galena, and then the Isom was taken away. As, to be fair, it's a champion that Avec has been quite consistent with, one of his favourite champions to use, and the results have often spoken for themselves. So potentially a bit of a personal ban there, as you have the Galena. I want utility and you're not allowed any. That's just how the cookie crumbles in this level of play. Know your enemy, as they say. But Molten Fools, straight away, it's the Slash, I think, we're really keeping a keen eye on here, let alone under the wheels of Kilson, who is thoroughly scary using that kind of champion. So I'm excited to see that.
Now, Avec also shared some insight into his own picks and bans on YouTube. He's doing a video series together with Wenger talking about predictions for each week. So if you're interested in that, definitely check it out. But one of the things that Avec said that I thought was very interesting is that he kind of just went with unorthodox and unpredictable picks because he knows that he is up against Kilson. He is facing the #1, and he thinks that the best odds he has to win is to be unpredictable. Pick champions that might not really be in the meta, but that could take Kilson by surprise. So for example, his Visor pick on Corrupted Keep, definitely not meta, and then that Sorlag on Ruins of Sarnath is also not something that he usually goes for. So Avec is going into this with a very clear game plan, and that plan is to disrupt Kilson.
And then you kind of echo that statement with the bans that Kilson brought forward. You know, Kilson was going with very by the book, almost personal bans on champions I think you were going to play that I'm going to remove. If it kind of turned out that Avec wasn't really planning on using those champions anyway, it kind of just opened up those possibilities to be even more unpredictable, because it's unlikely that Kilson was going to have that galaxy brain and ban something that wasn't expected, because what's the point? You know, why give that opportunity for someone to use what they know and what they love? So that's an extra dynamic that makes this Pro League so interesting and exciting. Is, hey, having that insight from Avec just made me a lot more interested to watch how he plays in these maps to come. Because if you're able to execute at the highest level, as we've said many, many times, all of these players are able to do that. It's why they're in the Pro League in the first place. This is where I get really excited, because what kind of tricks does Avec have in store with these picks? Both players are readying up. I think Avec will be ready momentarily, so we'll jump straight into that first map. But Kilson eternally forever streaming, right? And keeping up with the practice. Maybe isn't always, might not always be streaming Quake, you know, might be streaming other games, but when it's time to practice and you're in Pro League season, that's where the Quake Champion streams really start to amplify. And that was kind of something that we saw before. We saw that all of last year. When you were looking at active players that were constantly streaming their practice, making content around their personal journey, their growth, whatever it is, Kilson was kind of right up there as the number one. Like, he was always streaming, always doing something. If you want to watch this guy and kind of just digest the mind of what is now, the world champ, right? The one that has everything to play for and kind of the most to lose of everyone. Everyone's going to be gunning for that number one player. It's that one-stop shop to just check it out and see it for yourself.
Absolutely, and another player who's quite well known for that is Rafa, of course, right? Rafa also very frequently streams himself playing the game, provides good tips, insight, talks about why he makes certain decisions. So there's definitely some of the top players that constantly show their practice, and it also just illustrates just how much these players are practicing, how much they're on the grind. Kilson has absolutely been putting in the work, and I'm excited to see what he can do this week. Last week, we already saw him take down Razy, 2-1 win, very big win. Basically a repeat of what we saw in the grand finals of the previous Quake World Championship. So let's see what he's capable of today.
Prediction time. I would actually say less for us and just more for the people that are watching, because there are two players before us that have quite sizable fan bases at this point. And I have brought this up because both players have now readied up, so we're going to be jumping into Molten Falls really within the next 30 seconds or so. But how do we think this one's going to go? I was looking at the champion picks from Kilson, and it's like, you know what you're going to get with these. We're looking at that slash on that first map. But I ask you, Flea, how effective do you think this slight curveball of a champion rotation for Avec is going to be here? Do you think it's going to be enough? I'm saying this purely on paper.
I think that Avec is going to be able to get one map win. But generally speaking, Kilson is going to walk away with the total victory. And I think that's also kind of something that the statistics show, Ketchup. They have played each other 8 times within the Quake Pro League, and Kilson has won every single last one of them. So Avec is fighting an uphill battle. If he wins, that would be the very first time in the history of the QPL that he takes down Kilson. So I do think that the big German has got his number.
But I think at the same time, no one knows those stats better than the man himself. You look at those past results, and maybe that is one of the things that has inspired this unorthodox champion pick set that he's been able to go for here is, hey, look, I know better than anyone that I've not had the most success. Yo, look at Kilson. There he is. There he is. He's now at the bottom. Lovely stuff.
Some good rails being exchanged to open things up with. Avec landing the first bit of damage of the map, and this is such a slow start for these two fast champions. You've got Nyx, you've got Slash, a lot of mobility on both of them. And I think that Avic's approaching this the right way. He knows that he is outsped, he's outmaneuvered. Playing this slowly, safely, going for the rails, and then capitalizing on any weakness with a Ghost Walk. That's how he wants to approach this.
Can't overstay your welcome too, and the defensive Ghost Walk instantly can often be seen as this get out of jail free card if that's how you wish to use it. But it is a one-time use. It's going to be some time until you have it again. And in this case, I love the way that Avec is approaching this. As you said yourself, he knows that he's getting outsped, so he has to play the information game. He needs to pick these opportunities, lay these traps, but it's quite obvious, right? Kilson knows that's clearly what's happening here, because as Kilson's cycling around the map, he's basically never seeing him. Why am I not seeing him? Oh, of course, he's going to be waiting for me. So however this first frag goes, we're all keeping a keen eye on it. 2 minutes already done, Kilson with a considerable stack advantage, but as we have seen, you play that spring a trap style of play, that is where you can undo these gigantic stack differences, and Avec, just like that, opening with the LG, the rail, right as he gets caught off, and just like that, all of the items that Kilson took, with the exception now of this heavy that he was able to take to stop the bleeding, undone. And I think that's not going to be the last time we see this level of patience from Avec here. He's playing it so smart.
I've got to say, that was bold by Kilson. Going up the bounce pad like that, brazen move. He landed a nice rocket, but Avec was waiting for him. That LG into the railgun, very nice combo. So Kilson, He's here to play. He is aggressive right now. Heavy's about to spawn. Doesn't even go for it. Just go as a bounce pad. With the super shot, he lands a whole lot of damage and then falls back onto the Heavy. Very deliberate play by Kilson, leaving the item up, knowing that he then has some resources to fall back on if he would take a lot of damage. That's a good rail from Havoc, just before he pops the Ghost Walk.
Now this LG is not going to be enough to save the day because Kilson secures that first frag, but that was where the mobility made a huge difference. Just the speed of which Kilson could put himself in that position near Mega to get that rail that just gets Avec sweating, forces out the Ghost Walk, and then kill someone from that point. All I need to do is finish the job. There's nothing left now that Avec can use to retreat and escape. The scary thing is, now we have to look at the situation that's upon us, because now Avec is in the wrong part of the map to compete with Stack. The Heavy's not up for another 20 seconds. The aggressive push on that jump pad, not necessarily get damage for Kilson. Kilson will take damage if he can, and that rail certainly helps. But now he knows there's no way on this earth Avec is going to be able to contest for this Heavy. So that's a free pickup now. And now we can plan this next course of attack. Where is Avec likely to retreat? Okay, 2 light healths down there. We'll pick those, and he's likely going to be down there. So we're ready for the rail shot. Nice rail there from Avec, though. 2 unreturned, okay. Some might say Avic's in business here.
Now, the best thing for Avec is that both of them are playing light champions right now. So even if Kilson takes Mega, even if Kilson takes Heavy, 1 rail is so much more effective on a light champion than it is against a Heavy, that 1 good shot basically equalizes those stacks and can do so much to just nullify the gain that Kilson was getting out of those major items. So even though Kilson's in control of the major items, he's got a good rotation going on, Avec is in a position to counter that nicely by just landing 1, maybe 2 rails.
And having them unreturned, I know the Mega was taken afterwards, but just having that, you know, Avec knows my positioning is working well. I'm able to keep things really minuscule between them. However, perhaps I spoke too soon, as that 1 rail has started what could be a string of disaster. Kilson, so healthy and so chunky, in this case, catches him by surprise. But now what do you do? Kilson makes the read. I'm going to head towards Mega anyway, just in case you're there. But even if you're not, I know how weak you are, and I know that the Heavy is a million miles away. Now Avec has to do something to stop the bleeding. It's like you said, the importance of these rails. The question is, can Avec do the same thing again? Did he get away with those 2 rails at the start? These 2 are traded, and that's not good news for Avec now. There is nothing to keep himself healthy. Kilson, ready for that side. I mean, just taking the shot, why not? And it just so happens he's round the corner. We'll take those. And now Avec has to start doing maybe a bit more proactive. But even that brings with it some risk, Flea, because now the Ghost Walk's been forced out again. It did result in a rail, though. And now as we go into this Heavy, it's still something that Avec does not want to challenge. I've been watching this whole map from his point of view, and you know, we know when these items are going to spawn. Of course he does, but is it a wise choice to cement yourself?
Avec on the back foot. Been that way for a while now. And Kilson has just been so dominant. As you said yourself, Avec just relegated to playing defensively, while Kilson is just free roaming around the map. He's always the one who seems to be taking Avec by surprise. His reads are on point, the aim is solid. Avec struggling to find any way into this. That small armor will be up. It's gonna help out a lot. Don't think he'll be on time to contest for Mega. Probably doesn't even want to. But an exit rail right here, that would be huge. Oh, Kilson's so aware. The tiny little double back at the end, just before going through the teleporter, he knew that Avec was up there.
That was one of the worst trades you could ever hope for. I hit you with 2 bits of LG, you hit me with a full rail. Would like to return this, please. I still have the receipt. 2.5 minutes left to go, as Kilson leading this charge comfortably, and now kind of doing what Avec was trying to do first. It is now, in fact, Kilson that has those angles, is waiting for Avec to advance. But in this case, he's hitting the damage and he's got the stack advantage. So this is looking rather brutal for poor old Avec. I truthfully do not know what he can do to bring himself back here. 2 minutes left to go now. Your opponent has taken pretty much every item in the game, and Avec has not been able to establish himself on any of them, even when he's present. Maybe near the super shotgun, near the heavy. He's trying to pepper down some rockets. It just doesn't do enough to prevent Kilston from inevitably taking it, and in a lot of cases doing damage that forces Avec to retreat. Puts himself towards the Mega, unfortunately with no armor. And an LG like that, your days are numbered.
Kilston, oh, that's big damage from the nail gun rail to follow it up. Hell yeah. Overkill, ultimately. Didn't need to hit that many nails to finish it off with the rail, but style points, they do matter. Good LG as well, Avec. I think this is the end. Even if Avec now turns things around, gets an item, gets the frag. Kilston is so fast. Slash, unbeatable when it comes to raw speed. The only thing that Avec could do is go for aggressive Ghost Walks, but even then, that 45-second respawn timer just doesn't allow for him to make anything substantial happen. Kilston will be taking map 1.
And it's unfortunate to see, really, Flea, because as we started things off, the pace was kind of in control from the side of Avec, but the more things started to just mount up more and more, Kilston starting to look even healthier. Avec now, if Avec was able to secure a frag like that earlier, who knows where things could have gone. But now it's too little too late. Yeah, I know, catch-up stating the obvious, but the reality is 30 seconds now. Kilston, the map was his. The whole thing just belonged to him. Every item, every opportunity. The defensive rail that says, get away from me. Stay down there. This is my map.
It sure is. Kilston looking to add perhaps one more to that tally of his. Oh, looks away just too soon. That's the rail though. Avec, 1 point of health, and Avec still getting himself another one on the board as we finish map 1. Map 2 coming up shortly.
You lose.
You lose. You lose. Yeah, heard it loud and clear. Kilston looking, I wouldn't call it stylish with that skin on Slash, but he's looking fierce.
I like it. I like the mask, but what I don't like, and I don't think anyone likes, if they could see it, 0 heavy armors on the side of Avec and only 4 megas. There was no chance in that entire map that Avec was able to pick up a single one of those heavies, so it's no wonder that when those fights took place, yeah, Avec was able to get some damage, but how do you compete when you're both light, Kilston's Kilston, and Kilston has all 18 of the heavies that appeared on that map? That was absolutely brutal for Avec. And you kind of look at that matchup on paper and you think, if Nyx does not get off to a good start, that's just kind of how things go. She's such a hard champion at this level of play because it just feels like it's so easy for things to go wrong, right? One thing goes, you try and go for a ghost walk to save your skin, that doesn't work. You've just spawned now and you've got no armor, you've got pretty much nothing to your name. You have someone who's able to just zip around the entire map the way Kilston was able to. How do you even begin to come back from that when things are going that badly? But you know what? It's only one map. There's 2 more left to go. So you said it yourself. You don't really see Visor picks on Corrupted Keep. We have seen it in the past, but is it going to give that utility, hopefully, that Avec will need to get that extra little bit of information, perhaps? I don't know. But what I am eyeing up is information's one thing. Your opponent's just got an orb, man, and it's Kilston who's not afraid to use it. So we shall see how that goes in the end.
I mean, this is the part of the series where Avec is switching it up to be unorthodox, right? Mentioned it before we started, he commented on this himself. He's playing to be unpredictable, especially on map 2 and map 3. So Visor being played on Corrupted Keep, it can work. We've seen it happen before, right? We've seen some plays, some Cooler, for example, way back in the day, use it very effectively. But the biggest downside is that Corrupted Keep is already a pretty small map. And that makes it more difficult to get the most utility out of that ability because, one, top-level players will always or should at least always have a pretty solid idea of where their opponent is at on a map that small. And two, if you use that piercing sight ability, the noise, the ability activation noise, is almost certainly going to be picked up by your opponent. So Avec, he's got to find the right opportunities to use it, perhaps just before a fight starts, before he jumps into a room, or before his opponent jumps into the room with him. I think that those are the kind of plays that he can make some utility happen. But on the other hand, Ranger, right? He's a danger on this map. That orb, so powerful, both to reposition. You can very easily make your way from one major item almost on top of the other one with it, but then also the burst damage potential is huge. So I'm a little worried for Avec, but let's see if he can be as unpredictable as he's hoping to be.
Two of the more important weapons on this map just so happen to be two weapons that go hand in hand with the Dire Orb, the rocket launcher and the super shotgun. Kilson's going to know that better than anybody. So we'll find out how things begin. Avec starting things off already trying to play that sort of defensive ranged game. And the tri-bolt, wow, that tri-bolt, 70 and then 80, just like that. The heavy already being taken, right? So that's now going to be in the position here. Avec looking nice and strong, and Kilson forced to be very, very careful. That is going to mean that Avic's in prime position to take this mega, and Kilson's not even going to contest for it. So Avec wants that information first. I'm going to take the mega knowing it's free, and then I'm going to see, right, what you're doing. You're going for the heavy? Wonderful. Now I have timing on that as well. If this fight goes my way, which it could do, keeping a lot of ranged respect here, I think, Flea. We know what's lined up there for Kilson. Oh dear! And he uses the orb too! That's huge for Avec. What a start.
Absolutely. I think Kilson was worried that he was going to go ring out, so he tried to use the orb to keep himself within bounds, but it was over and done to begin with. And that's big for Avec, because now 25 seconds make that 15 after some hourglasses. Kilson without that prime ability of his. And that was brilliant from Avec. Just a positional play, waiting, baiting out with that armor in between the both of them, kind of going, hey, you want this, I want it too, I'm gonna wait until I take a bit of damage. Oh, Avec, wow. Blindsided completely, Kilson! Kilson just slow walked all the way from Mega, underneath Avec, onto the bounce pad, and then ended up right behind him. The Polish Prince completely caught by surprise.
You know, I was actually just about to say that, because we were watching that through Avic's point of view, and I'm like, man, I haven't seen Kilson's outline in quite a while. And unfortunately, we were sitting here talking about how wonderful that first play was, that first fight, the positioning. Really, all that doesn't mean much anymore, as Kilson, in much faster fashion, been able to secure 2 frags here. And that's just the testament of a player of this caliber. Yeah, something didn't go my way, but there's plenty more time on this map where that came from. That's one of many potential situations that I can come out on top. Avec forced to get a little bit more rocket ammo. Did run out, so wasn't able to get any as we move towards this heavy. Kilson, though, really trying to stand his ground, but he's taking so much damage, returning enough to force Avec to retreat, but he's only able to retreat towards a few of these lights. The question is, Kilson, how do you recover? Looking for an opening rocket. That rocket doing nothing means it's time to go. We are not going to have damage here to fight and compete with this, and I don't even think Kilson's going to be able to hang around towards this heavy.
Avec, very clever, just to back up, keep his distance, whittle his opponent's stag down by using the heavy machine gun. But now, can he actually convert it into something more? He knows exactly where Kilson is at, doesn't have his ability, neither does Kilson. LG on LG, and Kilson drops. Good LG from both these players. Oh, this is nice for Avec. Gets his opponent off the spawn. Secures the frag, the mega. Now it's a race for heavy. Kilson does have the orb. Falls a little short with it, actually. That could have still been a frag for Avec. Kilson kind of fumbled the orb, and there we go, Avec. That's that Avec aggression coming out, just rushing down the item with nothing but the standard machine gun.
And that was just good understanding of your opponent's situation. Lovely predictive rocket there. We'll take that 85 happily. And just being able to push in aggressive, as you said yourself, you know, Avec. Oh dear, this is a scary fight! And with 1 shot left to go, I mean, it's no wonder both players committed. Absolute balls of steel, but not able to push towards that heavy. Does actually manage to get the light armor just in time. But that armor is going to be matched by Kilson's heavy. And with an aggressive super shotgun, can Kilson make the push that he needs? Oh, Avec! Avec knows knows he's going to get chased and places a perfect rocket on prediction. Even better, preventing Kilson from taking those lights, which keeps Avec in this fight and then some. The light armor at the bottom as well. That was such a money maker of a rocket right there, Flea.
Indeed it was. Now let's see if Kilson can regain his composure. Some of these last kills have definitely gotten to him, going by his reaction on the player cam. But that was a big rocket from above. Avec knows he can't show his face on Heavy just yet. Needs some more resources. His stack waning. There we go. Kilson jumping back in. Avec perhaps a little bit too predictable, making a move back onto that health bubble. Mega is up. Kilson going for the bait. Love to see it. He just jumped straight up in place without moving forward at all. Just to play the jump sound. Kind of try and trick Avec into thinking that he's dropping onto the item. In reality, he's just waiting around the corner. Gets himself a frag. And now it's just a 2-point game.
It is moments like that, Flea, that will just bring you one step closer. And in this case, Kilson and the aggressive push on that LG is going to do just that and then some. Only one more to go in this LG combined with the orb. Oh, that'd be sick.
All tied up, 6-6. Heavy up in just 5 seconds. Kilson first on the ground. Avec doesn't exactly have much to work with.
No.
Very ballsy, just pushing in with the tribal.
I just checked his screen. Yeah, he only had a tri-bolt. He picked up the super shotgun a little bit later. That was a brave and bold. Brawled. That's not a word. I love being rusty. Anyway, 6 apiece. 6 minutes on the clock. Kilson looking the healthiest so far. And as we look into that next set of items, Kilson just for good measure taking that light armor, and now heavy armor is going to be that next objective, doing the right thing, pushing out first. One of those classic tales, I know this item is mine, so why would I take it straight away? Why would I not try and get some extra damage first and just create that divide even more so? And that push comes out. Doesn't get as much damage as he wanted, did Kilson, with that orb. That rocket nearly hitting its mark, but not quite. Avec, at death's door, was able to keep himself much more alive than most, and actually turns it around. Look at Kilson's reaction as well. Cannot believe what just happened there.
Just 3 points of health is all what Avec was left with after that engagement. And now we're just trading some frags back and forth. This is good for Kilson. Avec doesn't have a lot to work with. But that heavy machine gun, though, gonna help out tremendously. Mega about to spawn. Avec doesn't have rocket yet. He only just spawned. Can't get that splash damage in from above, and that's exactly why he left. He wants to deny access to the heavy, but that orb so versatile, and Kilson just bullies his way on top of the item.
That was really well played. I'm fairly certain Kilson was close enough that he could hear Visor. I know you mentioned that at the start. It's a small map, so it's likely that you're going to hear him pop it. Kilson just trying to be careful, just the right thing, doesn't want to take any risks, throws out that orb and puts it in such a position that he's still well protected, even though he's orbing right into the opponent. So really smart stuff. The battle of the shotgun! Are we watching Quake Champions or Doom 2? Are we just looking at that absolute duel of the strongest weapon? Pushing this one out now. Kilson taking tons of damage, doesn't manage to get enough with the orb either. Avec still in this fight, only needs 2 frags. And this is more of that aggressive, corrupted keep that we're familiar with. Unfortunately, though, that is not a fight you want. No super shotgun, no good.
So clever from Kilson. Avec was just expecting him to, you know, just keep his momentum, just jump straight across, go for maybe the rockets, the LG. But no, Kilson just stopped and waited. And then Avec comes around the corner with that plasma, which is so powerful, but also very inconsistent. And he makes it work with the super shotgun instead. Still, 2 frag game. A minute and a half left to go. Mega up in just 5 seconds. Avic's got the high ground. Kilson goes through the teleporter. Heavy machine gun damage being exchanged. Kilson makes a push for it. Yeah, that was really clever by Kilson, because he knew that he had the position to drop down on Mega. If he ended up taking too much damage, kind of like he did, he could just walk clean off the edge, pick up Mega. And that's trading stacks, while Avec doesn't have anything to fall back on.
A lot of
Does get
calculated
heavy, though.
plays so far. Avek on that last rotation of items, just popping that piercing sight to cover his bases, make sure that Kilson doesn't take him by surprise. Had the high ground at the time. Avek now licking his wounds and just bringing himself back up here. Only one frag separates the two. And now, Mega, this could be the fight that determines how things go. This could be the moment. This fight doesn't conclude just yet, but still, the 1 minute warning is long over. And with there being one frag between them, that's a really important piercing sight. Does understand now that Kilson's going towards LG, but without the stack, that is not a fight that Avek is willing to take. In this case, we push. That rocket is huge! Kilson, does he go for the drop down? Does he retreat? No, he's trying to play safe. What a smart play. I'm the one in control. I'm the one in the lead. I'm going to retreat now, play a defensive rocket, and make that chase so much harder. Tries to reposition, maybe gets damaged. Doesn't, though. And that gives Avek an in. 10 seconds to go, but we may as well be in sudden death right here, right now. That piercing sight, once again, gives Avek a safe advance. Kilson having to drop down, cannot take any risks here. And all right, Efley. The sudden death, first one of the day.
Kilson, I believe, doesn't have LG yet. Avek should be aware of this too. Knows that he can take and dominate those mid-range fights. He knows exactly where Kilson is too. Down near Banana, trying to set a bit of a trap. Casually walking past the rockets, making sure not to pick him up to avoid the sound cue. And Kilson doesn't have any armor to work with. I like what Avek did right there. Doesn't want to go all in on that one fight, knows that he's got the better positioning, knows that he can make a move for one of the major items and then go for heavy as well. And now Kilson is in such deep trouble.
You almost wonder if Kilson sort of second-guessed that orb right there. Yeah, you would have been able to take it up, but where'd you go from there? You know that Avek is so stacked. You know that Avek has everything that he needs to finish this. Kilson playing the safe option. Could have been a bait. Could have been some sort of bait, by all means, but many possibilities in that kind of play. And the control still belonging to Avek. Kilson knows if I just get some opening damage, that's why the Tri-Bolt is coming out to play. If I can just whittle down this stack, and then eventually when that fight breaks out, all I need is that combo. That high damage, the orb, the fake rocket perhaps there from Avek. Either that or he's just trying to cover every base imaginable. The scary thing is, though, he is running out of rockets. He's not going to be able to take these. He's going to have to retreat down into the armor room if that's what he wants. However, the rocket, the chip damage being peppered away. Wait a minute. And he steals the health. Oh! Kilson steals the health. What a risky decision that was. But oh my lord, how it paid off. That is why Kilson is one of a kind. That's ridiculous.
Was so close. Avek just pushes through the choke point and then rocket, orb, rocket, and that's it. That's what you can do when you're Ranger. God damn, Avek. That was a beautiful game from both of these players. I loved how Avek played that out-of-control game in the final few minutes, slowly made his way back into it, and then you had Kilson. Those rockets were his saving grace. So many defensive rockets. I think he hit 3 directs, kind of almost blindly fired at the exit of the teleporter and the doorway, and Avek just was unable to easily continuing that rotation of his on the major items. Damn, that was sick.
That final sequence was just delicious on so many levels. Both players were just playing it so well, and even right at the end, you want to sit near this room knowing you have stuff to fall back on. I think I'm going to just orb in there and take it from you, and then what are you going to do? That was the kind of play that could have just gone so horribly wrong. And if you lose that way, you're just sitting there thinking, why on earth did I do that? Thankfully for Kilson, though, this is not one of those times. That was a wonderful end to what was a thoroughly exciting map. And it's not the last one of this series, but definitely my favorite map of the day so far.
Absolutely. That was a highlight already. And I must say, I feel like overall, yes, the utility that Ranger gave with the orb was greater than Visor with the piercing sight, right? I think we're gonna have to be honest about that. But still, there were a lot of situations where I felt Avek used his ability very creatively and bought himself quite a bit of leeway, using it just when he wasn't quite sure where Kilson was at, using it just before he makes a play on one of the major items. He used that ability, I think, about as effectively as you can use the piercing sight on a map that small.
Oh, I agree without question. I was going to say something very similar, to be honest, is that it's not the kind of common pick that you see, but I cannot imagine I cannot imagine a map where he was able to put it to better use. You know, that was a thoroughly impressive showing from Avec, and it could have just as easily gone his side. You know, it's 12 to 11 right there. It was as down to the wire as it gets. It was sudden death in the first place. Both players had to claw themselves back from really horrible situations, which just ultimately led to the best fight of the map. And, you know, go figure, it was the final fight. But we're now going into our final map here between the two of them. This is where Ison was removed. Kilson's now got the Galena. So normally, sometimes you would sort of see a battle of utility here. It would be, I've got health, but you've got damage and you've got denial, etc., etc. This was that final piece of, I guess, keeping things a bit spicy for Avec. It's going to be Sorlag here, as you said, not really something that he's known for on this map. And just to reiterate, just on the off chance that some people have joined maybe a bit late or something like that, Avec had quite clearly stated in some previous content that his goal here was to be unpredictable and to go with some against the grain champions, maybe not necessarily for meta, but for him. And I think that's one really important thing to factor in here, is that these two players and everyone in the Pro League, they've played each other for so long, for at this point now so many years. For most of them, you know your opponent inside and out. You know, the game is one thing, the player versus player component is a totally new beast, right? So when that level of comfort is here, and you said, right, they've played 8 times in Pro League for Kilson to win every single time. This is where, bro, we've got to try something else. We've got to try something we've never tried before, and if that's going to get us at least a map here, so be it. It was so close to being 1-1. I mean, this could have been the decider. So I got to say, Avec has still been given it that A game and then some. But is this map going to be the final one for a 3-0 or a 2-1?
I mean, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, but Avec pretty much literally said that, hey, if you would have told me that I was going to be running Sorlag on Ruins against Skilson, I would have called you crazy. And yeah, here we are. Here we are. So let's see what he can do with the Lizards. He's got the stack advantage, he's got the mobility advantage, but Kilson, of course, has those totems to fall back on. They can deal damage when your opponent runs into them, and they can heal you up too. And if he gets 3 of them up at the same time, he can get that overstart heal from it as well. Basically a mega to carry around.
That's cheap. And we're going into a slow play again here, Flea. I'm watching, well, I say I'm watching, we're all watching this through Kilson's point of view so far. With the rail locked in. Plenty of LG ammo too. With the totem being removed here, it's fairly obvious what's going on. Avec, we're going to just trade one item for another, but the thing that always scares me in this kind of matchup when one person has a heavy champion and they don't have armor, they are easier to hit considerably. Even Sorlag with the speed. So I look at 100 LG ammo here for Kilson and I see Sorlag with no armor and I'm like, eek, that's a scary time.
Sure is. Sorlag may be mobile, but she's still a heavy champion. Larger hitbox. Pretty easy to hit. LG comes out, there we go. Nearly melting Avic's entire stack. Luckily for him, he's got the Mega to fall back on. Kilson instead contenting himself with heavy. Nice rocket from Avec. Good read. Didn't quite get the damage he was hoping for, but still a little bit of chip. And now Kilson knows that the stack advantage is severe.
No, I mean,
I've used
excuse me, I've used that word confident quite a lot today, and we saw quite a lot of that from Kilson in that fight. Avec peppering out, excuse me, frog in my throat apparently, peppering out rockets and even the acid spit, and Kilson just standing there, happy to take it. You know you've got the, that's one of the things that makes Galena so powerful against champions that have tick damage abilities. You know, how do you stop yourself from getting ticked down? You just pick up health. What does Galena have? Health on tap. So you can take those fights a lot more confidently than you otherwise would. However, Avec, oh, gets him just in time, Kilson. Definitely, I think Flea looking to try and trade that, but no such luck.
Sliver of health remaining for the Polish player. Oh, I don't know what was up with that. He could have just kept going and picked up Mega, but instead he turned around. He must have thought he had a good read on where Kilson was at. Spammed a few rockets to teleport her exit, but no, Kilson was already there. Oh, big rocket! Kilson, ruthless.
Oh, you ever sit at that angle expecting a rail and you just eat a direct rocket instead? Ouch, ouch, ouch. And that has resulted in, oh, doesn't quite get the 2-piece combo. But it does finish the job anyway. That's now 5-1. Kilson looking so devastatingly strong here, and Avec just unable to make things work. I mean, we haven't had much of this map, but Kilson's already been just hitting these unbelievable sequences. And Avec, you're fighting someone who not only has the advantage, right? They've got control of the map. They've got all the items. You do damage, and they still have a totem on tap. This is a very scary situation to be in, because you already know I've got to do so much work to even get a single frag here. All the while you're hitting this damage against me. All the while I'm a bigger champion than you. Yes, I have the armor. Is that going to be enough? No, another rocket Kilson. That's now at least 2 that have just stolen things away. Avec, there's got to be surely an element of frustration here. These rockets are ridiculous, Flea.
Also, shout out to Kilson's movement right there. The pathing, dropping down the stairs and jumping into that room. That was so clean. I don't think you could have put a hair in between him and the wall, Ketchup. That was just absolutely brilliant.
Oh my god.
And yeah, what do you do when you're Avec now, right? Every single bit of damage, or every single bit of significant damage that you make happen on your opponent seems like an opportunity, but Kilson's defensive play is sublime. Avec, wrong weapon in hand, lands a rail at least.
But where does he go from here, Flea? He is not in a good position. And everywhere he goes, noise is made. And if you stop making noise, it's obvious. You've gone far enough away that you're not making any noise. You can only be one place, mate. And I'm just going to go there and see you straight away. 8-1 with 5 minutes to go. This is rough for Avec, who is now piling himself in. Strong arm. Does manage to secure a frag, but how much damage did he have to take in the process? We look at these items. It's not like Avec can get a frag and just drop down and take one of them. We've still got a good 15 seconds until the first one appears. It's not the grounds for a comeback that you really want in this situation, and especially with Avec just getting no damage in that fight, Flea. That was the worst it could have gone.
Absolutely, Kilson, brilliant with the LG. You can see that this is part of his battle plan. If I'm looking at the damage right now, Kilson has done half of all his damage with just the lightning gun alone. That's nuts. Whereas if you look at Avec, Avic's primarily going with the rockets, but it's just not really working out for him. That was such an awkward fight. Kilson standing on top of that arch, and then... It
was gorgeous, gorgeous positioning, because you're forcing someone to hit vertical rockets. He already knows that Avec has been favoring the rocket launcher here. He's forcing you to take really hard shots if you want to get any damage. All the while, he's peppering it down directly on top of you. Oh, and even that rocket. How did that manage to do 85? Oh, you picked up a Mega 2. Unfortunate for you. This has got to be a wrap, Flea. There has to be. I just can't see things magically changing. Not with how Kilson's playing this.
No.
Oh.
I mean, it's everything. Kilson hitting 10 rails, Avec hitting 2. Kilson, 1500 damage with the LG. Avec, 500, right? Overall damage. Kilson, 3.3k. Avec, less than 2. And then the item control as well, favoring Kilson significantly too. Avec just got outclassed on this one.
It is unfortunate to see. I think the star of this show was definitely that corrupted keep so far, but we just haven't seen anywhere near the same level of precision almost. Even early on, when there was time to spare, we would be seeing Avec try to take the opportunity to be aggressive, but it just felt like before this map even began that Kilson knew that was how things were going to go. This defensive play has been sublime. Getting that control early on too really helps that. You can cement yourself early on. With those extra minutes, you've got the lead, you're just buying time that's on your side. And we got to give shout outs to that rocket placement. Some of the rockets that Kilson's been hitting here on Avec have just been unbelievably silly. And unfortunately though, that totem was not what you wanted. I think we even saw that chuckle there from Kilson, more of a oopsie.
But at this point, doesn't really matter, does it?
Nah.
Kilson's got this in the bag. Avec, yeah, he's gonna get a frag.
Wait, he didn't need to shoot him there. That was so rude. That was
little slap on
Kilson
the
sending
behind.
it. No, that really was. That was a little tap there saying, hello, you missed me. He could have just as
Oh, wow.
easily run off there.
And that rail from Kilson, I was still on his point of view. There was barely a pixel left of Avik, and still he connected. Sort of like his tail just sticking out. And that's all that Kilson needed. Land even more damage.
It is that classic situation now. Frags aren't the goal. Keeping your opponent behind is. If I can keep hitting these rails and force you to retreat and pick up health and do this and that, it's going to take time. And time is something I'm happy to play around. We're going to go right now into that 1 minute warning. It is going to be a GG's. I mean, it's done. And as you can already see here, Avik coming out with the GG's because there is nothing that can be done. Kilson's going to be feeling quite good about that, I think, especially off the back of that second map, which was so close to going either way. Kilson going to be walking away with a 3-0, feeling confident, I would say, because this is always a hard matchup. You're going up against Avik, you know it's going to be a challenge, but Kilson, as always, able to bring that absolute championship form. And it's something that has been synonymous with Kilson for the entirety of the Pro League, you could say. It's just the consistency of excellence.
Kilson adding as a 9th victory against Avik on the board. And he's going to be happy about this one. Because if we just look at the start to his season catch-up, first he beats Razy, who came in 2nd at the Quake World Championships. Now he just beat Avik, who came in 3rd in the overall standings of the previous season, right? So those are 2 big names that Kilson has already disposed of this early on in the season. Last time around, we saw him lose just once, and that was against Wenger, and now he's poised to do it again.
Yeah, I definitely have to be careful about how I word this, because I certainly don't consider any opponent you can encounter in the Pro League as an easier matchup, because everyone's here for a reason. But if you're in Kilson's shoes and you've been kind of thrown immediately into these real money-making matches, you know what I mean? Like these are the matches that matter the most for a lot of people, because it's the caliber of the opponent, the history that you have with certain players. And if you have players that you're worried about or could be worried about, you know, I'm certainly not speaking on behalf of Kilson, these are the matches you want to get out of the way early. Because if you're confident about some players but maybe nervous of others, and you've already covered a couple of them, this is a great start for you, and theoretically only up from here. But on the other end of that, Avik, I gotta give shout-outs though for the approach, and especially that second map. Like that second map could have absolutely turned the tide on how we would have seen things unfold in map 3. You know, was there an element of maybe being a bit demoralized? I don't know. It seemed unusually overly aggressive almost from Avik, even at an early stage of Ruins, where it's like you've got time to work with, and Kilson's happy to just sit around this corner. He knows you're coming. He's going to hit rockets, even down near heavy. You know, there's an element of, yeah, I want to push here and stop you from taking this item, but if you're waiting for it, you have the advantage. And it just seemed almost uncharacteristic aggression from Avik, which is weird to say because it's Avik, but still, I hope I'm making sense here.
You made sense to me. You made sense to me. I knew what you were getting at.
Sorry, Stream. You're out of luck.
Yeah, no, but that's an excellent second series of the day. Avik, I really liked this plan, right? Change things up, be unpredictable, be unorthodox with the picks on map 2 and 3. Damn near worked out on map 2. Yeah. Rocket just a tiny bit more towards the right. Could have changed everything, right? It was either player's game when it went down that final confrontation in the red room, but ultimately still 3-0 for Kilson. The reigning champ continues his reign of terror.
Well, enough of that from this point, because we've got lots more matches to pile through today. Up next, it's going to be none other than Nosva versus Sirius, which is, I mean, look, I'm excited for all these matches, right? I want to see how people are looking. I want to see how people are shaping up. And in about 7 minutes or so, we'll be back to see things unfold. So thanks for joining us so far. Pro League continues after this break.
Good stuff.
Yes. Oh,
What did you say? I didn't hear what he said.
It's going to be Nostra versus Sirius up next here for our latest edition of the Quake Pro League. I'd like to welcome everyone back. My name's Ketchup, joined by Flea. And pretty much, as soon as we've got those picks and bans and we're ready to go, we're going to start chatting about some Quake. Because these are two players that everyone loves to watch. Sirius, definitely one of those players that fresh off the World Championships last year. I think a lot of people kind of just looking into what he's going to bring to the table this time round. Because AIM is always fun to watch, isn't it, Flea?
It absolutely is. And none the better to watch than Sirius. This man has been coined the human aimbot, even by Rafa himself. I still remember his LAN debut for Quake Champions way back in 2018, I believe, the PGL tournament. He absolutely impressed, I think, just about anyone there, just how good his LG is. And even last week, right, I think he averaged 52% across all games, which is absolutely nuts. So if you're here to watch a beast aimer at work, then you shouldn't stay. Or you should stay, of course. Shouldn't go anywhere.
Now, I mean, on the complete opposite end of that, right, you look at someone like Nostra, who has been consistently within that high level and hasn't been the most consistent player. There's definitely been some stages where he just hasn't quite been able to get back up to that form that we once knew him from, even, dating all the way back to when the Pro League began. But there are still those moments where Nostra just comes alive and brings about this world-class level of consistent play. And part of that really does come down to the mind of a player. And the mind of a player is something that's going to matter a great deal when you're going up against someone who is famous for having kind of the best aim in the business, or at the very least some of. Especially you look at Pro League, we have people like Tox, but now Sirius is here to play. You look at players that are like, right, I know that my player has this aim that just doesn't seem to miss. That's going to drastically change how you have to approach a matchup. And that's something that I'm confident Nostra is going to be able to do. Now, I have just been told we have picks and bans, so we'll bring those up and have a look at them. And I kind of wonder if some of these picks might echo that, Flea. Awoken, Molten Falls, and then Blood Covenant. Does anything here stand out to you?
We're starting off Ranger versus Doomslayer on Awoken. I think this is about as classic as it gets. This matchup has been done time and time again, so absolutely no surprises there. Map 2, Molten Falls, seeing two fast champions go up against each other. Sirius on the Slash versus Nostra on the Anarchy. Nostra on Anarchy, something that I've seen quite often. Sirius on Slash, well, Sirius, at least when it comes to the Quake Pro League, right, is still a pretty big unknown. We've seen what he's capable of on LANs in the past, but when it comes to the QPL, he's made his attempts to get in through the Challengers League, but this is the first time it actually worked out. So I'm very curious to see how well he can move when it comes to Slash. And then the final map, Blood Covenant. We're getting Nyx versus Athena. Once again, two fast, nimble champions, especially Athena with those hooks. That could be difficult for Nostra to deal with.
And Nostra is a player that's been known to use this champion on that kind of map as well. So, you kind of have that element of what would I do in this situation kind of deal going on. But that's not until our final map all the same. Awoken, the Battle of the Poster Boys, as it has classically been done across the years now. And that's going to be our first destination here. Now, I'm going to be keeping such an eye on how Nostra works. It's such an interesting thing to me personally, is we look at these aim gods, these execution gods. I've always been right out there saying I'm one of Tox's biggest fans and Quake champions. I just love watching people at work that just bring this level of execution above what most people can do. But then the more you see it and the more you look at it, you start to pay almost more attention to the opponent, because you just get so interested over how does this work. How do they work around this? Because that's going to be a much harder task, is I now have to play differently to how I otherwise would. And that's where the Pro League level competition comes into play, because aim is only one component. Even if it's unbelievable aim, it's still only one component.
Absolutely. It's an important one though. Nosfa is gonna have to be watching his back. Fights that he would normally take against literally any other player, he might now have to reconsider, right? Going in an LG on LG battle against Sirius, usually you'd be like, okay, well, if I have this amount of stack advantage, I'll be fine. But if you're going up against someone who routinely hits over 50% LG, you'll have to reconsider that entirely. So I'm very curious to see how Nosfa is going to approach this.
Well, we're kicking things off already, checking things out from Nosfa's point of view. A rather staple start here for the Doomslayer, the Berserk, just getting that speed boost, as it were, to go, right, can I go for this item or that item or whatever the case may be? And we start things off, Nosfa securing an early frag and not too tender to come off the back of it. So that's a good start right there.
Indeed, good opening by the Brazilian. Immediately popping that Berserk, not something you see all that often. Rail comes out, Sirius pushes in, gets himself the Mega and the LG. Immediately on point. 53% LG to start things off with. Nosfa, he's got to be careful. Doesn't even have much weapons to work with either. That Tri-Bolt is scary though, that's a lot of damage. 105 if all three of those hit. So Sirius has got to be cautious maneuvering around the corner.
We're going to trade Tri-Bolt for Rail. That's such a painful trade to take. The amount of damage that Tri-Bolt can output. Either way, though, with it being one frag apiece here, Sirius looking pretty nicely stacked up, all things considered. In a better position for this heavy, too. One that's completely uncontested. Nosfa playing a much slower game, more information-based. 10 seconds now until Mega spawns. Nosfa had to give up one item. You would imagine Nosfa's going to be hesitant to give up two, even with there being a sizable gap between the two of them. Springs the trap. Nosfa caught completely in the dark there, and that's now 2-1. Wonderful rail off the spawn as well, and this is a great start here for Sirius.
It absolutely is. Good decision making there as well. And an excellent read on his opponent's whereabouts, slowly walking up above him, dropping down, comboing with that orb of his. I think one of the things that Sirius himself has often talked about as being his worst feature is his mental play. Not just the decision making, but also the resilience when things aren't going his way. So I'm glad to see that he already started off strategizing like that. It's promising. Hopefully he can keep that up.
Can often be easier said than done for sure, but a few weeks in the Pro League, I feel like history has taught us that it has a habit of sorting people out in that sense, being able to help people get more comfortable and develop their own personal play style. Sirius having such a great start right now. Yes, it is the beginning of the map. There's plenty of time for things to go differently here, but with how things are currently unfolding, looking pretty even. This upcoming fight, a nice double jump there from Nosfa to completely bypass that rail angle. And one of the secret little hidden uses there of Doomslayer, shutting down those angles, kind of similar to how a Nyx can.
Quite like how Sirius is playing this. Just holding control of that center area of the map, the T part. Heavy is gonna be up in just 5 seconds. Both players in a position to make a play for it. Look at Sirius go. This is the second time that he's traversed much of the map. Just slow walking. He knows that Nosfa's there. Oh, lovely play from Sirius. If he gets the frag now too, Nosfa down to around 40 points of health. Sirius showing a lot of patience, a lot of restraint right there to make a move onto the Mega instead. This is impressive stuff.
Kind of a best case scenario. I mean, the only thing that would have gone better is if Nosfa managed to not hit that rail, so that Sirius would have been a little bit healthier going into this, but as you said, right, being able to just keep your head in the game, keep things nice and consistent. Nosfa caught with the wrong weapon now, even if that rail hit its mark. I don't even think that would have saved him. And now Nosfa stuck in a horrible, horrible situation. You've got a Sirius who is in control, in charge, controlling all these items, and then you have to worry about the damage on top. But when it comes to the movement, being able to just slip by undetected, Sirius has done that at least 2 times, and in both instances, it's resulted in a big victory. One was the frag, the other being just complete item control, which ultimately led to a frag. And this is quite the deficit for Nospa to have to face right now. If Sirius can keep this going all map long, that is a wonderful way to start. Oh, Nospa! Yeah, there's no way you're teleporting to that, mate. I don't believe you.
Also worth pointing out, literally half of Nosfa's 1700 damage has been dealt with the Tri-Bolt. Often a very underused weapon, but Nosfa has been using it expertly to try and keep Sirius at bay. Not always as effectively as he would like, but that's not because of his misuse of the weapon. Instead, it's because of how well Sirius has been playing this.
And Nosfa has been able to start bringing himself back from the brink right here. Sirius not in a position that he can contest with that Mega. Even if he did try and make himself known with a rail in hand, you risk a return rail kind of like that. In this case, though, not one that Sirius has to worry about as the heavy. All he had to do was drop down and take it. Now that missed rail, massive miss there for Nosfa, because that would have been so much pressure as we push towards this next set of items. This banana area of the map, so many ways to bring yourself back into a good situation in terms of stack. And again, trying to bait it out, kind of caught Nospa temporarily looking away, and again, the rail, and just the rail, stuck with it. Nospa, I mean, you get stuck with a rail on its own, it's a frustrating way to go.
Oh, Sirius. Bit of a miss time, I feel like. He was literally standing on the heavy with a second to go, and he rocket jumped up because he wasn't sure when it would spawn. And then Nospa was still able to take it. Now, ultimately, still works out in favor of Sirius. He does walk away with the win. Gets the frag. But those mistimes, they can be costly.
That's going to be quite a clear objective of how things have gone so far, and that's going to be rocket ammo. But again, rail versus LG! You got no chance. In this kind of situation with Sirius, he's got that LG in hand, and you're... Again, it's the... Even if you hit the rail, what matter is there? Now, this is a much better position there for Nospa. Can push forward, can bully. A really nice little escape there from Sirius, though. The orb putting in its work and then some.
Good stuff by Sirius. Through the hole in the wall, putting some distance between himself and his opponent. I like what Nosfa's doing. He knows exactly where Sirius is at. He knows he's got the stack advantage. He knows that Heavy is going to spawn behind him. So he wanted to make the most out of that situation. Now Sirius stayed calm, played it defensively just the way he should. So Nosfa ultimately wasn't able to get much out of it.
Sirius fully acknowledging time to not necessarily take your foot off the gas, but go for a definite gear shift. If we can start playing slower, that would have been a really, really nasty frag to steal away. Or at the very least, get the highest amount of damage, making it scary for Nosfa to try and bring this one back. But we are starting to look at the clock now. We have 6 frags that Nosfa needs to come back here and even things up, and just over 2 minutes to get the job done. It's no wonder now that Sirius is starting to be a lot more defensive. Nosfa does have these items, but it's all taken time. We've said it time and time again. Ooh!
Rails being exchanged. Oh, Sirius somehow is still coming out on top there. It was Nosfa who was kind of holding down the angle. Sirius jumping into view. Yet still, the VF player landed the shot. And now with 90 seconds left to go, Nosfa needs a miracle. Mega spawns at just the right time. He was down to literally 1 point of health. Sirius, he's hungry for the frag, and he will find it too. And I think that with that one, Ketchup, we can safely call GG.
Very much so. There's really nothing that can be done from this point. Don't have the time, and you just don't have the frags. But what we can take away from that, Sirius, not sort of falling into that trap of just push, 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 right? How many times do you see people that they'll do loads of damage and they'll go hyper aggressive and they'll always look to secure. Sirius didn't need to, and acknowledged when he didn't need to. And it was just overall a really well played game.
It absolutely was. Liking the form we're getting out of Sirius. This is going to be his first map win in the Quake Pro League. He went up against Dramis last week. Lost 3-0. But this is looking a whole lot better already.
But I feel like this could very much be a taste of things to come. Sirius has played nice and calm and collected here, even down to the gameplay shift, I suppose, as we hit that 3-minute mark. And Sirius, it wasn't as urgent to go in, right? You didn't necessarily need to secure those frags, and that nice little bonus one just to finish things off. But a really good first map. And I'm curious to see how these other 2 maps go, because Sirius had that entire map on a complete lock. And it was impressive, to say the least.
It sure was. Sirius came out swinging. Let's take a look. 54% LG. Gorgeous stuff. 70% rail. What do you do when you're Nosfa and you're going up against a man who is putting out that much damage? You have to be so careful about every fight. And Nosfa, I think he all too often got suckered into a railgun fight, into an LG fight, and Sirius consistently came out on top. But then what are you left with, right? Rockets. Yeah, but you have to get close enough to make those rockets actually land, and Sirius is not just going to let you get in that comfort zone.
Well, the first map of 3, 2 more, and we'll kind of see if Sirius can keep up this consistency, because kind of off the back of a strong start, like, Nosfa did secure that first frag, albeit it was very soon. It was shortly after the map began. The rest of that was very much the Sirius show. Now, one thing I'm keeping in my mind is, in terms of strategy and adaptation, that's not really where Sirius was tested at all here. So if there is a situation in those other 2 maps to come, when Sirius is on the back foot, or if Sirius is on the back foot, you know, absolutely not talking in absolutes, what will happen if Sirius is now forced to maybe come up with a change or deal with things that just aren't going right? Or is it going to just be 2 more maps of a solid start and I'm just hitting everything?
Well, map 2, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Molten Falls.
Indeed.
Where we are getting our 2 first light champions of this matchup. Sirius, I believe, will be playing Slash, and Nosfa will be on the Anarchy. And like I said earlier, to me, this is a bit of a big unknown when it comes to Sirius, right? Nosfa can play Anarchy. We know that he is so capable when it comes to those air control champions, but how is Sirius going to perform on Slash with the crowd sliding, the speed? It can carry you across the map, yes, but it can also very easily put you in dangerous situations that you really don't want to be in. So I'm curious to see how Sirius will be able to move around with Slash.
I feel like it's not something that we see anywhere near as much these days, but I know we were talking about maybe kind of within the first year of Pro League that there were some players that the movement was kind of acting more as a hindrance to them because of how fast it is. You know, you can fly around this corner, but sometimes flying around that corner is the last thing that really should happen, but you just can't help it. You know, you've all been there, you're picking a fast champion, you're feeling the flow, you're feeling the momentum, and then you've eaten a rocket, and then you're stuck and you're dead. But considerable time since then, and now with the Slash, I mean, you would kind of think in theory, if you can aim really well, you can execute well, and that execution can carry into other areas. I have a good feeling about the Slash here. I think if you have what it takes to fly around and hit these absolutely wonderful shots, you can probably move around at the same time as well. So let's have a look now, looking at things from Sirius, where we were, as now we're back here with Nosfa. How are things going to begin with the battle of the 2 lightning fast champions in Anarchy and Slash? An opening, a fight broke out and forced the plasma trail just to survive. It's not a great way to start.
I like what he did afterwards, though. Just standing there, not moving at all. Waiting, knowing that that noise from the plasma trail is going to make it difficult for his opponent to hear what he's doing, and so he just waits, doesn't go up through the teleporter right away, kind of sees what Nosfa gets up to and waits until it's safe for him to make a move. Oh! Beautiful rail
I don't know
right there.
how he found that angle, Flea. I don't know how he found it, and I was looking at it through his point of view.
Sit up, baby.
That's Sirius for you. Lands the shot. And it's gonna be difficult for Nosfa if those rails keep coming. But I say it every single time, when you're playing a squishy light champion, those rails, they hurt so much more than they do on a medium or a heavy. So if Sirius can keep this up, it's gonna be difficult for the Brazilian.
Now, I know that Awoken is a considerably smaller map, but one thing that we didn't even really cover in the replay in the post-game was how often Sirius was able to spring those traps on Nosfer today. Now, that's something that could absolutely carry over into other maps if you just have your opponent's flow locked down. You just have a feeling you know where they're going to be, the choices they're going to make. And if Sirius can keep that consistent, the reward of it will be so much higher against these light champions. You know, you spring a trap on a light champion, you blink, and you've got yourself a frag. Information game, staying true. Yeah. Sirius now listening out. I do think he has been detected, though. I'm pretty sure Nosfer caught him. So this fight will have to break out. Sirius, that rail, a bad start. But using the rail and the deficit that Sirius is now facing, for Nosfer to now put himself in position for the items. And doing the right thing there. Unfortunately, walking right into 100 damage for direct rocket. You've just taken a heavy and now it's been undone. Oh, that was a nice little sequence there from Sirius. Yeah. The aggressive plasma trail. Yeah, you've got Mega, but you've got no armor. Unfortunately, though, doesn't have the right weapons, and that's going to be it. Nosfer takes the first frag. That was a close one.
I think Sirius ran out of LG ammo in that engagement. Was forced to switch to the rockets, and yeah, difficult to hit on a champion as fast as Anarchy. My goodness, Nosfer, these rockets, they're brilliant. He's getting so much opening damage, so much value out of these defensive rockets, these prediction shots where he's just kind of banking on Sirius being somewhere, and more often than not, he's right.
There's either a potential fake out there or Sirius. Can't see it, but maybe sort of slightly mistimed the light armor. Not that it matters, not that it's made any difference. But the denial continues, actually. That's now both of the light armors Sirius has got out of his way to take away from Nosfer. Surely this has to be the moment we push. Surely it has to be. Full speed ahead now. Is Sirius going to come towards this Mega? Nosfer has been able to get himself a little bit up and healthy thanks to the inject as well. But it's not going to be anything to stop the items from being collected. And if Sirius can keep the timing and all these light armors, that is going to be scary for Nosfer to deal with. Oh, that rocket. 92 damage, Flea. From there.
Huge. Good read as well. Knew exactly where Nosfer was going for. Landed a good shot. And now Sirius is just stringing together the Mega Health and the Heavy. But he doesn't want the items, he doesn't want stack, he wants a frag. He wants an opportunity to really deal some good damage. And he's hunting. Oh, Nosfer dropped down next to him. Sneaky, can he find the rail? Oh. Barely misses.
The defensive positions that Nosfer has been taking have been phenomenal, because even if Sirius can take a shot, the shot is so marginal that it's a risk even in itself. Even if you hit the shot, Nosfer is in a position to get damage on you. Now, the unreturned rail, either side, that's bad news for Sirius. If Sirius could have at least taken away some of that armor, he would be in a better situation right now, but unfortunately not. And this has been, although a fast game in terms of mobility, certainly hasn't been fast in the frag department. Now 1-0 for Nosfer still, and that frag was taken rather early on. Sirius just needs to keep himself confident, composed. You know what you need to do, but it is Nosfer's defensive plays. They've just been so good, Flea.
They really have been. Taking a look at the damage output, it's pretty much tight. Nosfer was leading up until Sirius hit that rail. This is a very stark contrast to the previous map where Sirius was just out-damaging Nosfer. Pretty much every aspect of the game. This time around, it's a lot more balanced. And so much of that comes down to Nosfer's defensive play. He's got that one frag lead. Surely he wants some more than that. Doesn't want to get by for another 5 minutes with just that 1 point buffer. But if he has to, he might just make it work.
Oh, okay.
I was not expecting that. And I can assure you that Sirius wasn't either.
It's those little moments, though, sometimes that can really mess with you, because now 4 minutes to go. Nosfer's just been able to take a second frag here. And it's been in light of Sirius taking a heavy amount of these major items, too. That opening damage from Nosfer, the unpredictability, that rocket, are you kidding me? Sirius hitting some really good shots, but it doesn't matter because it's being returned by Nosfer. And just like that, Sirius forced to retreat towards Rail Room, and That's not going to be enough stack to make you confident for a fight. However, Sirius, on that note, within position of heavy, but looking like he's wrapping himself around. Actually, he's on the hunt for Nosfer. It's not just taking the items and be done with it.
Makes the push. LG on LG. Nosfer has to make a run for it. Sirius, can he find the angle? Just a second too late. Nosfer picked up the Mega just in time. Fraction of a second later, and Sirius would have gotten the frag right there.
That's a scary fight.
Yeah, both players railable. Ultimately, Nosfer will break away. Sirius will restack himself as well.
I see.
Good shot. Can he find the second one? He's gotta be careful of those rockets. We know that they can bite. Sirius is just gonna go for it. Solid play. Nosfer still had the rockets out, was not prepared for that aggression. And now LG comes out shoddy. Can he find another one? This is close, and it'll be a trade. It'll be a trade.
Question is, who gets the more favorable spawn? In this case, Nosfer in a much better position for the Mega. But that's not going to be the end of the world, though, as Sirius getting the rail side spawn. Unfortunately, though, missing those 2 rails. Pushing in with an LG.
Three.
Nothing to connect at the wrong range. This has been a series of unfortunate events for Sirius, and that's the kind of fight that will frustrate. Hopefully, it doesn't here.
3 missed rails.
And a string of LG that didn't even connect.
Yeah.
It was too far away.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Nosfer with a beautiful vertical shot straight down with the railgun. And now has a more comfortable 2 frag lead. Sirius lands 1 shot. Oh, look at that tri-bolt.
That feels good.
Sirius stack deleted. Both players low.
No, the risk!
Sirius.
Oh,
I
that
don't know
was
about
a
that one.
all or nothing decision, Flea. That was,
Yeah.
I hit this rail or I'm dead. And unfortunately, there was no rail to be had. That is so sad.
Yeah, the moment he went off the bounce pad, I knew. The LG is good. Not good enough. Needs a little more to get Nosfer in that situation. And now Sirius. He's got to go balls against... Okay, yeah, it's a frag. It's a beautiful frag, but it's also one that ultimately doesn't get him any closer towards tying up the game.
If anything, even worse, because look at the stack difference now.
Yeah.
Off the back of that complete trade. Now, Nosfer does have the rail. Not able to get any damage in return, but we are now entering that opportunity. 45 seconds. Yeah, even worse now. Could very much refrag this, and the gauntlet does allow him to do so. But we're looking at the time now, Flea. Do we have enough? It's a big map. And there's at least one more injection too. I don't see it.
That gauntlet, though, that was heavenly.
Oh, it was.
Straight out of Razy's playbook. The timing, perfect.
I feel like-
the read, sublime. All he had to do is stand right on top of the Mega, hold out the gauntlet, and let it rip.
I don't think any other champion in the game could have physically got there that fast either. That was a
Probably
pure
not.
slash moment. But that, unfortunately, though, is going to be a GG here on this map. It's going to bring Nosfer back into the fight. A situation that he is going to be more than happy to take, because now this final map is going to mean everything. And has to be said, from the vast majority, I think about a good 3/4 of that map, actually, Nosfer, you know you're being outsped. You're dealing with someone who, at the time, was taking so many of the items. I'm looking at the end game here, and it was 10 heavies versus 8 for Nosfer, and then Sirius having the 8 megas versus the 11. I think 7. Maybe he was in the end game standing on it. Either way, thinking out loud in that one. But it was the defensive plays and making himself so hard to either finish off or hit in general. And that will just create frustration. It's going to create a situation where you're just like, I need this frag. I'm so close to it. Yet Nosfer always able to escape or deal enough damage that you can no longer now pressure into a situation or into an item, whatever the case may be. And that was just overall smart stuff. And a well-deserved map win there for Nosfer.
It absolutely was. And I do think that there was a moment in the game where that frustration did shine through on Sirius's end, where he was almost like, why isn't he dying? You know, I keep hitting him and he keeps getting away. And then he lands some good LG, and what happens? Well, it just gives Nasa a speed boost, and he flies out of the room, right? Using Anarchy, the air control, all that does is just empower him to escape even faster. And I do feel like there was some frustration perhaps on Sirius's end. But Nosfa played that to perfection, definitely learned his lesson after map 1. And now the final map, Blood Covenant. This is going to be interesting because this is a lot more like Molten Falls than it is like map 1, right?
It is, and the champions will be vastly different too. It's going to be absolutely night and day differences in utility. One's pure movement, pure speed. Something that Sirius was able to have the upper hand on in theory on the last map, and it wasn't enough to push through. This is that dynamic. You have a player that can hit all of these unbelievable shots and get damage unlike you've ever seen, and then Nosfa being able to, on that second map, really get a firm grasp of that situation and play very defensively, very slow, still able to keep up damage when necessary, was himself able to hit some really, really nice shots. There is more of that potentially to be seen now as we do Blood Covenant, because it's Nyx versus Athena, and it's the defensive player with Nyx and the aggressive player with Athena. So is there a possibility here, Flea, for it to go very similar to Molten Falls, do you think?
I do think there is, yeah. The map is similar, even though the champions are obviously different, right? They're a lot more like the previous map than they were like what we saw on Awoken. So I do think that there is potential for this to go the same way, especially with the Ghost Walk. I think Nosfa is going to be so clever in using that ability to avoid and evade Sirius, and I wonder perhaps if that might frustrate him. Now let's see how Sirius approaches this, right? Last time I had my thoughts about Sirius on the Slash, but ultimately he played her very well. Now let's see what he can make happen with Athena.
Very similar to Molten Falls, though. We have a slow and respectful start. And it's something that Nosfa's going to have to do at the moment, though, because he just doesn't have the rail. And it's very much fair to assume your opponent does because of where they started. But what he does have is the Tri-Bolt. And we saw that on the previous map as well. The amount of damage that Tri-Bolt can do versus the rail if you just get a good little angle set up. Oh, what a shot there from Sirius. And he does manage to secure a second one. Now, Mega has been taken. So if Sirius took that third shot and was able to make something work with it, oh, Nosfa, scary situation now. Surely has to retreat. But Sirius is going to have a keen idea. Where do I think you're going to go now? The next item is the one that I'm sitting on. So really, this is my playground right now. I think it's very likely now that we're going to take a simple trade of these items. Nosfa can't afford to push, to be overly risky here. We have lots and lots of health, but we're going to need armor as well. It's the classic plague of the light champions. You can have all the health in the world, but without armor, you're still going to be LG food. Oh,
Nosfa recovered nicely. Here we go. Sirius again.
Shades of
Catching
Awoken,
Nosfa
that
by
one.
surprise. One more will do it. Oh, Nosfa doesn't even get to pop the Ghost Walk. Hanging on to it for dear life. One more rail will do it. What's his plan here? Sirius lands it! Excellent! Even leaves the heavy up. Now he's got to make sure he gets there on time. Good use of the grapple hook. Nosfa will be there first, though, but Nosfa doesn't really have the same weapons to work with. No, Sirius. It's not landing the shots he needs to.
Does manage to hit a rail, but there's going to be damage in return, and Nosfa secures the frag. I think probably sitting there scratching his head thinking, why didn't I just take that item? Unfortunately, had to give it up, and it was by giving it up that led to that very, very, very bad situation. And now it's 1-1 with Nosfa in the lead in terms of stack, and even better in terms of weaponry. Sirius does not have an LG here. I know it's been a rail-heavy map, so maybe it doesn't matter as much, but still, the rails to shut down the heavy, but not to take it yourself. We have been able to even the odds a little bit, though. Now it's light armor apiece, even more so for Sirius, as Sirius pushes forward this next objective, the Mega Health. Aggressively goes up through the jump pad, but it is a risk! Able to reach the Mega just in time, but railable! Doesn't hit the rails on Nosfa either. Who too was railable himself. That's the kind of fight that you feel it in your bones. Every time a rail zips past, you feel it.
Nice little split between the items, 15 seconds. Mega up in 10. Both players have got their eyes on it. Sirius will be the one to make a move on it. Nasfa didn't have any armor to begin with, so wasn't going to show his face. He wants to stack up first, at least a little more. But this is giving Sirius a bit of an opportunity. If he can start chaining both of these together, he's in a good spot.
A slow game and one that both players have to be highly respectful in, but let's not forget the added pressure. Surprise attack! I don't even care that you use that ghost walk because I'm happily walking away with that point blank. But like I was going to say before, this is a final map situation between the two of these, and that brings with it an extra layer of nerves or doubt or whatever it is that a player might use to calculate their risks. It's a lot more stressful now, Flea.
Sure is. Good rail. Looking for another one. Nasfa, 5 seconds before the ghost walk comes up. But we've seen already that he's very patient using that ability. Doesn't pop him the moment he gets into the danger zone, but instead takes his odds sometimes, calculating how likely it is that he will die there, choosing to hang on to it. Another good rail from Sirius. Can he find the kill shot? Nasfa gets out by using the ability. Now 40 seconds of a cooldown. This is an opportunity for Sirius.
And Nosfa relegated to a scary part of the map too. Sirius narrowly missing that rail. That was a hard shot to take. Didn't have much time as Nosfa had quickly cleared that LG room. That rocket, however, gives you extra information. Now I know you are rather weak, my friend. However, with this delay between the items, probably not going to last long as they're going to take one each here. Heavy on the side of Sirius. And Nosfa actually looking for an angle first and actually giving up the Mega entirely. Flea, did he not have timing on that?
Think he might not have, no. I do believe it was Sirius who picked it up last time. Oh yeah, no, Sirius picked it up and Nasfa was over at rail. So Nasfa had no way of knowing exactly when that item was secured. So I do think that he just didn't know what was up, didn't want to take a risk. Again, Ghosthawk gets forced out, Sirius can't get the read and even takes a rail in his back. Solid play by Nasfa right there. Another one. They're trading and another one. And now Nasfa is the one who's got the stack advantage. Mega up in just a few seconds. Oh, what? That was brilliant. How? Serious. How did he find that shot?
That was a blink of an eye moment. And yet somehow Sirius manages to thread that needle. The confidence of this man. Pushing down into those pillars and finding the shot, knowing, look, it's kind of likely I could jump down here to restack. Nosfa looking for it. And he was correct. Nosfa was looking for that position. The combo again. Looking for another one. Nosfa cannot return the favor. And Sirius, hang on a minute, Flea. That's now two frags just like that. He's in the lead and he's comfortable.
It sure is. Let's take a look at some of these accuracies. 61% rail by Sirius. 34 on the LG, uncharacteristically low, but he's barely even used it. Neither one of these players has even touched the LG. 90 damage for Sirius, 18 for Nasfa. This is just rail from start to finish. This is incredible. Very rarely do you see a game where it's all about one weapon. Both of these players have done less than 100 damage with rockets and LG. And over 1,000, nearly 2,000 with the rail.
That's the extra surprising thing here, Flea. These are two champions that can get up close and personal, springing those traps as we have seen. We saw that 1 point blank about 4 minutes to go. Oh, that rocket's the opening, and there's no ghost walk just yet. Does Nosfa pop it? Or is it going to be seen as a waste? No, it is used. Nosfa tries to keep himself alive. Those hourglasses get snatched up as well. But that's going to only keep you alive. It's not going to do anything else right now. And with it being 2 minutes on the clock, as Sirius is cycling this map, Nosfa, an unfortunate miss. He had the angle and everything, just didn't hit the final shot there.
Heavy machine gun comes out. Good rail from Sirius. All the pressure is on Nasfa right now, who will secure himself a rail of his own, and another good shot. Sirius dominating these engagements right now.
And every rail that Sirius hits in this situation, it's just removing time off the clock. It's going to force Nosfer to disengage. It's going to force Nosfer to look for the means to bring that stack back up to a state that we can finally push and maybe start trying to get ourselves back in the game. Even if a single rail costs 15 seconds, that's a worthy trade here for Sirius. In a pretty rough spot here, but with the tri-ball good to go. Forces Nosfer to retreat and forces the Ghost Walk. That couldn't have gone better for Sirius. And now the 1 minute warning. All Sirius has to do is keep this flow going. And really now, all eyes on Nosfer. Can he bring this one back? 50 seconds and 2 frags versus a Sirius who is definitely in the zone. I guess that's the answer to our question, Flea.
I feel like Sirius just showing that he's taking notes by using the tribal like that, you know, like you've been using it. Oh, Sirius! This man's just styling right now.
Oh
At
my
this
lord.
point, he knows it's over. He knows it's done. The victory has been secured. Sirius now. This is victory lap. These flick rails, that perfect tracking of his. Deserved. Well deserved this is.
The GGs will come rolling, and Sirius absolutely dialing things up a notch in that final map. You quite rightly pointed out how the rail was almost the exclusive weapon in that map, and even down to those final moments where Sirius starts to feel nice and loose. The job's already done. We're going to start hitting these unbelievable shots. Something nice for the highlight reel. And really, I think, to send a message that Sirius is serious about things. Like, this is the time to play. This is the time to bring the A game almost, well, yeah, over a flat 1,000 extra damage. Sirius with the majority of the control as well there. And one of the most unbelievable rails that we've seen in recent memory, I think, Flea.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the highlight reel. Want to see some of these shots replayed on stream, but Sirius indeed. He played out of his mind, and it wasn't just his aim. Let's be clear about that too. No, there were some misplays, of course, right? Some of that's inevitable, but I saw a lot of creativity. I saw a lot of Sirius laying traps, slowly crouch walking around the map, setting up a surprise attack on Nosfer, being aware of where his opponent was at, reading him nicely. So Sirius definitely showed that he is the complete package and that he can play at the highest level.
It was that rail there, dropping down near pillar. That was such a risky play for Sirius to make because there's not many other places nearby that he could have recuperated that stack. So it was kind of obvious that maybe he would go down there. It's why Nosfer was there in the first place. But Sirius, aware of that fact and just believing in the aim. And these final rails there.
Here we go.
Disgusting.
Goddamn.
Absolutely disgusting. And if there wasn't a Ghost Walk there, that could have been yet another one that would have made us lose our tiny minds. But the important thing to take away from this is that Sirius means business. And we have to show respect. Everyone going up against him, going to be keeping an eye on that series and thinking, right, there was a lot more than just aim there. There was so much more. We even had an introduction to, I think, on the Awoken. One of the first frags that we saw was Sirius playing so slow, walking around the map and springing the perfect trap. I think he did that a couple of times in that map. So, definitely one to watch. A great series overall, though. And I'll quickly bring up the schedule right here so I can let everyone know the next match. Saigib versus Wenger is going to be our next map. And we've officially going to be hitting that halfway point. So thank you all for joining us so far. We're going to come back after a short break with our next matchup of the day. Thanks for being with us so far. But in a few minutes, we'll be back with more Quake. Hi everyone, welcome back. We're going to be jumping into more Quake action momentarily. It's going to be Wenger versus Saigib. I'm joined as always by the one and only Flea. And we're kind of hitting that halfway point, really, aren't we?
Yeah, indeed we are. We've already had some spectacular matches, more to come. We'll also be joined by the one and only DJ Week later, but still, first of all, we've got to get through a Wenger versus Saigib, and I think that this is going to be an interesting matchup as well.
It always is, because it's very much kind of a clash of styles, I suppose. And someone like Wenger, who's been hungry and always improving, that kind of player that you're always looking at as one of the Quake champions great. And highly motivated, I think is safe to say, as we go into this new season of Quake action. And then you've got someone like Saigib, who he's always been around, right? And when he's like throwing down, when he's playing at his best, he's able to take out some absolute world-class competition himself. So Saigib has historically been the kind of player that you're asking about what kind of form is he in, but I hope as we've begun things here and some players are really starting off strong, I'd love to see Saigib be one of those players, because he's definitely got what it takes.
I mean, we've seen mixed performances from Saigib, right? At the beginning of the Quake Pro League, there was a lot of speculation, a lot of debate about whether he was, the third best player in the Americas, right after Rafa and the Hang. But then, especially in the last season, I think he finished last, so he definitely fell off a bit. But after the finals, I heard that he was feeling revitalized somewhat. After boot camping, after playing with his new team, he felt like really ready to go for it again. And I just hope that that first matchup that he had against Rafa, where he lost 0-3, didn't demotivate him, because now he's got to go up against another former champion of the Quake Pro League in Wenger.
Well, both these players are pretty much confirming that they're ready, so we'll briefly go over these pick and bans and we'll kind of just give everyone a quick introduction so they can jump in and play. But Corrupted Keep, first of all, a rather common map as it always has been. The Battle of Mediums, movement versus sheer damage and utility. Awoken with the Athena versus the Galena. And then Deep Embrace. We get to see that today, one of my favourite maps to watch. But as we have seen many a time, is a map that can be quite savage on some people, no matter what kind of version that we have or patch. But now, as we can see now, the Ison and the Slash to finish things off. I think prediction-wise, Flea, it's hard not to bet on Wenger here. Like, he's certainly my pick to win this, but I'd love to see it be a 2-1.
I agree, and last time they played, which was in the previous season, it actually was 2-1, so Saigib did manage to secure one map win, and I do think that he might be able to do it again today. If I'm looking at the matchups here, pretty standard stuff on Corrupted Keep, Ranger versus Strog, see it all the time. Awoken, a little less common, right? We've seen Athena being played on there before, to great effect rather, and the Galena is also not that uncommon of a pick, but both of them together is not something that we see very often on this map. So that's going to be an interesting one, a curious map to see how that plays out. And then lastly, on Deep Embrace, we're going to see Wenger play the Slash. I feel like Slash on Deep Embrace in the beginning of this map's life cycle, it was almost unheard of, right? People figured like there's too many stairs, too many places where you can lose that momentum, but as time went on, players improved and they realized that Slash can actually work really well on here, but the same can be said for Ison. Now, looking at these map picks and bans, I think it's overall pretty balanced. I don't think that there's any, like huge mispicks or anything, but I'm gonna side with you and think that Wenger is indeed going to take this. I'm gonna say 3-0.
Well, looks like we're only moments away from jumping in, really, and get a good opportunity to see how people are looking going into this new season. We've only just started, really. We've had week 1 and now week 2. Plenty more weeks to go after this one. And I like to see those early seeds being sown, Who's looking strong, who's looking a little bit here or there. I don't think we've really seen any of the latter so far. I think everyone's looking really good so far, and we were able to even see that with the likes of Sirius in our last series that we've literally just had. So the progression continues, and as we're now loading into Corrupted Keep, we'll find out who's going to be on top here in our latest matchup.
Let's find out. Corrupted Keep, first map, no railgun, and that is one of the reasons why Strog works so well here, because the prime tool to take down that peeker, that little robot, is indeed the rail. One rail shot is all it takes to destroy it entirely, but when you don't have a rail, that becomes a whole lot more tricky, right? And so you can use that peeker, fly way up to the top of the map, and just rain down damage from above, and your opponent has to kind of awkwardly use an LG or a machine gun to try and take it down. So that's why Strog is one of the most common picks here. Same goes for the crouch sliding, is also definitely useful. But on the other hand, Ranger works really well on this map too, as we've seen earlier today. Kilson making it work to perfection with those orbs.
Still, personally, my favourite map of the day so far was that one. It was an absolutely phenomenal show, and if you've just tuned in, I thoroughly recommend you go back and watch Kilson versus Avec. You'll certainly want to check that one out. But the time is now for the now. And a rather even split of damage so far. You know, I take one item, you take one. Wenger being able to benefit just a little bit better in the armor department, but swiftly being able to deal with that Pika. And this is that scary introduction, right? Especially this time of the map. Who's going to be able to get what? In this case, they trade off the items once more. Wenger having more health, but without any armor. Just peppering that LG down towards Saigib, though, as Saigib forced to retreat and definitely came off worse in that exchange.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. The moment that I saw that he committed, I don't know about that. You know, that's too close for Heavy Machine Gun to shine, but it's too far for Rockets to be consistent. And Wenger was the only one with an LG there. So Saigib, he needed some pretty pretty hefty rockets from that distance, and otherwise he was bound to lose out on that fight. And indeed, Wenger made the most out of it. And see, this is what I was talking about, Ketchup. No railgun to counter the peeker, right? Yes, the robot goes down, but not before Saigib does at least 60 damage with it. So that's value. That adds up over time.
Oh, I'm not leaving you hanging, I promise. I'm just sneezing a bunch. Thank the Lord for a mute button. But now, as we go in with this minute and a half, and Wenger consistently looking just that extra amount healthier, the aggressive push comes in, and the first blood is awarded. Wenger not looking too healthy and does have to overstay his welcome to try and take that mega. Is he able to quickly go in? Saigib decides to drop down, and that is going to be a little bit of a giveaway. One that Saigib clearly happy to take, though, because it does mean that the heavy now goes into his possession. And we can start to try and mount a game plan from here. So opening damage is quite good. The Hyper Blasters have definitely been seen doing less. Saigib so much armor to work with. He's happy to fight this. He's trying to get a good gauge on where Wenger's going to retreat to. However, doesn't catch him on the jump pad. I was half expecting him to try and catch him there.
Trying to make something more happen with the Tribal. That was actually a very good steal by Saigib. Pushing out, just spamming rockets and Tribal, keeping Wenger at bay, allowing him to pick up both the Mega and fall back on the Heavy. But Wenger, the damage right there was huge, and now Saigib is actually the one struggling for resources around the map. Mega up in just a few seconds, but he's got no armor to work with. This is suicide if he fully commits to this. Yeah.
Very much a kind of last-ditch effort there from Saigib. Caught round the corner. I like that Wenger was playing it nice and safe, you know, not really over-pushing too hard. But if we know we're going to go down, maybe it's worth just trying to do as much damage as we can. It makes the comeback that much easier, maybe even the chance of a refrag. Either way, whoa, that rocket hurt. Wenger continuing this lead that's growing more sizable by the minute. Currently working on a 3-0. Needs to get a little bit of ammo, sure, but the control over the map is remaining strong and taking that little bit of extra damage. If anything, it did Wenger a favor, because it means he can now take that light armor, shut it down, prevent Saigib from being able to get his hands on it. And if this fight doesn't go Saigib's way and he's forced to retreat down near Mega now, there's not going to be many ways for him to get that back up and running. That Pika doesn't really do much besides information, I suppose. Oh, that does even less! Saigib with the push! So good! That shotgun did exactly what he needed and perfectly timed with the Mega.
Wow. That was gorgeous. Wenger's LG gave him the momentum flying backwards through that teleporter that he came shooting out the other end, bridging that gap instantly right up in his face with the shotgun. Wenger actually kind of sealed his own fate right there.
Flew too close to the sun, mate. Oh, that rocket. Oh, God, that hurt. That did so much. And even with the defensive damage of Saigib, not enough to stop the bleeding. Wenger, you sometimes forget just how disgusting Wenger's rockets can be. Oh, the plasma.
That's nice. Yeah, that's good. Well over 100 damage with those. Able to maybe make a play on the Mega, but he's still lacking the LG catch-up, and that's been such an important part of Wenger's supremacy so far. Take a look at the stats. Saigib, 200 damage with LG. Wenger, nearly 4 times that amount.
And even as Saigib is flying around these corners, the LG's kind of pushing him into some weird positions. Even down there, sticking him against the wall almost. Wenger flying in there, no care in the world. And every time he's securing a frag, it's always around this kind of area, right? Where the denial can just continue. Ooh.
Nice bit of shoddy damage, but not enough. Especially not with Mega spawning right afterwards. I feel like the scoreline could have been a whole lot worse if Saigib's aim, his defensive damage, Tri-Bolt rockets weren't still somewhat supporting him.
Oh, that was such a good choice. Saving it for a rainy day, being able to bypass the Pika forces Saigib to turn around, and before then the job is already done. And Wenger secures yet another frag as here comes the Mega in the possession of Wenger for yet another time. Enough of a delay between the two that Saigib can't simply run to the heavy and snap it up. He has to fight for it, and he has to earn it. But from this position, the damage of Wenger has been so ridiculous that how can you even do such a thing? Saigib, he has not had any weaponry for the vast majority of this map. You said it yourself, right? The Tri-Bolt and the rocket. In many cases, it feels like he's having to use it because there's no other option. The fact he's even able to make these two work is wonderful in itself. But it's not going to be enough. Okay. In that case, though, it will be. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, I definitely thought that was going to end poorly for Saigib, getting pinned in midair with the LG like that, but the rocket came through clutch. Good use of the peeker of the spawn as well. Wenger had nothing to defend with because he just respawned. Got a free 75 damage. This is good. Saigib showing some life. Pushing in aggressively. Hounding Wenger across the map. But still has the discipline to fall back on Mega. Plenty of time left to make a play for Heavy as well. There we go. We should be able to find the frag now. But what? Wenger trades places with a gorgeous rocket and the orb as well. And now, can he connect? Can he connect? No! Wenger takes out the peeker just in time.
Wenger waited until that peeker was in the perfect position to get one shot as well. The patience he had to put forward there. And that one sequence, though, didn't result in any frags, but it has resulted in 30 seconds off the clock just like that, and a sizable lead that Wenger is going to be happy to sit and defend. Oh, didn't quite get a defensive rocket jump, didn't quite catch that on stream, of course, but not that it really matters. Wenger still looking good. Oh, that rocket was fantastic. Picks up the frag quickly too, Flea. That's what he needs.
Forces the spawn, yeah. Oh. Messed up his movement right there. Saigib. Clever on the backstab, making sure that Wenger spawns exactly where he wants him to, but then can't make his way through the doorway without clipping into it. Buying Wenger the time he needs to escape, and now super shoddy into the orb. So dangerous, so powerful. Wenger stack advantage. Both players eyeing that armor. Will be Saigib picking it up, but he pays a price for it too. With a minute and a half left on the clock, he cannot afford to take this kind of damage.
And Wenger's just happy to sit and bide his time. For such a huge amount of that map, Flea, the denial of the LG was insane.
Yeah.
It just felt like for a good 5 minutes, Saigib wasn't even able to get close to it. All the while, Wenger's peppering it down, damage upon damage, just layered. And now the defensive play. This is a really sort of cookie cutter. We really know what we're in for here. Wenger's going to play this highly defensive game. He's going to play these angles. He's going to look for the rocket placement. And even if it doesn't result in a frag, it's going to result in a weird situation that Saigib has to recuperate. And we're happy for all those things to happen if we're in Wenger's shoes, because our lead is so ginormous. Who cares? 30 seconds left to go, and this very well could be a GG surprise. Hello. See you later. Another frag to Wenger to close out this first map.
Two more comments that I feel like I should make when it comes to Saigib. First, I feel like the decision making wasn't always all that. I feel like there were quite a few situations where Saigib put himself in a really poor position with nothing really to fight with at that range, right? Wenger just kept him at bay with the LG. Saigib hoping that the rockets connected at a distance, they didn't, right? So I feel like there were a few misplays like that. And I also don't think that he got as much utility out of the peaker as he would have liked, right? There were definitely a few situations where, yes, the robot helped him out significantly, but I feel like more often than not, it almost was to his detriment. And we saw repeatedly Saigib using the peaker and Wenger just blazing right on by, getting up in his face and finishing him off while he's still using that ability. So I'm not sure if that peaker always really helped him out, whereas Wenger with the orb just got consistent value out of it.
A lot of them kind of came across as last-ditch efforts that kind of delayed the inevitable almost. There were very little instances where you look at the peaker and it's like, this is a game changer. It's more, you're going to go down, you're going to try and get some damage or something similar, but ultimately, what does it lead to? Not much, because Wenger's still going to take that, he's still going to establish himself, keep the control nice and high, and deny. And deny was the key word. As we said before, a lot of that map, Saigib was not even able to look at a lightning gun. And if that's the kind of weapon that you can shut down all the while you're doing high damage with it yourself, that's just not a fun situation to have to deal with. But we are going to be jumping in now to our next map, something that's also a little bit fast and aggressive, up close and personal, something both of these players are more than happy to do gameplay-wise. That was a really nice little frag there. I'm surprised he was able to pull that one off. But it just wasn't enough to keep the flow going. Wenger just looked incredibly strong, as he always does. And now we're swiftly going into our second map.
Awoken, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah. I believe it's Galena and Athena, I think.
Indeed it is, yes. Galena will be played by Saigib, and Athena will be ran by Wenger. They're already gearing up to jump into this in the lobby. And like I was saying, right, we see Galena on this map with relative frequency. Athena, there's been phases where we saw more of her on Awoken, but both of these together, that's a pretty uncommon sight if you ask me.
And I think as well, it forces a drastic change in style when you look at this. Because is there going to be an element of setup available here? Because there's almost two types of Galenas, especially on a map like Awoken, where you can set up some really annoying sections of the map that you can just kind of hold out and control it. And then at the same time, there's other kinds of Galenas that they're playing a more sort of traditional game, and that totem is very much just there for that portable healing as and when you need it. You almost feel like not just the existence of Athena here, but the fact that it's Wenger using Athena, who is not afraid to play that really absolute aggression. Surely it's going to force the Galena to constantly combat that and brawl and throw down.
Right.
And you almost feel like this could be another high fragging map just by how the two players are going to have to approach it.
It could very well be. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Very curious how, as you said, how is Saigib going to approach the use of those totems? Is he going to try and hide a few around the map, keep him in a safe corner, and then have that overstack if he needs to? Or is he just going to use them to cut off his opponent, get some information, a bit of damage, use it mid-fight to get that extra bit of healing? And then on the other hand, we know that Wenger is so good on this map. And Athena just adds a lot to it. So let's see what he can make happen with this champion.
Now I'm kind of watching things through Saigib's point of view. Stream side, though, it will be Wenger. We're going to see who's going to draw that first blood in terms of stack and defense possibility. Saigib not looking too shabby. Missing a rail, though. And with how Wenger likes to play that hit-and-run style as Athena, having the rail side spawn feels like a pretty good start for him, all things considered. Speaking of which, the aggressive push has already come through. Now the rails are starting to add up. Stuck near the jump pad. That is not what you want at all. And even then, Saigib still not having a rail in the defensive. Oh, the rocket jump through missed the rail in the same time, so he's only just been able to pick one up. He's definitely not out of options. We've only just started this map, but Wenger, it's clearly, clear as day, Flea, on the hunt.
Absolutely. Now Heavy's about to spawn. Both players looking for that advantage with the railgun. Saigib actually switching to the heavy machine gun. Making good use of that totem. He needed that to put himself above that railable threshold of 90 HP. Now Wenger walks away with the Mega. Saigib just unable to get unreturned damage. Feels like every one of these rail engages that we see, Wenger ends up on top. And every time that it seems like Saigib might get some breathing room, he eats that final rail to the face and has to go back to stacking up.
I mean, on the subject of rail, it almost feels meaningless to bring attention to it, but I hope it isn't a taste of things to come. 0% on the rail. Fired 4 in total when all 4 of them have slipped by. However, the defensive point, love to see it. That was what Saigib needed right there, Flea.
Rocket to the face, throw down the totem, get some healing, second rocket to finish it off. Beautiful. But indeed, that rail, or rather the lack thereof, is a bit concerning. Of course, Corrupted Keep didn't even have a rail in play. So let's see what Saigib can do. Oh. Yeah, a little kind of fumbled his weapon choice right there. Wasn't exactly sure what to go for. Bit of confusion going through the teleporter. Mega spawns at just the right time. Can he get the kill? He should be able to, and yes, he cleans it up. Saigib, 1 frag in the lead. But the major items aren't spawning anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, conceded a frag before that to Wenger, an understandable head shake of a, come on, man. And I think able to shake that off rather instantly, as he was now able to secure himself another frag and played incredibly well. I think that's important, right? Those kind of mishaps happen. You just got to be able to shake them off. Accidents happen; they happen to the best of them. Oh, but that rocket from Wenger was absolutely fantastic. And because he's getting sent here, there, and everywhere, Saigib wasn't actually able to get any substantial LG in that fight. Now a trade was forced, a trade that feels like it could very heavily favor Saigib here.
Yeah.
Starting with
mainly
more
because
armor.
of the weapons that he got. He immediately was able to pick up both rockets and LG, even though that's usually on the side that Wenger could like seal off from him and deny access to.
Wait a minute, where did Saigib's health go? Where did his health go? What?
That LG!
We're sitting here talking about how favourable of a spawn it was, which, to be fair, it was. And then I think we blinked and all of his health had gone. And it's just the nature of someone like Wenger, who, again, hits another lovely little rail to secure. And now a 1 frag lead belongs to Wenger here. Saigib has had a good start, and he has been giving Wenger a run for his money. But the night is still young. There's still a chance for Wenger to push this one forward. Saigib needs to be able to match this pace, keep up with it.
Mega is up. Oh, Wenger! Out of nowhere!
Yeah, I got jump scared by that. I'm going to admit.
Oh, yeah.
I was not looking at that through Wenger's point of view.
Saigib definitely not ready for that burst of aggression from above. Probably wondering, should I make a play on the Mega? I know it's there, but where is Wenger?
And then
Peekaboo, he says.
Hello.
Yeah. Now Wenger with a good stack advantage. Mega up in 5 seconds. Yep, that rail, that's back to the drawing board. Saigib can't contest for that major anymore. I like how he's approaching this though. Saigib just kind of crouch walked around the edge of the map. Oh, I'm still on Saigib's point of view, and he just placed down the first sneaky totem catch-up. Hidden almost off the edge of the map towards rail.
And it's one of the first times that he was actually able to do it safely. His hand wasn't forced, I suppose. Where a fight breaks out and you have to do it to keep yourself going, whether it's burst damage, whether it's healing yourself up. But as it has taken so long for those setup totems to come into play, I wonder if Wenger's even going to be looking for it. Are we going to go out of our way to go that far side, or are we just going to look to keep this iron hold on the rest of the map, as Wenger has been quite rightly sitting in this center point, listening out for all information he can get his hands on, and just try and take damage where he can get it. As long as he has essentially Saigib on the end of a lead here, it's going to be so scary for Saigib to bring anything back. The next item's in play. In this case, it's going to be the heavy. Wenger surely understands. He's either hiding somewhere or he's walking, so now I gotta look for him.
Good play from Wenger. The moment he lands that rail, he knows that he can make a move.
Whoa!
That's the mobility. Athena, if you play her well, I think she is bar none the most mobile champion in the game when she has her grapple hooks available. Good LG from Wenger. Saigib nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Will drop another frag, and now the momentum is firmly in favor of the Maestro player. Saigib has got to stop the bleeding somehow. But does he have the time?
Such an easier said than done situation, isn't it? Lovely little grapple hook angle there. All these little angles that can just help you out so much. The specialists know. You can find some incredible Athena grapple compilations on the internet these days. It's incredible stuff. Yeah, and Wenger's not going out of his way to look for that totem, so I do wonder if he even cares.
Probably doesn't, but I think that marks the third totem up on the map. Doesn't matter though.
Ow!
Wenger absolutely just pushes on through. Saigib probably feeling confident knowing that he had that totem up. But ultimately, it didn't matter. God, so fast.
And there's no
Rocket
way Galena's keeping
hooking
up with
into
that.
the telly. Yeah. And time is just running out for Saigib. Here he goes, he pushes in aggressively. Mega not up for a while. Good defensive rockets from Wenger, and he just loops around. Takes away the heavy.
Ooh.
And that rail. Saigib unable to heal up in time. And that Mega. This is just... Things are going from bad to worse for the American.
Forced into a position where you don't have time, and the only way you would even, in theory, bring it back is to be hyper-aggressive, because you can't play with your food anymore. Which, in turn, just allows a easier win for your opponent. It's such a horrible... Oh! I tell you what wasn't horrible was that direct, but Saigib's in return was even better. I was going to say something about being forced in a situation where you're predictable and stuff, but you know what? Doesn't matter. We can see it happening right in front of us.
Heavy machine gun comes out. Wenger at the stack advantage. Use the LG first. And I think that this is going to mark... Oh, nice little rail from Wenger. But this will mark the GG. Map 2. It's also going to go in favor of the Italian. And that means that the overall series win will be headed towards Wenger.
But when we look at Pro League, victory's not enough for almost any player here. It has to be total annihilation. As many 3-0s as people can take, the better. And we've seen players in the past that they get wins, but they're always 2-1s, and that frustrates them. We've had players in the past that are like, man, no, I want to start winning these really dominant matches. I want to get those extra points. And that's the kind of player that Wenger will certainly be. Anything other than a 3-0 for Wenger will be seen as a disappointment for him. And that's the kind of, you look at players of this caliber, you have to strive for that perfection. It's how you can always push yourself to become the best you can be. And with 30 seconds left to go now, Wenger can just keep this going nice and strong. Saigib kind of having to sit now and think about, right, how can we approach this third and final map? Because I would really prefer to get a single map here at the very least.
Let's hope he can. Saigib typing lol easy in chat after that suicide from Wenger. Yeah, sends him
That's
flying
one
up,
way to
finishes
answer
it
back,
off.
Flea.
Absolutely. GGs are called.
You lose.
Wenger is going to be able to take the win. Clearly so, and convincingly. I think in a fashion that most of us were expecting, right? Just one map left now, and as you said it yourself, Ketchup, will this be the one that Saigib secures the win on, right? You never want to go out with a 3-0. All of these games are money matches, right? So yeah, okay, the win has gone in Wenger's favor, but there's still some hard cash to be earned, and that's no doubt going to motivate Saigib to still give it his all on map 3.
It has to. If there's no other motivations, then a financial incentive will certainly help things. But going up against Wenger, who was just... certainly don't want to come across as disrespectful here, but it has just sort of given the impressions for Wenger that this is just Wenger doing his thing. The display that we've seen of just comfortable movement, smart and quick calculated decision making, and just overwhelming pressure when necessary. Playing more defensive and more slow when necessary. We have those 3 minutes, sometimes even longer, and the lead is so sizable. Okay, I'm going to cycle the map, keep these items, but I don't need to really push in and try and secure a crazy level of frags. That's just what Wenger has always done. That was really the highlight of the map there, though, was that complete spring attack. But it just feels like Wenger has not been tested today, and there's one map left to go that might change things, but it's going to be Deep Embrace. And if Wenger has been dominant on 2 maps, we're going into Deep Embrace, which Wenger has always been really good at. It's a little bit nerve-wracking if you are in Saigip's position.
Absolutely. He's also going to be outmaneuvered massively. Ison is a champion that he's chosen for this matchup, and while Ison has a lot of utility, speed is not one of them. So he will be using that turret, one, to get information, right? It'll tell you if an enemy is running by, and also to get an extra source of damage, to throw your opponent off, to have that other element on the map that they have to divide their attention between you and that turret that's shooting them as well. So Ison is going to be important for Saigip. He's going to want to make the most out of that turret. Not quite sure how he will approach it. Is he going to use it to get information? Is he going to have it set up tactically? Is he going to be dropping it in the middle of fights? If that Galena play on the previous map was anything to go by, I feel like he was very often just dropping it in the middle of the fight, so we might see that this time again, but yeah. Also interesting to see how Wenger is going to be using Slash, right? I mentioned it at the beginning, Slash in the first life stages of this map were just really not played all that much, because it's a very, very tricky map to use Slash well on. But Wenger, of course, is extremely skilled with the crouch sliding champions as well, so he is going to be able to make the most out of it, but still, there's a lot of little ledges, a lot of places to get stuck on, and one bad move, one little fumble on the movement, you're stuck, you're caught out, the turret is going to shred you, and you don't have a lot of stack to work with as a squishy as well. So let's see how this pans out. I do think that Saigip has a shot, but overall I'm still gonna favor Wenger.
It's one of those situations, Flea, where the shot exists, but at the same time, it's going to be very easy for things to get out of hand incredibly quickly. And that's just the nature of Slash on a one-sided map. Someone like Wenger, who just has that eye for it, that mind for it, the sense of it, just when to go in and just completely punish anything and everything. You have a champion like Slash in the back end of that on a map like this. It's a very scary combination to have. And Wenger, really one of the original players that was thoroughly in experimentation for this map. Like when Deep Embrace was a new map, Wenger was the one that was picking it more. He was the one that was just looking for different jumps, different angles, different this, different that. This is a bit of a playground for him, and you've already got now 2 maps. You've now got the series win. Might allow for an element of someone to play a bit more loose, a bit more free-flowing. The combination of all those things could lead to Wenger having a really good time. However, that 100 damage rocket immediately is not going to lead to a good time.
Good start for Saigip.
Very much so.
What he's missing now is the LG. He cannot yet take those mid-range fights. Wenger is going to shred him if he gets caught off guard at that range. So he's trying to find a way to maybe make a move on the other side of the map. Pick up heavy. Actually delaying it intentionally.
Good stuff.
Putting a bit of a split, yeah, between the items. But those splits, Ketchup, they're dangerous, especially when you're up against such a fast champion, right? Because Wenger is going to have a lot easier of a time to get from one to the other than Ison is.
And Wenger just knew he was going to be standing up there as well. That's the element of a player who is just so well versed in this kind of situation. I mean, look, it's a very common angle, right? And you don't have a lot of mobility, so maybe there's more places for you to escape up there or whatever. Either way, I'm holding that angle and I'm spraying it around the corner. Go figure, Wenger was bang on the money. So that's a rather frightening introduction to the map, because it shows that we've only just begun and Wenger is comfortable.
Saigip, saved by the rail right there. Wenger had his number, but then he lands 2 wonderful defensive rails, keeping him alive. I also like the creativity there. He could have just stayed on heavy and waited for it, but instead he looped around, hoping to get some more damage near Mega. Wasn't able to, but still. I like the initiative that we're seeing from Saigib. Oh, that's nice. Decent amount of plasma.
Out of tri-bolt ammo, though, thankfully. Sitting right on top of some, so not the end of the world there for Saigib. But he's doing what he has to do, isn't he, Flea? He's having to play slow and defensive because you're certainly not going to outmaneuver your opponent here. Still without the LG, though. That's just been a constant plague. He's had to stay on this side of the map, and this is the range he does not want to be fighting at, and Wenger knows it. Wenger trying to push ahead, but gets stuck! Stuck on the wall, just as you said, Flea. One mishap of movement can be a death sentence for Slash, and that was one of them.
For Saigib's sake, I really hope that he can convert into an LG soon. Because it's hurting him. It's hurting him bad. He's just kind of banking on those rockets landing, sometimes at ranges where they're not optimal.
Wow!
Nice. Good shot from Wenger. Flyby rail. Coming from down below.
Kind of a 180 too.
Still not going for the LG. Could have easily picked it up right there, but wanted damage. Don't know about that one, because now Wenger has Heavy and Mega under his belt, and Saigib still doesn't have the lightning gun.
I mean, honestly, I think Saigib at least did the right thing just then by not going for it, because by the time, when that ship had sailed, it would have been so easy to just go right off that teleporter, have nothing but a rail, and then you go straight into Wenger head first. So at least Saigib decided not to do it there, so it's going to remain to be a 1-1 game so far. But how long will it be is the question. Gets a lot of damage, but not enough on that shotgun now. Wenger takes a frag, 2-1. And there is, as you said earlier on, delay between those items, one that's going to be so much easier for Wenger. How is Ison going to cycle and pick up 2 items quickly? Blow himself up? I don't know.
Rocket jump around the map. Saigib's been getting quite a few rocket jumps. Aggressive push. Wenger once again surviving.
He almost got rocketed into the plasma trail. That would have been a ridiculous combo.
Saigib keeps getting close to getting the frag, but he's unable to close it out. Wenger still surviving with usually around 25 to 50 points of health left. But now, Ketchup, for the first time in this map, 4 minutes in, Saigib has an LG. What can he do with it?
An opportunity for some damage there, but caught with the tri-bolt off that missed rail. A little bit of LG damage, but Wenger just able to get around, makes a good call out. That tri-bolt kept him alive for a split second, but not enough to survive the onslaught as another frag goes down there for Wenger. And the push off spawn. Oh, he's gonna know you've only got a rail. He's not gonna fear you at all, and he's just gonna push.
Bit of a wasted opportunity, I feel like. Saigib finally gets the LG, and what does he do with it? Try to push through a choke point that Wenger is just spamming with rockets. So the one time he does have the LG, he uses it in a fight where it just wasn't useful to him at all. Now, of course, he didn't have much to work with, so I can understand why, but... Oh, there we go. Wenger missing an important shot. Can he find it? There we go. Good. Good play from Saigib. The moment that Wenger missed that one rail, he knew he could go up the bounce pad without being punished, get right up into his opponent's face. Heavy 1 second out, Wenger nowhere near to punish.
Saigib was looking for a little bit of damage there, but that rail was extremely hopeful. A hard shot that was certainly worth taking, but you have to put your thinking cap on now. 4 minutes left to go, just over. A Wenger that is once again in the lead. Center point turret. I like that. Oh, I don't like that though. That wasn't what he wanted. Good rail. And that is going to hurt Wenger quite a lot. Force him to retreat, so we're going to trade one item for another. In this case, Saigib having the vast majority. And actually, no, Wenger pushing forward. That's a risky play. Trying to get some damage and then pushing towards the Mega instead. Could have actually turned into a death there. Oh, on that rail. Oh, the ring out as well. Too fast.
That is the best possible outcome that Saigib could have hoped for. Landing a beautiful rail and then getting the ring out as well just before Mega spawns.
Production, I hope we can get that in the replay. I want to see that from Wenger's point of view.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Now Saigib on the hunt. Wenger so quick on the recovery though, but that's not a good rail. Saigib finally starting to land some of those shots. Currently sitting at just 30% railgun accuracy. But then again, he is going for a lot of these spammy shots as well.
Quite a few of those why not shots, perhaps.
That was very early from Wenger. There were 8 seconds left before Heavy was going to spawn. And he was still just, you know, dancing on the item, leaving down the plasma trail. Something you'd expect with, you know, 2-3 seconds left. But 7, I feel like that's stretching it. Oh, Saigib! Gorgeous.
I tell you what, Flea, it's very much it's time to come online. That's exactly what Saigib's doing. There's no other opportunities now. You got to bring that A game, or you're going to lose another map here. Saigib keeping things nice and smooth. Not able to get enough damage. Does get the extra little piece of LG that he needs. Now only 1 frag left to go. Unfortunately, that rocket jump doesn't quite get it. Losing a little bit of time there, which unfortunately means that Wenger was able to get in position for the LG. That is a tragic missed little rocket jump. Yeah. Otherwise, Wenger would not have had the time to get there.
The rocket went right in between the floorboards.
Good shot if you think about it.
Was on the other side, yeah.
Is it a good shot or a bad shot? I can't tell.
In this situation, it most definitely was a bad one. At least for Saigib it was. Now Heavy's about to spawn. Saigib needs to stay alive for just another second.
Oh
Wenger
no!
Gets it. That's a shame. That's a shame. That might be the final nail in the coffin. 5 seconds before Mega. Saigib is in position. If he can walk away with this item, do a bit of damage, he might make something happen. That's good. That's good. Mega's still up. Neither player committing to it. Wenger knows that he can just sit up there looking pretty.
But it's the lack of weaponry that's going to be unfortunate and a half for Saigib. The rocket in play. Nice. Wenger caught with the rocket out himself, actually. Both players weak, but it's Wenger, and that is not a fight that you wanted to lose. Only 3 frags behind, but with the 1 minute warning, and with how close both of those encounters were, Flea, both could have gone either way. Neither went to Saigib. It's tragic, but I believe
love the rocket jump
very well.
Yeah, I loved the rocket jump that he was going for. So clean. Timing was on point. The angle was superb. But then just the execution, finishing it up, just wasn't there. And I think that this is going to seal the deal. Wenger isn't even going to stick around for the Heavy. He knows that he can just run circles around his opponent now.
Yeah, one of those classic moments where mobility matters. There's nothing, unless Iceland gets like some god tier read, or even then, I don't even think the opportunity for a read presents itself when you're in this situation. Wenger's just going to listen out, run away, 10 seconds left to go. And that will be a GG's right there, Flea. A map that Saigib was very, very close to taking himself. Unfortunately not. Yes. It is going to go to Wenger, securing that 3-0, something that Wenger is going to be happy with. As we say, a lot of these players, they do strive for that perfect record. Every map makes all the difference when you go months and months down the line and we start talking about finals. We're nowhere near that at this point, but every map counts. And Wenger playing very much like every map counts. You love to see it.
Where was that Saigib that we saw in those final 2-3 minutes for the rest of the series? That's what I want to know. He was landing all of his shots. His movement was on point. His aim was good. His decision making. He called Wenger out multiple times. If he could have maintained that level of play, not just for those few minutes that we saw right there, this could have been a different series.
It's one of those things where the glimmer of hope is refreshing, but also disappointing. It's disappointing in the moment to think that maybe we could have had a slightly more competitive series, perhaps. But at the same time, if you close out a series against one of the world's absolute best, and in your final moments, there were these moments of greatness, work on that. You know, that's what a player can work off. And Saigib does his homework just as much, if not more, than many other people. And he's always been that kind of player that can just progress, can grind through it. And if you can have those absolute couple of minutes where you're bringing it to Wenger the way that he was, that's a starting point, surely. And I'd love to see it, because it was a great moment near the end of the map.
Here we go. This is the rail. You were talking about it. Oh,
Oh, there it was.
yeah. Just
Oh,
a
dear.
tiny little nudge to the right. The momentum got redirected, and Wenger just kind of did a little hop and a skip right in between the item and the icy waters down below.
And that was one of those fights, Saigib with the brave rocket jump. And actually looking at that through Wenger's point of view, the defensive rocket placement in response to it was one of the best things about that sequence, I think. Opening up with the 100. Wenger, I have no idea how he finds damage the way he does with some of those rockets, but the young lad finds a way. And just like that, another one of our series is going to be done and dusted for the day. Now we have our next matchup after a short break. It's going to be Chain going up against Razy. So a little bit more of that Maestro action. And actually, the triple threat of Maestro happens today, because after that will be our first featured matchup of Zeneku versus Sib. Finally, Rafa versus Toxic. So our next matchup is the final one before we enter featured match territory. But, as always, if you've watched the show once or twice, we're going to go for a quick break, get the players in, set everything up. So thank you for joining us. We'll be back in a few minutes for more Quake. Welcome back, everybody. You're currently watching our latest week here in the Quake Pro League, and it's going to be Razy going up against Chain as our next matchup, and this is going to be our last matchup before we enter our featured matches of the day. So I think this is going to be a really good one, as it always is when you look at both of these players. But overall, Razy, like to see what kind of shape he's in now. You know, he's taken a break from his Quake 3 speedrunning career, and he's jumping into Quake Champions again to return to that god tier form. Do we think he's looking pretty good here, Flea?
He very well might. Yeah, we saw him play Kilson last week, resulted in a loss for him. He secured 1 map, lost 2, but of course Kilson, right, is the undisputed #1 of the Quake Pro League at this moment, so that doesn't really say much. Going up against Chain, I think that Razy's odds are going to be a lot better. But on the other hand, Chain, he can surprise. We have seen what he's capable of. We have seen him rank towards the top during just the regular seasons, and we've also seen him get some really good results during finals. For example, he got top 6 in the Quake World Championships a few months ago.
And I think at the same time, he's the kind of player that, yeah, he's had a bit of an up and down journey, but the motivation has always been there. And that's one of the big things that has always stood out to me, is you can see a player who has gone through considerable personal growth across the very first time we all saw Chain in Quake Champions to now, where very much a seasoned player in the world of high-level competition. And that can help anyone grow to the highest point they need to be in their career, because you've been in the Pro League this long, you have had this top-tier, absolute best of the best competition on tap for years, and that's going to help anyone get better. You look at someone like Xenaku, for example, being able to completely rethink certain approaches and your practice regime and everything else, getting access to this kind of caliber of training partners and everything else, it clearly makes a world of difference, and we've seen it time and time again.
Indeed it does. But I think that's going to be very important to inform our own predictions, is going to be the picks and bans, which I do think will have available to us any moment now. And there we go, production's on point as always. So let's take a look. Starting it off, Veil of Nath. We're going to see Chain play Aizen. Razy will counter with the Anarchy. Map 2, Deep Embrace. Athena comes out again versus the Doomslayer. And then lastly, Ruins of Sarnath, we are seeing Visor versus Nyx.
Quite like these choices, especially keeping an eye on the Ruins, because I love that matchup. I love that matchup, and I love seeing how different Visor players kind of approach it. You know, what is their use of the piercing sight? Do they save it? Do they kind of adapt on the fly? Do they have any strict rules going into the match? It's not the kind of champion that you'd really associate with Chain all that much either. So how he puts it to use is another interesting factor, absolutely. But the Veil, we finally get to see the Veil come out to play, and this is always one of those elusive maps, man. It's so interesting to see, especially with someone like Chain, who is as seasoned on this map as he is. Razy, thoroughly experienced in pretty much everything at this point, as you would expect this late down the line in Quake. But the matchup, yeah, you said it yourself. Anarchy going right up against the Aizen. How is Chain going to establish himself at the start of this map? Is he going to have a chance to get going, or is Razy just going to suffocate? Because we've seen Razy fight Chain before, and sometimes it doesn't go very well. Razy, whether it comes down to picks, playstyle, or map, he's just all over him. And is that going to happen today?
Well, we won't have to wait long to find out. Players are readying up in the lobby, so we're about to jump into this game. But indeed, yeah, is Chain going to be able to set up? Now, we've seen what he's capable of Veil. I remember seeing some incredible comebacks being made by him on this very map. But of course, Anarchy, it's very difficult to catch. He is going to have to rely on that turret, heavily so, and make very good use out of that ability, just to make things work. Now, we saw Saigib actually get quite a lot of value out of the turret against the Slash it was on the previous matchup. So Chain, no doubt, able to do the same. The turret also works really well on Veil, right? It's a very vertical map with a lot of teleporters, a lot of bounce pads, a lot of places where you can really cut off your opponent by using the turret. So I'm gonna be interested in seeing how Chain approaches this.
Prediction-wise, I think it's a safe bet to vote for Razy in this one, just by history and how things have gone, and really just Razy. Razy still looked good versus Kilson. You know, it's a scary opportunity to start things off like this, but it's just how we go. And Razy still looks really good, so I feel like I've almost always bet on Razy, and it's not going to change today. It would be nice to see a 2-1, but I think Razy could very much take this as a 3-0. Especially if he's in the zone, you know.
Yeah, well, luckily I've got some historical context for this matchup. They have played each other 4 times in the history of the Quake Pro League, and to the surprise of probably no one, Razy has won all of them. Chain has come close. There's really been matchup where it came down to a single frag, but ultimately Razy has got that consistency going for him, and I'm a little worried for Chain, looking at these matchups as well, the picks and the bans. I don't think he's at a huge disadvantage, but he also doesn't have a marked advantage over Razy either that could tip the scales in his favor. So I'm inclined to agree with you and think that Razy will be able to take this one, yes.
Well, both of our players have officially readied up, so in a few moments' time, we'll be jumping into Vale for the first time today, which we love to see. But I don't have the chat on hand right now, but I'm going to assume that the people probably favour Razy as well. That's just often how it goes, isn't it? You always have those select few players in Pro League where almost everyone just votes for them no matter what. The only time it changes is if they're going head-to-head, and that's where the fan bases come in. You know, that's where the biases come in. But now we're loading up now into our first map between these two. I want to thank everyone that's joined us so far. Always remember, get involved in social media. Hashtag Quake Pro League. There's always more fun to be had. Keep in touch with the upcoming schedules and the events. But now we're jumping into our first map here, checking things out from Razy's point of view. And we're going to see if he can get the fire started, Flea.
I was on Chain's point of view. He jumped onto the heavy and immediately just threw his turret all the way to that top level. Yeah, catching Razy by surprise. Getting a little bit of damage. A little bit of damage, 30 points of damage, but oh no, oh no.
Oh, no Razy!
Razy's even got a style on him. Straight out of the gate, the gauntlet comes out.
That was such a Razy moment because that was not the right thing to do. He walked into so much damage just to get the gauntlet and he didn't care. That's why we love Razy.
I mean, we have seen a lot of those Razy moments, right? But that early on, catch up,
normally is when he knows he's won.
That usually happens when Razy has a 5-point lead and there's a minute left to go. But now, this time around, he's like, hell nah. Instant. And now Razy already 2 frags up. Is railable, or at least was a second ago. But Chain doesn't have that weapon. And Razy knows this, and that knowledge gives him the freedom to just maneuver around the map.
I'm telling you, Flea, Razy's had plenty of gauntlet practice recently from his Quake speedruns. I don't make the rules.
Let's see what Chain can do. He's managed to stabilize somewhat, secure a lot of the weapons.
Lovely rocket.
Good direct rocket. Yep. Heavy's about to spawn. Goes to Razy. Chain, he's early for Mega. I don't know if he has the exact timing, but that tribal, that's 140 damage off the bat. Razy sticks around so long. Oh no, he misses the kill shot twice. Chain. Okay, thank God.
Oh, yeah.
The most difficult shot of them all. The flick at the end, he lands. Oh my God, that would have been sick. The prediction rocket, the direct. If he had landed that rail too.
I think you put it better than anyone there, Flea. Thank God. Thank God he was at least able to secure that one, but unfortunately, it's all kind of starting to slip through his fingers. Off the back of that frag, being able to get almost a 2-piece there. The amount of momentum that would have shifted Flea just like that, and just hasn't been meant to be. That's not a sentence, I don't think, but it is now. Armor now going to be that next objective. Once again, looking like Razy's in prime position for it, and he'll take it comfortably and happily. And it is unfortunate to see.
Nice rail as well. Razy so calm and collected, putting himself in these risky fights. Counting. on that injection of his to give him that little edge. And both players down to, I think, 5 HP each before breaking away from one another. And Razy ends up getting the better hand. Heavy goes his way. A lot of hourglasses as well. Almost has the injection up again, even if he can't secure the Mega, which I don't think he will. Chain's in good position for it. But even if he doesn't pick it up, he's the one with the better stack.
Being able to withstand that test of time when it comes to these fights, one of which Chain, okay.
That was risky by Chain. Like, Mega was up that entire time. And instead of going for it, he just really pushed out and met Razy. If he would have lost that fight, Razy would have had full control.
Must have just deemed it a risk worth taking. Only 2 frags behind and a respectable level of stack to fight with. You always know the Anarchy, there's more stack that meets the eye as long as that injection is locked and loaded. And in this instance, opening damage from the rocket, certainly a good start. The more damage you can get early will just force that inject to come out much earlier than the Anarchy player would want. Now in this case, Chain pushing on with some rockets. The injection has been used. Can't survive though, can't hit the rails, and even if that rail connected, it would have meant absolutely nothing. Chain, only 1 frag behind now, working on a more than respectable comeback. And on a map like this, it's definitely possible. Massive push, the shotgun, oh, the trade! That was 1 shot away from Razy still taking it. But either way, Razy actually gets a really good spawn from that. Oh, and he can beat Chain to the rocket fight because he had the rocket from the spawn. That is disgusting, Flea.
Razy is approaching this in such an aggressive manner, Ketchup. He's not shying away from a single fight, regardless of position, regardless of stack. It feels like Razy is always there, looking to brawl. So far, it has worked out in his favor, but I don't know if it will continue that way. I feel like Razy is at some point best to slow it down a little bit instead of just throwing himself at his opponent and going for these near 50-50 engagements, because things could go south.
It's just always been something characteristic of Razy. He plays with his heart on his sleeve. You know there's calculations there, and Razy is certainly a smart player, but sometimes the heat of the moment can often get the better of him. And certainly there's not enough of an advantage here that would say you can just push in all the time. Now there's only 1 frag separating the 2 of them, and Chain, granted, rather weak. Hopefully there are going to be a few things to pick up there and recuperate. You're not going to be able to get it from the Mega, that's for sure, not in 15 seconds. It's not a comfortable enough lead for Razy to start playing like that just yet. Even off the back of how this thing started. A gauntlet for crying out loud.
Good opening rocket from Chain right there, but he needs more. Razy again relentless, right? Going through that teleporter once, twice. He would have done it a 3rd time if he had the opportunity to. Just jumping around the corner, dodging the rail. Oh, the small armor is up. That would have been huge for Chain if he had been able to pick that up, but it spawned just as he walked up the stairs.
These pushes are completely fearless. What is going on?
Razy's just pushing in with the nail gun. The plasma, and just taking the fight. And we all know that plasma, massive DPS, yes, but inconsistent.
Now an injection is ready. Razy going for the shot into inject, and although it hit its mark, it was not enough to save the day. It has allowed Chain to get a frag on the board, and that's going to put him 1 frag in the lead. 3 minutes left to go. The ambush is set here from Razy. Straight through the teleporter, and that will do the job. Razy still needs to bring that stack back up to a safe state, and the timing on that heavy is certainly going to do so. Not going to be able to win that race towards Mega. 15 seconds away from the inject, so you're not going to be able to fight for that either. But even now, Razy's still hanging around, still wants to make himself known, get the damage on the board. Razy has just been determined to throw down all map long.
Maybe it's just the speedrunning mentality.
You know what? It sounds weird, but genuinely,
this.
I might agree.
Always forward, always aggro.
Save the frames, my dude.
Yeah, good LG. Chain getting the frag. See, I don't know about this, Ketchup. This worries me. This worries me a lot. And now Chain gets himself the Mega. Nearly 15 seconds before Heavy. He doesn't have the rail though. That's the biggest shortcoming of his play right now. Chain does not have a railgun to work with. And Razy does, allowing him to land shots like that. Chain wants to drop, wants to secure the item. It's tantalizing, it's oh so tempting. But he retreats. Figures it's not the right time. He leaves it up for Razy.
I think Chain did the safe bet there, you know, it was a smart decision. There's always a risk attached in that kind of position. Do I try and take it away, but if it goes horribly wrong, we'll even things up and we still have a minute left to go. Chain certainly being more reserved in this map than Razy. Razy being the complete polar opposite of things. And is that going to come back to bite him right now? 50 seconds left to go on the clock. Is Razy going to end this map thinking, man, I really should have calmed down a little bit, you know?
LG on LG.
Okay.
Oh, nice rail as well. Razy, caught between a rock and a hard place. But it doesn't matter. 2 rails from a tricky position, difficult angle. Oh, Chain out with the gauntlet.
So nearly a taste of your own medicine, Doctor. But not quite. Chain off the spawn, pushes in instantly and takes so much rocket damage because of it. Hard choice to make because, yeah, we only have 10 seconds left to go. Chain's going to have to go in here. But Razy, yeah, there's no injection. However, he's very, very stacked. The aggressive rocket jump, not one that's going to pay off. But Razy, that was not a comfortable win at all.
I feel like that matchup had no business being that close. And I feel like, Ketchup, I called that a minute into the game. Seeing how Razy was playing, I was like, this worries me. This worries me. Razy is throwing away a lot of frags, taking a lot of reckless fights. Not just aggressive, but just straight up reckless. He's at a stack disadvantage, at a weapon disadvantage, and he just pushes in with nothing but the plasma gun. Fights like that are just so risky, and ultimately it came down to 1 frag and then 2 frags within seconds to go. But Razy, that could have gone Chain's way. And of course it would have been because Chain is a tremendously brilliant player, but also because Razy has just been giving him a lot of opportunities to get these frags. So going into map 2, don't remember exactly which pick was for Razy. Let me see. Razy is going to be playing the Doomslayer, so not as mobile as Anarchy. But I think he needs to slow it down a bit.
I think he needs to show Chain more respect, personally. I feel like off the back of that first frag, it almost gave the impression that Razy had underestimated Chain because of it. That lack of care is I'm not really too worried because I'm confident I'm going to win the fight anyway. That lack of care and caution can sometimes show that you're just so convinced you're going to defeat your opponent on this map that maybe you don't have to be so careful. I feel like that was mere seconds away from coming back to haunt him on that map. And I would be surprised if we see that again from Razy on the following 2 maps. Because, you know you're up against Chain. Chain has been around for a long time in this game. He's no stranger to this situation. And if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. That's just the caliber of player that we have in Pro League. I feel like that map's going to be a one-off. Strongly, I think map 2 and 3, Razy will be a little bit more cautious. Or at least I hope so. You never know with Razy, do you?
Yeah, and Razy is always, it's difficult to bet on him. Seeing the kind of, you can always bet on him performing well, but how he does it, that's a big variable. So let's see how he approaches this one. But as we just said, right, he's playing Doomslayer on Deep Embrace. So less ability, unless he's gonna just whip out the Berserk. But other than that, I don't see him being as aggressive as he was on the previous map. Now, another interesting factor is Chain playing Athena. Athena on Deep Embrace, not something you see every day. We know that it can be an extremely powerful pick. So many good plays that you can make with the hook on this map. But it's also risky, because if you get out of control, and you have to use those hooks just to escape your opponent, then Athena has very little utility to work with.
I have fond memories of watching Chain's Athena, right when the champion was starting to really enter the fray in the competitive player's mind. You know, she was around for a long time, but it strongly feels like it took quite a while for players to start giving her that time of day. And Chain was one of those players that took that first interest, you know, really bringing her to the forefront on some of these maps. And you know, times may have changed, and yeah, there's a lot more players using her these days, but there's an element of nostalgia and attachment, I feel, when you see a player use a champion they're just so known for. Anyway, enough of that, because our match has just begun. Map 2, and now Razy with the Doomslayer. Picking that strong positional play already. You're going to have to do so with a champion like this that you're against, so fast, so high octane. And picking those rail angles is a great way to begin. Chain, low on the armor department. Razy's going to know that, and he's going to smell blood in the water.
Slow opener by Razy. Heavy taken by Chain. 5 seconds between the items. Both players have got mobility, have got the speed to work with. So if they want to turn this into a rotation, if they succeed at winning the first fight, I love how clearly Chain knew exactly where Razy was. Just sitting there crouching a bit. He's like, I know that you're around the corner. Oh, LG, brutal. Super shoddy.
Lead taken.
It was a difference in weaponry that made all the difference there, Flea. I was looking at Chain's point of view. I saw 2 weapons. I looked at Razy's. I saw 5. And that's just going to make such a difference in those close encounters. I don't even think Chain had a super shotgun. Didn't think he had a rocket launcher either. Either way now, Razy's going to run away with this. Forcing the retreat. Kind of predictably going into those health bubbles because you don't really have a choice. Nice bit of defensive play there from Chain. The LG off the jump pad says, no, sir. You're going to have to, again, show me a bit more respect than that. You're not going to push up a jump pad and go straight ahead unless I have something to say about it.
Razy now still 1 point lead. Again, pushing in aggressively. I feel like Chain has really been relegated to the heavy side of the map. Has not been able to project presence beyond that. Now he can go over towards the LG side. Rails being exchanged. Razy connects. Chain does not.
Always bad
That's
news
huge.
when you're the light champion and you can't return
Just about
fire
to
in the
say.
old rail fight.
I like what Razy's doing. Am I gonna go for mega? I'm gonna go for heavy. He wants damage first and foremost. Gets a little. Oh, Chain. Ballsy on the push right there. Hooks himself upwards. Nice bit of LG damage. Oh, he's caught in a bad spot right now. I don't think he had hooks left anymore. That's what I was talking about, Ketchup. You're Athena and you run out of that hook. You're done for.
That defensive hook! Oh! I was about to say something about the defensive hook, but who cares? With Razy hitting rails like that. Unbelievable display of clutch. And keeping Razy firmly in the lead now is 3-0. So far, a minute for every frag that we've seen. And there's another rail. Just like that. Chain. Probably just not expecting Razy to just be waiting there like that. And this is getting bad to worse for poor old Chain.
It is.
Razy.
It is. Chain.
It's the positioning too, right? Holding a strong angle on that center point. The double jump just allowing you to go wherever you want without even having to think about it. And then these angles, the chase downs. Oh, mid-air! Come on!
Beautiful. Unfortunately for him, Razy gets a charitable spawn over on the heavy side of the map just before the item spawns.
Yeah.
So Chain unable to really get any sort of rotation going. Yes, he gets the mega. The Razy has the bigger base stack and walks away with the heavy. So now it's still a bit of a stalemate. Chain doesn't have the railgun. Razy doesn't have the LG. Both players approaching this next fight with that in mind.
These rails have been surgical from Razy so far, especially against a small champion, one that's as nimble as anyone else. So far, just over 50% hit rate, and in this kind of matchup, that's certainly better than nothing for Razy. Any single amount of those rails, you have armor, you're Athena, I'm going to take it away. All the while, Razy's keeping his stack nice and firm. But yet another time is just sitting in the center point and just sticking his ear to the ground. He's listening for what Chain is doing. Oh my god! Looking for a second. Rocket part one.
Damage. Ah, he came close though. A little bit more out of the LG and the Shoddy. Could have worked in Chain's favor, but ultimately Razy reigning supreme with those rails.
That was much closer than it could have been too, Fleek, purely on the basis that Razy didn't have the super shotgun. He only had the regular one.
I am happy to see more restraint coming out of Razy. In comparison to map 1, you know, this is so much more comfortable for him to hang on to this lead. He's just taking optimal fights, pressuring Chain, using a weapon advantage in most of these engagements, rather than just throwing himself at his opponent and going for effectively a coin toss of a fight. So, really happy to see this from Razy.
Razy going to be taking this Mega completely uncontested. The jump pad as well, an indication for Chain to at least throw out some rockets, but these rails, Razy just pulling out a rail out of nowhere and hitting shots that make absolutely no sense. Yet somehow he's finding it almost every single time. May not have the most consistent hit rate, but when he needs to hit that rail, you bet he's hitting it. And Chain more than likely going to be a bit frustrated. Yeah. This is a frustrating thing to deal with. Your opponent has just put up this complete brick wall of defense. They outstack you. In some cases, they're outmaneuvering because, you know, without the grapple hook, Athena is not going to be anywhere near as agile. Doomslayer having access to this double jump whenever you want it, infinitely on tap. That's going to make a significant difference eventually, especially in a map like this where, let's be real, it doesn't take a lot of time to maneuver around. Surprise!
Nice drop from Razy. Yep. Gets the read, sets the trap, springs it too. Ah.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, well, we know that Razy loves those little jumps, right? He does the one on Awoken all the time. Taking the bounce pad, a little bit of plasma boost, going up through the window at rail. And now Razy, he knows that if he can just hang on to this lead, continue playing the way he has been for the past 5 minutes, this one should be in the bag.
Things would have to go catastrophically wrong for Razy to lose this map. The way things are currently going and how he's had this iron grip on Deep Embrace for 7.5 minutes. An aggressive push comes out from Chain. Razy, always with a backup plan, always with an escape route. Yes, the heavy is in possession. That's going to give Chain an opportunity to push. Maybe get something out of this. Razy gives up both items. Keeps the small ones. Drops down for some extra damage. Oh, tries to get some bonus gauntlet damage right before the end. Razy just kind of caught strolling around there.
Indeed. Chain doesn't even know where Razy is. Razy's right below him. I think he has got no clue. And Razy isn't moving a muscle. No, Razy is still on that side of the map. Still below the heavy.
He waited long after Chain had cleared that sound barrier to pick up that nail gun. He was so confident. There's the push. But again, I think kind of a wasted hook, actually. Trying to push forward there. There's the Berserk.
Yeah.
And Razy. Oh, the interception from Chain, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Will it be, as this next fight is going to break out? So much plasma. Chain not interested in control. If he knows that Razy's trying to slip by, he's intercepting and he's catching sight of it. Really well played and absolutely still within a chance of taking this map and bringing us to a 1-1 situation.
He absolutely could. He's got to find Razy though. He knows where his opponent is. Oh, Razy. So quick on his feet. Out of the room in an instant. Nice rail. That's
Unreturned.
Good. Yep. Oh, Chain building a lot of speed. But out comes the Berserk. He loses track of his opponent, burns precious time waiting for the heavy, loses the Mega in turn as well. Oh no, the bounce pad. That's not what he meant to do. He could still get a frag here. LG needs to be good though. It is.
20 seconds, Flea.
He took a lot of damage though.
Oh, and there's no major items to help him out either.
That's good. Oh, wow. He gets it. Wow, Chain. Oh no, he falls just short.
But now actually, only just not railable. Razy. Chain, how are you going to escape this one, mate? Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
So close. Chain damn near tying it up at the end. Excellent combat in those final few minutes there. Nearly sticking it to Razy, right? We saw very clever moves with those grapple hooks. And then going up the bounce pads, the double rocket was enough. But then that one hook catch up, that hook trying to get on top of the heavy platform. I don't know if we'll get to see it in the replay, but that really sealed the deal. That spelled disaster for Chain. If he had aimed it a little higher, if he had just managed to get on top of that, he might well have been able to escape.
But that was a significantly tenser match, and it wasn't off the back of mishaps or sloppiness or even a lack of care. It was just Chain being so close to clutching it out. Razy had shown considerably more respect towards his opponent in this matchup, and he was being a lot more careful. He was looking into his positions a little bit better. It's just that in those closing moments, everything had to perfectly fall into place. And I feel like we were 95% there for Chain to pull off a comeback, but it just wasn't meant to be. Our final matchup now, our final map, Ruins of Sarnath. In this case, the Visor versus the Nyx. It's Chain who's going to be having the Visor on hand. And is this going to be enough, really? We've got to get that one map. That's always better. We say this all the time because every map counts. It might be a 2-0, but that does not mean the job is done.
Well, let's see. Both players ready in the lobby, as you mentioned yourself. Chain running the Visor. Very effective champion on this map. It's a very large map, a lot of open spaces. Railgun reigns supreme, so when you can add that piercing sight, that brief wall hack to it, it can give you so much information, so much opening damage for these fights. But on the other hand, Razy on Nyx, that's a tricky one. We know what Razy can do with this champion. Nyx works pretty well on this map as well. A lot of areas where you can make use of that wall jump. And then of course, that ghost walk, use it aggressively, use it defensively. Few players can be as sneaky and as tricky as Razy is, so he is going to make good use out of that ability. And I think that is going to be interesting to see how exactly Chain makes use of that piercing sight, right? Are you going to hang on to it, wait for Razy to burn the ghost walk so that you can follow and track him while using that ability? Or are you just going to be using it as soon as you can, have it up as much as possible to get that information where your opponent is at? We sometimes see players go one or the other, try to combine it a bit, so how is Chain going to approach this?
Well, it's funny you should mention that because we're now loading into the warm-up, which is just about to come to a close. So Razy and Chain, last map against each other today. Razy has had us all sweating a little bit, but currently sitting at 2-0. Is Chain going to be able to get that final map here and have the last laugh on the Ruins of Sarnath?
Chain starting off over on the Mega. Heavy. Delayed substantially, but I do think that Chain heard the pickup, so he should be aware that the items are offset, considerably so, around 5 seconds. Gets himself the rail, still needs the LG, will be able to pick it up now too. So I think both players have got the full arsenal at their disposal.
And there's already an element of reservation here from Chain. The piercing sight not used instantly, rather than when it really matters. In this instance now, I want to take this item, I want to see where my opponent is. This is going to allow him to just get perfect timing on the two. Razy going for a sort of fly-by rail there, forced to use the Ghost Walk just in case it didn't work. And that does create an interesting dynamic, because that piercing sight is going to belong to Chain so much faster than the Ghost Walk of Razy.
I like how quick Razy was to use that ability though. Very often you see players try to, hang on to it as long as they can, tried to get the most out of it, and then use it just to escape. But by that point, they've already taken a lot of damage. Razy wanted none of that. He wanted to keep his opening stack, pop the ability as soon as he realized that he was in a bad spot, and he escaped without sacrificing a single point of health.
And it allows this stalemate to continue strong. A massive delay between these two items. Very early to do so, but it does kind of suggest what we're going to be seeing up close there. Razy, the Ghost Walk once again. We've been able to secure one item, puts himself into position to take the second, and Chain not actually interested in fighting for it. I think this is going to be hourglasses above all else. You can see where Chain's priorities currently lie. And there we go again. Close enough that Razy definitely would have heard that. Hence the defensive rocket that says, hey, shut up.
So far, neither player really committing fully to any one of these fights. They're always approaching it carefully. Not looking to throw everything away, just in the hopes of getting one frag. They want to do it securely, safely, with something to fall back on. And Chain is now just looking to get up to that base stack again. 100 points of health with just 50 armor to work with. Meanwhile, Razy is now on the hunt. He's aware that he's got a stack advantage. He's the one running the rotation of the major items. Good use of the piercing sight. Oh, excellent use actually, with Razy jumping right into that LG. That works out very nicely for Chain.
Oh, but that missed rail is going to be a cause to retreat. Pushing himself back over and walking right into a tri-bolt. That's going to be a bit of a head shaker. There's now Razy one frag in the lead, but a fight that started well but ended in a very, very unusual way there, Flea.
I feel like Chain not exactly confident in his LG. He was so quick to switch to the railgun in that previous fight, realizing that Razy had the upper hand, but Razy most definitely does not have the upper hand in this engagement. Good rail. Good use. Good use of the piercing sight to make sure he knows where Razy is spawning at, but then he misses the shot even though he was able to line it up.
That's the worst kind of shot to miss right there. But thankfully, first time we've really seen that all day long. And Chain, there's going to be plenty more rails where that came from, so plenty more chances. It has been as slow of a match as we've thoroughly expected so far. Razy being incredibly careful, looking for a rail. That one looks a little bit tricky because, I mean, we'll take the shot, but we just want to prevent giving away our hitbox, right? It's one of those bizarre shots where I'll take it when it's there, but I'm not lingering for any way longer than I have to. And there's that piercing sight. Chain knows his opponent weak. But if the second he drops down, that's when Razy's going to use that teleporter. So who's going to make the first move here? Unusual to be holding that angle and not be ready for a rail there. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but with Razy being railable at his current health, maybe Chain was just trying to be a bit safer.
Could be. Chain really wants to get at least this one map win. And I like how he's changing up the way in which he uses the Ghost Walk. Sometimes he really does hang on to it to use it during these kinds of fights. And then when he sees Razy pull the Ghost Walk while still having a substantial amount of stack to work with, he realizes that he might be in danger. Because we know how aggressive Razy can be. And there's a very good chance that he's just gonna throw himself at Chain. So to just preempt that, to counter that, Chain pops the piercing sight, sends a clear signal to Razy, hey, I see you. If you're up to something, I will be able to tell. And that just deters his opponent.
A lot of patience there from Chain because... Oh, and the patience pays off with 100 damage direct. Razy holding on to the Ghost Walk. I absolutely loved that play there from Chain. Far enough away, there was no chance that Razy heard it activated, and then so convinced that his opponent was going to use that teleporter to line up for a perfect 100 damage. Razy, though, having the peace of mind to hold on to the Ghost Walk, using it to prevent what would have been a guaranteed death. If he did not have Ghost Walk, this would absolutely be a 2-1 for Chain, and wow. We talked about that first map, Flea, being kind of all over the place, kind of scrambly. I feel like this map is the direct opposite. So much care and calculation has gone into it every step of the way. We only have 4 minutes left to go.
You say only, but that feels like an eternity with the way that these two players have been playing it. They're approaching this so cautiously. Neither want to give up an inch. Control keeps changing back and forth. But Raze is so slippery with that ghost walk. Oh, uses it.
Definitely saw the cloud. And that's going to be a green light to push, but is it going to be enough? They trade! Who spawns where? Chain. Near heavy side. Closer to it than Razy is.
Oh, I like this. I like this. Oh. He was going for a sneaky trap right there. He knew that all he had to work with was the standard machine gun, but if he has the machine gun and Razy as his starting stack...
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, the LG just wasn't there from Chain. And Razy was hitting phenomenally well.
It almost feels like Chain was just straight up not expecting Razy to come back so soon. You know, maybe he's going to disengage. Maybe he's going to try and build his own stack up. Maybe he's going to try and get some weaponry. Either way, the chance of him just pushing into LG room, knowing that I've just picked up all this stuff, must have been an unlikely scenario, but one that benefits Razy heavily, because now in the lead, it may just be by one frag, but with how slow this map has been all the way, that one frag's going to feel like 100.
Sure does. Now Chain has to chase down an opponent. It's not only more nimble than he is, but also has that ghost walk to work with. And what that essentially means is that he needs to find Razy once, deal enough damage to force out the ghost walk, get the read or use his ability to trace him, and then get the frag basically all over again. That's a tall order.
But because of Razy's positioning, that piercing sight actually didn't give Chain all that much information. It led to no damage, and all it led to was an item that he was going to take anyway. Now Razy in position. I know you have me. The piercing sight is ready, yet here I am hitting you with a tri-bolt. You're the one that's supposed to be getting the surprise damage, not the other way around. Razy, always going against the grain right here, and we're just about to approach that 1 minute warning. Another piercing sight, but here's the decision to make. What do you do? Oh, wow. Do you even stick around for that fight? The piercing sight secures one rail, and you know now that Razy doesn't have the ghost walk. This is going to be as good of a time as any to push and make something happen. And he gets exactly that. And he's not too weak either. Perfect timing for this heavy, which he's definitely going to beat Razy too. This is best case scenario, but Flea, is this going to lead to a map win? Chain, he'd like this very much.
Indeed, all tied up. Let's see what Chain can do, or what Razy can do. Because if neither makes a move, we're just going to go into overtime. Both players, I think, are going to continue playing this as slowly as they have been. I really can't imagine either one just absolutely committing right off the bat to a fight.
Sudden death is about to begin, but we may as well have entered sudden death 30 seconds ago. Kind of hard to say who has an advantage here. Similar weapons, similar stacks, to the point where the rails, they're not going to mean as much either side. Now, Razy did lose a considerable amount of armor there, but it doesn't matter. Heavy's in play, and Heavy gets snatched up there by Razy straight away. Now, Chain has got to be careful here. The Ghost Walk is available for Razy. The Piercing Sight is not here for another 25 seconds, which means in terms of utility, Chain is nowhere near in as much of a good place, to the point where he had to just give up and respect the Mega. If he hung around there, Razy could have taken it and instantly taken him out. Chain has to show that the respect and the care. Disengage. Has to wait for this Piercing Sight to come back. That armor is going to be a welcome addition. But Flea, Chain has a difficult decision to make. Does he use Piercing Sight now, or does he save it?
Looks like he is going to hang on to it, at least for now. Pops it.
Okay.
Nice rail. That's that utility that you can get out of using the ability. He knows where Razy is. He hears him. Tries to set a trap. Oh, shoddy. 52 damage. Probably was hoping for more. Probably could have done more with the LG too. LG probably would have forced out the Ghost Walk as well.
Chain didn't even want to go for a rail in that situation. He's being so cautious. Even the most individual rail right now is going to create a nightmare scenario. However, with that little bit of unreturned damage, I say a little bit, make that a lot more. Razy's in trouble. The Ghost Walk is forced. And now Chain is going to have to try and position. The fake out leads to nothing. It does lead to armor, but it was likely he was going to take that anyway. Now, the ball is definitely in Razy's court. You are considerably behind. Your opponent is about to get Piercing Sight. They've just used Piercing Sight, and you don't have your Ghost Walk for 30 seconds. This is not a good situation for Razy at all.
Indeed it isn't. Chain knows exactly where his opponent is, but there's so many ways that Razy can evade him there. Down the drop, up the teleporter. Razy probably just trying to buy some time until he's got that Ghost Walk up again and can guarantee a safe exit from that corner. Does manage to slip on by, shows his face here towards Heavy. Razy jumps on it. Oh no! Missed time from Razy. He wanted to pick up the Heavy, use the Ghost Walk immediately afterwards, but he popped it a fraction of a second too soon. I think the rocket kind of threw off his timing right there.
Perhaps, and you would not have seen this stream, but right as that happened, Chain did activate the Piercing Sight. Razy using this opportunity to retreat back into that same situation he was once in. But he has long cleared things. And actually, with it being 5 seconds until Heavy, looking like Razy could take this, but no, does not want to overextend. He's much happier taking this information, and this slow play is going to be real. Chain is so stacked. Chain has so much weapons, so much ammo, and again, he's about to get that Piercing Sight locked and loaded. Razy has absolutely none of those things. He is so weak. But knowing Razy, it's all a part of the plan. If you can just avoid the damage, get that one unreturned rail, maybe two. Oh, that one hurts.
Nice
and as
one.
Pfizer said himself, you can't hide from me.
Razy's doing a pretty good job. Even if not hiding, at least at being oh so slippery. Has no armor to his name whatsoever. Chain knows where he's at. At least he's got the Ghost Walk. And this is a dangerous map to be a light champion out of control on, because of how out in the open the small armors are. They're basically on either side of the map, on these little squares, these plazas, where it's so risky to make a move on. Razy does get one.
Okay.
Ghost Walk forced out.
And I feel like that preemptive rocket right as Razy was coming around the corner, even if he didn't hear the activation, he has fair reason to believe that Piercing Sight was the cause of that rocket in the first place. Very unlikely that that would have happened at that exact moment without it. And Razy's been able to bring himself up just a little bit, but you just can't get hit. Returns the rail, but here's the armor. Armor of which Chain is in a much better position for. We're just about to hit the 5-minute overtime mark. And honestly, with how this is going, I could expect it to go even more so. All right, hang on, Chain. Ooh, neither player lands a rail. In that case, though, Chain does. Razy, the Ghost Walk is ready again. The management of these two abilities has been absolutely phenomenal, Flea.
Indeed it has been. Good rocket from Razy.
I was a bit nervous when Chain went up that jump pad, you know. I know Razy was weak, but
Things can change quickly. And this just shows the range that Razy has as a player, right? On map 1, we were talking about just how aggressive he was, to the point of it essentially being reckless.
oh!
But let's not forget that Razy can also be one of the most passive players in the league. And that's exactly the kind of behavior that he's showcasing right now. There we go. That's what Razy was waiting for. Rocket into
no
LG.
way.
Chain, railable. Razy gets away with the heavy. Oh, okay. At least Chain retaliates there.
Going through the teleporter, that has me nervous. And now,
Railable. Yeah.
yeah, things have just become complete opposites in the blink of an eye, Flea. Chain, 5 minutes of overtime, firmly in control. All the stack, all the options. Razy gets one good sequence, and look at the change in momentum. This is Razy all over, but the job is not done. Chain can still bring this back. Oh, that tri-bolt. Oh, God, that hurts, and gives information to Razy.
I mean, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? On the one hand, being in control is where you always want to be, right? But if you're in control in a tight game, and you can't convert it into a frag, it just becomes frustrating. It's tedious because every second that you are not getting up over your opponent, he's starting to make a comeback happen. And Razy, hello, good rocket from above. Chain unable to outmaneuver him, kind of putting himself in a bad position with nothing left to escape. And that is how Razy clutches it out after what, nearly 7 minutes of overtime?
It was 7 minutes exactly by the end of it. Razy waited 7 minutes for the opportunity to hit that one rocket, and that is the level of patience you need to have to be on top of the Quake Pro League. If you want to be one of those players that is held in that regard, it's matches like that. That was a slow map anyway, before we even entered overtime, and then it was snail's pace territory because of what was on the line, right? It's the final map. One map either way, you know, Razy would be happy with a 3-0. Chain needed something and was so close to it. But Razy, how he was able to keep himself alive and to bring the whole map back the way he did, with how down he was, you never believe it. Like that, That's the kind of map that you could put 1,000 Quake players in that situation, and almost all of them probably wouldn't be able to come back. And then here's Razy, makes it work. It's a great map for it. You know, Ruins is a great map for that defensive play. Make no mistake, but still, big props to the Maestro player.
I mean, I was talking about it, right? Razy. We've seen how aggressive he can be, but he is also one of the most defensively gifted players in the entire league. One of the few competitors who has zero issues whatsoever, holding on to a 1-frag lead, completely disappearing off the map, burning 5-10 minutes. It doesn't matter to him. He will play as slow and as drawn out as he wants to, waiting for the perfect moment. And that's exactly what he did this time.
Wonderfully played, all things considered. And what a journey we had. The Veil of Nath. We had Razy, who was being like arguably too aggressive. I know it's weird to say it as critique, seeing as he won the map, so ultimately it doesn't matter. But that first map where there was almost too much aggression going on and just not enough respect being shown, and it almost bit him in the backside. Second map, a bit too passive near the end, led to what was very nearly a ridiculous comeback. And then the final map, it was like complete, we've slowed this down to 5 miles an hour. And that's just going to be the absolute progression of the composure that we had to see, with both players being tested the way they had to be. But you know what, folks? I think that was a rather fitting series, as we're now about to enter our featured matchups of the day. Starting off with Zeniku versus Sib. We're going to go for a break. When we come back, we're going to be joined by DJ Wheat, and we're going to start the first featured matchup. So thank you. We'll see you in a bit. featured matchup number 1. It's just about to commence here for our latest week of our new season of Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup, I'm joined by Flea, and if you've watched this show any amount of time by this point, you know we're going to bring on a very special person to join us. DJ Wheat, we know you're here. Come here, mate. Come on.
Yo, what's up? I'm question. I mean, special can be interpreted a lot of different ways, but Ketchup, I know you meant it like out of the goodness of your heart. So I'm glad to be here, gentlemen. Welcome back. Got a chance to be with 40 and ZSX last week, so it's good to see you both back on the microphones. I hope you've been well, and I'm ready. I'm ready for some Quake.
Funny you should mention that, because it's going to be Sib going up against Zeneku. We've just had back-to-back Maestro representation today.
Yeah, that's right.
A fitting way to conclude it, because now we have Zeneku, who's just... When you look at players that motivated and forever just improving, getting more comfortable, getting better, Zeneku is just that prime example. Because I remember when Zeneku first joined the Pro League, Zeneku did not have a good time. It was almost an entire stage worth of teething problems, you know, getting into it. And now you look at Zeneku today and it's like, there's no way this is even the same player, rightfully?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, he finished 6th in the overall standings of the previous season, got a top 8 finish in the final, so Zeneku definitely still improving, ramping up his game. And also important to note, both of these players are now coming off a win in week 1, right? Zeneku beat Avik and Sib beat Kron, so they're both riding that high, both optimistic, and should be interesting to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the awesome things is obviously we have interviews coming back. So last week when we were talking to Kilson, who of course you all know was a season 3 champion, he won his game in week 1, but he said, "Listen, you guys, Zeneku, watch out for him," right? So when you've got the champion of the previous season saying like, "Hey, I'm just putting a fair warning out there for everyone, this guy's beast," right? I'm really looking forward to see what he's going to do throughout the season. Sib, back in the QPL, certainly has something that he wants to prove in and of itself. But I mean, Zeneku's on this 3-year kung fu journey where suddenly he is, I think, you know, he is a force to be reckoned with, and people are recognizing that. So big uphill battle for Sib this week.
I think on the contrary to that, though, is that if Sib is able to conquer this opponent today, what kind of a message are you able to really send, as we've only just kickstarted our latest season of Pro League? So if Sib's able to take out Zeneku, that's telling the entirety of the Pro League and the entire community, don't sleep on me, you know, because Sib has always been one of the more, I would say, like, motivated players. You know, fell in that sort of area for a while of someone who was struggling a bit in the actual Pro League, but had almost no competition in the Challengers. There was that sort of middle ground, almost like a competitive limbo. And I would love nothing more than for Sib to sort of surpass that and begin that journey. And, you know, from what we saw last time, there's a chance that we can really start to grow from here. But I tell you what, we'll quickly look at the picks and bans as soon as they're good to go, because I think both of these players are getting ready now and they're confirming themselves ready. So we'll quickly go through these. Oh, baby, I see a clutch.
Oh, yeah.
Run us through these, please.
Yeah, we're starting it off. Deep Embrace, Strog versus Ranger. Pretty standard matchup, nothing out of the ordinary. Ruins of Sarnath, once again, seeing Slash. We've seen a lot of her today. Eisen once again comes out to play, but then no doubt the reason behind Ketchup's excitement is the fact that Sib is playing clutch on Awoken. Very few players even dare to play the robot at this high level of play. Razy, right, is known as the best clutch player in the world, and even he says that it is so risky to play the robot. You have to be flawless in your execution. So Sib, picking him straight off the bat, final map, that's gonna be one hell of a show.
Yeah, I mean, anything that goes outside of what we kind of expect and gives us a unique matchup is always going to be excited and welcome here on the week to QPL. So I think this is a statement, like you were saying, Ketchup. Sib's all about making them, and just through champion selection, he's kind of doing it here. I would imagine that Zeniku has some experience versus a clutch, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to be sitting back wondering how is that game 3 going to play out. But also, as far as the maps are concerned, kind of like what we've got here, I think it makes a lot of sense for both of these based off of the bands. But this should be a decent first featured match.
Well, on that note, I think, Flea, we're going to have to say goodbye to you for this matchup. You go have your dinner, mate, and have the best seat in the house as we jump into this matchup that we're about to see. So both of these players are readying up, and that's kind of why I've brought into it straight away. As soon as we're ready to go, they'll start the match, and we'll be jumping into this first map. But with it being Deep Embrace, Wheat, I'm interested by this first idea, because we're starting off on a map that has real possibility to be one-sided and extremely snowbally. So is that how we think this is going to go?
It's really going to come down to how each player handles essentially their anti-tilt mechanism, because that's right where this can go. A quick 6-7 frags, you're suddenly behind. Things can get a little nasty. Maybe you get too aggressive, right? And so that's something I think to look out for. Now, I still believe that Ranger is through and through one of the best picks you can have here on Deep Embrace. Just a lot of utility, but Strog has been like a popular sort of pick to combat that. So that first frag going to be really important, but look for the player who I think is able to just sort of control their temper a bit, because aggression is the thing that seems to really lose people matches on Deep Embrace.
I would be inclined to agree, because as we're now jumping into the first map in this first featured matchup of the day here, two very, very different players. You have Zeniku, who has forever been on this climb and on this grind, and then at the same time Sib, so eager to prove just his overall skill and his competitive spirit in the Pro League. We've been seeing him so much, and that's actually a really, really good start. Now, Sib did take considerable damage here, but able to recover, and wow, another rocket just like that. That's a pretty good start.
And, I mean, that's honestly where that aggression, right? I think Zeniku knew, okay, my opponent's pretty weak. I'm going to go in for it. But a rocket like that, and then a trade we're going to get. But that actually is going to work out pretty decently for Zeniku, I think. Off of the spawn, he is going to, not get the best position, I think. But he's back in this. It's only one frag. Great rail coming out here by Sib. That will stop Zeniku short just a little bit. Through the murder hole he goes, setting back up for Mega, but has got to be careful, as I do think Sib's the one with the rails, Zeniku without, so he's got to be keeping that in mind as these two battle it out here in the middle area.
Just trying not to give up too much of the map as these important items are about to spawn. In this case, Heavy's going to be up there. It will be Sib that takes it. Looking for this back-to-back rail as we have that 1v1 taking place. Now Zeniku, the combo, it comes out once more. Rocket into the rail. Can't get away from that one, especially if you get knocked into a certain way. And this is an element of Sib that we've always known about. When Sib's rail is on fire, that is where he becomes his most confident. That's when he becomes his most dangerous. It's all about the rail for him.
Absolutely, and he's showing it right here, using it to control, playing long-range shots, using it especially when his opponent doesn't have it. So a little bit of control there with the rail, and rail could be huge there. It's going to use the orb to kind of switch positions. It's a little risky going in for that, but as he saw only one of the health bubbles was there, he realized that that was probably not the greatest decision, but he's still up by 3. He tries to keep it on, but again, This is where Zeniku can take this and potentially bring it a lot closer. Only 2 frags separating these two, and 2 minutes in. I think we're going to have a pretty high-scoring game here, Ketchup.
Very much so. Both of these players not as really worried about just brawling when the chips are down. And I think with this delay between the 2 items, it feels like the fight could be almost non-stop. However, that's going to be the extra dynamic. Sib, it's 5 frags, and that was within less than 2.5 minutes, all things considered. What do you do when the shoe's on the other foot? You know, what do you do when things are not going your way? What if Zeniku now is able to keep the control that he's established on this map? There's still a giant delay between these items. He's way stacked, and he has every weapon he could possibly want. This is now where that versatility gets tested.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, it sucks to lose a 3-4 frag lead too. So you just have to know that that's the ebb and flow of Quake. But more importantly, on a map like Deep Embrace, that makes sense. Like, that's just kind of how it works out there. But Zeniku right now, I think, good control over that heavy. He's keeping his stack reasonably high and hitting these long-range rails Ketchup that are making huge, and a direct rocket through the murder hole gun to try to chase it down with the LG, and it is successful. Suddenly, this game that looked like Sib was just going to run away with in the first 90 seconds has been completely flipped on its head. We're now tied almost at the 4-minute mark, 5-5, and Zeniku has some pretty solid control.
Some would call that just deep embrace things, but I think on the other end of that, I think Zeniku must be fairly confident in himself that if a lead is taken versus Sib, that he's going to really, for a lack of a better term, out-Quake him, perhaps. You know, losing these fights is one thing. One of the major factors at play that led to that frag streak that Sib was working on was just, man just didn't miss a rail for almost 3 minutes. That's not the most reliable of things. You know, it can create some nice little situations, but that's not going to get you through an entire map, right? And I feel like that must be something that Zeniku was thinking about of, all I need to do really is get that one opportunity where I've got the map, I've got a good amount of stack, and then I can just keep that pressure on. You know, as long as I can tank those rails or whatever else Sib is trying to do. I mean, look, how often now is Sib just getting caught in no man's land here, and there's nowhere to go?
And that is that importance of knowing that Deep Embrace is a map where you can quickly go down by 4 or 5, but you've got to be able to claw it back, and you have the time to be able to do that. And Zeniku has clearly showed, okay, you know, I might have to give up a frag here, I might get a little aggressive, but the way he's controlling right now and kind of forcing Sib into where he wants, then hitting those rails, kind of limiting what he's got stack-wise, this is a good formula here for Zeniku. Now we're halfway through, still solid game, but I think on the flip side, Sib's asked himself, okay, what do I need to do to kind of pull it out? And I gotta say, Ketchup, like, Peeker's been huge for Zeniku in this matchup. Like, he's been getting, you know, 30, 45 damage here and there, and that makes a huge difference when it's not being answered back. There's another frag and a complete full stack yet again for Zeniku, and Zib's wondering, how do I actually get through this wall?
Feels a little bit like Zeniku is expecting the rail always as an option. Just how lightning fast he's cycling through this map, and how the moment he sees Sib, he's kind of pushing straight in. Like, we're almost completely ignoring the mid-range even, because if Sib's going to have a reliance perhaps on these ranged weapons, like the really ranged ones, like the rail, you're overwhelmed. Even if you hit, like the last frag that we saw, even if you hit a rail from that distance, Zeniku's probably still going to kill you, because you hit the rail, now what? Downtime, dead. And we've seen that a couple of times now, Wheat.
Yep. And I mean, give Zeniku some LG props too. He's had a couple of kills that have just been deadly pinpoint accuracy. And this 4-frag lead's starting to look more and more comfortable. As now Zeniku, you know, constantly on the chase. It's a different type of pressure Ketchup, isn't it? Right? Where it's like forcing Sib to run, and then that gives Zeniku like a great opportunity to chase with that LG, or potentially get that long range rail. Nice rocket. He's going to go through the teleporter. Gauntlet does come out. Actually, one hits, but that's not going to be enough. And even as low as Zeniku is, this is going to be a rough one. Once again, Peeker with a ton of damage, and even though Zeniku is hurting himself, picking up that heavy, there you go. Clean it up right there. Peeker is definitely getting an MVP medal this game.
I think it does a great job of just showing the resolve of Zeniku, how it was basically almost 5 frags down at the beginning of the map in, like I said, it's about 2.5 minutes, and it was entirely due to just rail after rail after rail. Zeniku is still getting hit by rails, he just doesn't give a damn because he's so stacked and he's in so much control, and he always knows that even if I get hit, I can retreat here, I can retreat there, I can fall back on this item. It's just the overall mind game, the game plan that's come through where the rail has become such a non-problem. And it's really not been that much time. There's been a fast adaptability here from Zeniku and really believing in what he wants to do. It's been impressive stuff.
There has seriously only been like 1 or 2 Peaker launches that haven't resulted in damage. Every other one has just made Sib scream a little bit. And once again, just like you were mentioning, Ketchup, going ahead and tanking those rails because you have the stack and you can do it. Following up that LG has been really effective. In fact, 11 frag effective, or 9 frag effective rather. But there we go. Sib finally with an orb, direct shot. It is going to give him a chance, but I don't think there's much he could do in this 90 seconds. And you got to go back and look, even though you can get that 5 frag lead early on, the real hard part is holding on to it, keeping control, and then matching that energy and that pacing throughout the game. Tough to do.
And in this map, looked like it was off to a fantastic start for Sib, but very quickly things just slipped through his fingers. And Zeniku just trying to build a much larger lead now if he can keep it. Sib's able to get a frag there, making it 7 on the side of him, but Zeniku has just done so much work. There is just mathematically nothing that can be done, so yep. An opportunity to just sort of keep your hands nice and warmed up, think about the next map. Ooh, that rocket was good.
Yeah,
and just what are we doing next, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely time to think about the next map. I think Zeniku on this one, right, aim clearly sort of on display here, catch up. But really the thing that is most impressive to me about Zeniku in this match is the 5 frag lead that Sib had and how quickly he was able to kind of bring that back. But then the sheer amount of control he had over all the major items there for probably a solid 4 or 5 minutes. That's where this 16-17 score came from. Peaker played a huge part of that. And it's a solid victory for Zeniku.
One that he can feel good about, but the job's not done. There's still 2 more maps left to go. Just kind of looking at these end game stats, and Zeniku had just over 1,000 more damage, considerably more items too. Just the overall game of Quake was much more in the hands of Zeniku there, which is an unusual development. Not necessarily because of Zeniku, obviously, but I mean that it's kind of what we've been talking about. The start of this map was very one-sided to Sib. He just racked up those frags over and over and over again. But it was that moment of control, the moment Zeniku started to just have the whole map to himself, and he's cycling these items, and he's keeping himself stacked up, and he's hitting all the shots. It was a night and day. It was like a light switch. It was such a different map.
It's funny because watching these first 4 frags that we're seeing right now, they were great from Sib. Like, he had a real solid 2-minute start, all kind of with that beginning orb to kind of reposition into the frag. That trade, he was still able to kind of recover off of that one. But again, once Zeniku kind of found the groove there, felt like he knew what Sib's game plan was, he was able to turn that around. But yeah, looking at the highlights, an impressive first 4 frags coming out there by Sib. But Zeniku, as you mentioned, the damage, just too much.
Being able to match the ferocity of the aim, like, that's such an important factor that we see time and time again. You fight people that are hitting these unbelievable shots, but if you're able to play a smart game of Quake and you can at least keep up with the aim, it's quite a benefit to have. Now, looks like both our players are readying up. We're going to be jumping into our second map here, the Ruins of Sarnath, and it's going to be medium versus light. Sib's going to be rocking the ice in here, Slash on the side of Zeniku, and we have seen time and time again how useful crouch slide can be at this level of play on a map like Ruins. But once again, I'm curious, because this is a very rail-heavy map. And it's something that some of Sib's most dominant maps I've seen in memory have come from this kind of map, where it's about the long range. Just if you're in your groove and the rails just pile up, you're laughing. Is that going to work here? I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, this is where suddenly consecutive rails can just be frags easy. So, right, the big thing will be, for me, is if we see some level of control by Zeniku, and then what is Sib trying to do to bring that back, right? Like, will the turret allow him to open up opportunities, especially if he gets some early control? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But, yeah, Sib's rails on, and he probably has a little bit easier time here versus Zeniku, or at least can kind of match him toe-to-toe a bit.
You are just going to inherently have that advantage. You get a frag on your opponent who's a light, they spawn, they've got no armor. All it takes is one single rail to put them in a horrendous situation. Now there's the information gathered there from Sib. The reason the turret was even dropped in the first place is I want to find out where you are. And now with it being a rather careful beginning, as it always is, the next set of items, that's often where that first fight can break out. We start off with the I take one, you take one, and then we change things rather quickly. Now it's going to be Mega first, Zeniku. Opting to get a little bit more ammo here too, actually. And I like this approach from Zeniku. He's not going to do anything risky. He's not going to try and rocket jump up there and maybe take the Mega.
Yeah.
He's just going to play it nice and careful first.
Was kind of interesting how neither of them fired rails in that first exchange down below, but hold on, we've got a nice rocket hit. Going to try to convert this with the LG, and Zeniku just smelled blood ketchup. He knew that it was an appropriate time to strike. Now it is going to allow Sib to sneak in there and grab that Mega, disrupting Zeniku's plan a little bit, but that was a solid decision tree there by Zeniku. He knew he opened an opportunity and just went for it. Now waiting for him outside the teleporter. One rail, and that might do what needs to be done, but he'll just actually back off on that and take the fight another day.
I think there's just something about that fight that Zeniku was able to win that resulted in the frag. There was just something about the weapon choice. We sort of keep a keen eye on it, but it just feels like Zeniku sort of more consistently has the right tool for the job, At the right range, he's got the right weapon, he's just dishing out way more damage, there's less scope for things to miss and for things to go wrong. However, in this instance, Zeniku didn't even bring attention to it, but yeah, that rail to secure frag 2 was delicious.
Yeah, he said a couple more real nice ones there too, and I'm not sure if I really agree with Sib's falling down there for that second rail that resulted in a frag. I think he knew Zeniku had to have been there. Down below, going to pick up that heavy. Trail does come out. Not going to really do anything, but it is going to make Sib go, okay, I don't want any piece of that. So 2-0 though, 2.5 minutes in. So far, Zeniku, good control. Nice tri-bolt right there.
Fantastic.
Good rail. I mean, just making solid choices, and I like his positioning a lot. He's allowing himself full freedom for both of these major items, and getting these frags where he can.
Consistently stuck on the back foot for Sib so far. It's going to be rather overwhelming, I think, when you have a champion that's as lightning fast as Flash is, and then you have someone like Zeniku who's just hitting these shots time after time after time. Sib, what do you do to recover with? Looking for some of those ranged rails, perhaps. Does not manage to hit the shot before, and it has been, excuse me. Yeah, these rail shots. Finally lands one, though. Really, really good stuff to finally get one. Only 23% on the rail for Sib so far, and that is just not what you're after when it's one of your main weapons.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at Zeniku's last frag, he completely ignored the turret. It was just like, I hit you, I know that I can get the frag, and he did. He almost paid for it as he came back in that room and realized, oh yeah, I forgot to take care of you. But he's still holding his own, right? No armor, still hitting a lot of shots, timing looking really good, not really leaving himself open to any visible opportunity for Sib, which is kind of interesting, and I think something that you can do with Slash a little little bit better. Like a character champion like Ison, but 4 minutes in, Zeniku unanswered from Sib in terms of frags. This tribal damage is just got to be incredibly annoying. The moment you do get a stack, suddenly you're just like, well, now I can't fight again.
And it feels like it's just coming down to good knowledge and prediction of how Sib is pushing forward, how he's advancing. Even down to that first tri-bolt, you know, he well aware that Sib's more than likely to grab the ledge. So tri-bolt in a lower position, boom, get the damage. One of many small things happening right now though, but with how weak Zeniku is, he's not going to be able to overstay his welcome, that's for sure. An aggressive Sib pushes forward, Zeniku dropping down as fast as possible to make it as hard as possible to land a shot.
Gosh, I mean, we just saw in the last 20 seconds how crouch sliding can be so beneficial to Zeniku in this matchup versus Sib. And he hasn't been full on, right? He's not necessarily like, I have a need for speed, catch up, I gotta go. But when he needs to, he's using it, quickly dispatching the turret, just sort of like staying outside of the view of Sib. Sib does finally catch a pixel of Zeniku and lands a very, very nice shot. Once again, turret dispatched from the lower area, and Zeniku's going to kind of wait for this one, but knows that there's a little bit of risk involved, so he is actually going to go ahead, grab that light armor, and allow Sib to take that. First time that we've seen Sib really stacked here in this matchup.
But not a situation that he can take advantage of right now, as Zeniku is using that mobility to reposition constantly. And by doing so, Sib's not really able to establish anything. Now, we have got 4 minutes. That's a long time for this map to continue. But it reaches a point where you need to look at the mobility. And that is something that Slash and Ison couldn't be more different in. Slash is going to have the speed and the maneuverability. And Ison's going to have none of it. So if Zeniku can just keep himself healthy and hit these defending shots, ones that make it harder for Sib to even do anything, second we hit that extra minute, maybe a minute and a half, Zeniku can completely transform the game plan. Look at these rails. That is just going to frustrate. It's going to frustrate you. It could possibly tilt you. And you got to keep your head in the game to bring this one forward. But Zeniku is making that easier said than done by the looks of things.
Yeah, and then, there's a nice rocket there. Cannot be followed up. Zeniku's still getting that frag. And, you know, catch up at this point, I'm starting to get nervous because if I'm here and I'm down by 4 versus a Slash, and I think about just, you know, how much it's going to suck to have to try to chase after my opponent for these frags, that suddenly you start to feel real bad. So less than 3 minutes to go. Zeniku's 4 frag lead might not seem like a huge amount, but with every second that ticks down, with this speed versus the lack thereof, it becomes very daunting.
And that's it. You get hit by one shot, Zeniku can disengage. Now, Rail is still going to be a threat here. Even if it doesn't one-shot you, you're going to be... a gust of wind will take you out at that point. But it's all wasting time, and that's going to be the #1 goal. The plasma trail, even better for such things. Sib did have to wait a split second to drop down there, which allowed Zeniku to position himself in a really, really obnoxious way. And this whole sequence has taken about 2 minutes. And now 2 minutes left on the clock. Zeniku continuing to hit these shots, continuing to frustrate and stall things out. It's gonna be a miracle if Sib can bring this one back. Because even if you get a frag here, Zeniku can still run away from you for 2 minutes. That's it. That's a GG right there.
Yeah, there's no miracle. There's nothing.
Only pain.
I don't know. Whatever's above a miracle, not even that can happen right now. Catch up. 90 seconds left, and it's just not going to happen. And, you know, I mean, Sib needed to be hitting more rails, but a part of Zeniku's game plan was to clearly, continuously try to put himself in spots where he could land the shot, but it would be very, very difficult for Sib to do. You know, Sib was hitting those rails and then was able to move in, maybe using the turret a little bit more in that capacity. Instead, you know, Zeniku has almost unlocked the pattern that Sib has been dropping his turret. Like it's been almost downstairs most of the time. He knows exactly where it is. He's coming in. He's looking for it. He's getting rid of it. I mean, what has it done this matchup? Not really anything. And with less than a minute to go, this is going to be it. Zeniku, you know, impressive 5-0 showing, but the shutout is probably the really impressive part about it.
The shutout was the magical word for this map, honestly. I'm looking at these endgame stats, and when it comes to the heavy items and the amount of what you would say was control, it was kind of split down the middle. The items weren't a major factor. It was just Zeniku's ability to keep Sib at arm's reach the entire time. And the mobility alone, the mobility combined with just the rate at which Sib could land those really important Zeniku, sorry, could hit those really important shots. He was in control, not from an item standpoint, but from just leading the charge standpoint. He was just dictating the entire pace, and it was pretty much that for the entire 10 minutes. A frustrating way to lose, though. That's the kind of match that you can't catch someone, you can't hit someone. You almost feel like, what am I doing here? This is meant to be a 2-player game, and I'm playing 1-player games.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but a lot of that had to come down to the champion matchup on that one. I think that allowed, you know, it was like a warm blanket for Zeniku. He's like, I'm not real. This turret is not going to be that bad for me to deal with. As long as I'm playing my game, as long as I'm hitting my shots, you know, I've got trail as backup, but I've also just got like speed and mobility. He took that warm comfort zone and really just let himself play the game he needed to. It meant all of the burden really was up there on Sib for the entire matchup. And yeah, he hit a couple of shots there and had a few minor openings, but was never really able to find his comfort level in that one. So, you know, that one was kind of over from the beginning, I think. That was a rough go for sure.
Now, I'm really trying to think about this one because I can see the map that's in front of us and I can see the two champions that have been put before us.
Yeah.
Doomslayer for Zeniku, it's Awoken for the map, and it's the Clutch for Sib. Now, I love Clutch. I make no mystery of that. I think a lot of people enjoy watching Clutch. Maybe not necessarily fighting Clutch. It depends. Depends on who you talk to. But Clutch is one of, if not, the hardest champion to win with at this level, surely. Because, yes, you have the mobility. Yes, you have the wall. You're also the size of a small car.
Right.
So there's no... Zeniku's hitting some great shots anyway. He's not missing you here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to this one's going to play out, right? And that actually makes it one of the reasons why it's exciting and all this. So I have to imagine, like, giving the benefit of the doubt, Sib's been working on movement, right? Like, you're going to be having a real bad time if you're not familiar with that. You just jump into a match, especially versus an opponent like Zeniku. So let's just assume, right, that he's going to be able to do that. Then it's really going to come down to, right, how am I managing my shield? When am I using it? And then, you know, to the point, like, I think he has to be aggressive here. I think he needs to be thinking about my windows of opportunity to be aggressive are. I think it'll play to Sib's style, and I think he could set him up, you know, for a potential victory, but we'll have to see.
Well, I have to see is going to be the right word here because I can already see Sib, you know, it's that instant just air dash movement. And to give Sib his credit, we're not seeing it on stream right now, of course. We're looking at it through Zeniku's point of view. But Sib's execution on Clutch has always been phenomenal. I think it's one of the reasons that Sib does like using the champion because he is one of those players that can pull it off.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, I am watching a little bit through Sib's eyes, and I think exactly. Well, there's his fourth nice rail. So he's hitting those shots that he needs to hit. I think he's being a little aggressive here. He seems to be pretty comfortable with the movement, but right now he's got that stack advantage. He's definitely trying to control that middle area. He did pop his shield when his opponent went for that heavy. It happened yet again. Lands a nice rail and another one for the first frag. So this is what we were talking about, Ketchup, is that if you're going to be playing a character like Clutch, first be comfortable with that movement, but also I think you got to turn up the aggression just a little bit. Now, that shield doesn't do a whole lot for Sib right there, but it does allow him to continue to control that middle area. Is he going to go down and try to attack this heavy armor?
No, Sib's going to be controlling that middle point of the map so far. One of the classic maneuvers really on Awoken. And I think just trying to keep yourself as hidden as possible, really, all things considered. But ammo department not looking super amazing. And the aggressive push,
Ooh.
That will just be a quick deletion on the side of Xenoku. What's that going to result in? That's the question. Oh, knew a million years ago that teleporter was going to get used right there. And Xenoku with a wonderful read. Takes a lot of damage, mind you. He doesn't have a lot of health. But there's the Berserk, the escape.
Going for that mega. Shield is going to be popped. Caught him out here in Banana. And we'll be able to tie this one back up. Is hurting pretty badly, though. Last time we went in this room, he got caught with his pants down. This time he is able to get out. Still a long time before that mega. So going to try to get back into the middle area and see if he cannot get his stack back up here. It's looking pretty good, but again, closed it out to tie it back up. Big rocket bounce, but Xenoku with the LG, nicely done. Just playing his game and not necessarily letting Sib get ultra aggressive here. But I think that Sib is earning those frags when he is making good decisions and being aggressive at the same time.
One of the scary factors of fighting a champion like Clutch, especially in the hands of someone that can execute like Sib can, is that there's never a moment's peace. And that's something that Xenoku is going to have to be acutely aware of, and no doubt he is. That's why he's keeping up with the pace of it. This champion is going to spawn with stack. He's going to have mobility no matter what. He can go wherever he wants, and especially when he spawns with the wall, there's always an opportunity for him to push and do something scary. So you've always got to be ready for that. Xenoku doing a wonderful job of doing just that so far. And there's the wall. Is it going to save his skin, or is it going to delay the inevitable?
That rocket came dangerously close to it. He's going to go into aggressive once again. LG out, and he ties it back up. Nicely done. Let's point out that Sib is shooting a 71% rail, 10 of 14 shots hit. And that is making a huge difference here in this matchup. Nice double jump to avoid that rail there. And I don't think Xenoku is going to chase on that one. No need to. There's still a lot of time left in this matchup. And you do need to be careful. You got to respect the beef of the Clutch and kind of what he can bring to the table here. And I think Xenoku's doing that. He's just looking for his way. Like, how am I clawing this back end? Gets dropped down in the corner. Shield does come out, and it couldn't have been a better time catch-up, as it absolutely helps Sib secure that fourth frag.
Now, there's a lot more of this map left to go, but that's what we like to see. Shield wall when you need to pop it. Get that recovery just a little bit faster. Pop in the drill, get rid of it. And there you go, we can move on to the next fight. And there will be many more. It's the nature of Clutch. Nice predictive spam there, thanks to... Oh, and there you go. There's the combo again. Just having the drill as that extra little bit of damage. An LG on tap, even without having an LG ready to rock. Sib is making this one work for now, but he's definitely refraggable. Wow, that was a lovely shot on the rail.
I mean, that's exactly the kind of shot he needs in those times when he's, in the danger zone, because Zeniku has to kind of force his way out. With the 3-frag deficit now, suddenly things have changed a lot here. Sib's aggressiveness kind of gets a, like, you know, +5 to its rolls here when you're down by 3. He can take a couple of risks that he probably normally wouldn't have taken when it was tied up 3-3. So we're still just halfway through this game, but Sib has some clear control now, and a lot of the reason why is because he's hitting those real nice rails both offensively and defensively.
Now Sib, he's going to be standing true to his control on this map so far, and even then, it's a lot of the predictive placements have been good from Sib. The rocket placement, even the nail guns. A lot of this has just been highly beneficial. Maximize that damage kind of wherever you can get it. You understand in every fight, you're going to take max damage. You're the easiest champion in the game to hit, bar none. And that Zeniku flying around the corner. And hang on a minute. Potential comeback here, Wheat?
I mean, Zeniku just kind of chipped away and chipped away and chipped away and chipped away. I do think, like, he wasn't able to convert off of that last frag, so there's no kind of, you know, read the spawns and pick up another one to make it a 1-point game. So I feel like he's just going to have to open up with a nice rail, maybe try to bait out the shield in some sort of engagement. But that's it's a tall order. So is a comeback possible? I mean, we just watched Zeniku play absolutely fantastic the last 2 games, like 100%. But I think Sib is in his comfort blanket now, this matchup here on Clutch.
Now, didn't quite manage to get as much damage as he wanted. He kind of took what he could get there with the rail into drill combo. Again, it's all about optimization with this kind of champion. You have to squeeze damage wherever you can get it. Looking for more tri-bolt? Nah. Happy to wait and see first. And this could be where the gear shift takes place. Actually might not be an option.
There you go.
There's the rail. Zeniku picks up one more and only needs one to tie things up. And from then, who knows?
And that's what he needs. He needs those rails that open up opportunities. Zeniku also taking away that light, which will help him out here, preventing Sib from getting a super full stack now. Sib does have his shield up, but seems to be playing a little bit more conservatively with that shield here in the second half of the game than he was in the first half. And maybe that's just because Zeniku has kind of brought it back, and he's looking for that sweet, sweet, perfect opportunity. Zeniku with the jump up. I think he kind of tried to decoy his opponent there a little bit, and looks like there was going to be a fight over this Heavy, but instead going through the teleporter. Heavy is up now. A failed rocket jump in some regard. Goes ahead and pops the rage, getting on through. Will not get Heavy. That is going to give it to Sib. And now a minute and a half remaining. 1 frag separating these two. It's certainly possible. What is going to happen here? LG battle in the Mega Room, and Zeniku ties it up. That was it, right? He didn't have shield, and so that was LG versus LG, and Zeniku won that one.
The second you take an LG fight as a Clutch without shield, you are very afraid, and it's not a fun experience to be a part of, but it is going to allow Zeniku to even things up. And really, where is Zeniku going to go from here? Because he's kind of been shown throughout the series, he does tend to have a bit more composure here. And this is a scary situation. You're against an unorthodox champion on a map that Clutch is quite good on. And we have seen the results kind of speak for themselves there, but you know, this is less anything else Quake related. This is pure matchup material. And this is a player that likes Clutch. Clutch is a champion that's very uncommon. How does this matchup go? We have to play this matchup perfectly in 30 seconds or beyond.
Yep, it might go beyond here, because Zeniku's not just going to take a fight so easily, especially into the shield. Now, I think maybe Sib got a little comfortable with those LG frags he was picking up, and that's why he might have chosen to take that battle, LG versus LG, but without the shield, that did not work out. So he might be a little bit more careful now. Okay, Sib opens up with the rail. Zeniku picking up a light. LG does come out. Oh my God, yes! us a perfect rail to finish it off. I don't think Sib could have asked for a better ending to that particular game. There was nothing that Zenecu could have done at that point. And I think getting hit with that first rail and that opening salvo as we went into the overtime, wow.
That's one way to finish a series, and I'm here for it. But yeah, that's the kind of map that I feel is always going to be maybe an ace in the hole, or at least an element that Sib can look back on and just feel, I've got this side of my game plan. What I mean by that is I have an unorthodox pick on maps that the champion can work very well in. I clearly can play this champion well enough. You know, Sib has always been one of the more consistent top-level clutch players in the scene, and we've seen that historically. That this is always going to be something you can pull out. If they do not ban the clutch, if they do not ban something else, who knows? It's an element of unpredictability that you can pull in this setting, and if they're not ready for it, or they think they can take it anyway, it's something that goes completely beyond anything else. Like, this is such a unique example that having this tool seems to be quite useful.
Yep. Let's bring Flea back in and see what he thought of that matchup. You know, if you would have just guessed what would happen in Game 3 based on the first two games, you'd probably think this will look like a 3-0 here for Zenecu. But we see the clutch come out with the clutch for Sib there in map number 3. Flea, what'd you think of that one?
Good series, very enjoyable watch. I thought map 1, right? Pretty overwhelming victory for Zenecu. He was just dominating Sib from basically the start till the finish. I think, Reed, you pointed it out yourself. The use of that peeker was so good. Every single time that Zenecu used it, he got himself information. He was annoying. He dealt damage. And meanwhile, Sib really didn't get that much utility out of his Ranger. Then map 2, kind of the same, a little less of the swords, but still, Zenecu, once he got that lead, Slash is so fast on ruins. And when you're playing Ison and all you have is the turret, yeah, he's just gonna, the moment that he has 2 or 3 frags ahead of you, he's just gonna run circles around you for the next of the map. And Sib, I feel, was perhaps a little basic when it came down to the turret, just almost randomly throwing it out of desperation, right? Like, I get into a fight, now I'm throwing the turret, and by the time that the turret hits the floor, Zenecu is already 2 rooms over, right? So, a little too slow on the turret, I felt. And then map 3, that is where I felt Sib came to life, right? He got the clutch. Yeah. Finally, we get to see the clutch get some action. Some questionable fights here and there, right? Like that one LG fight where he probably was just feeling the momentum and just took the fight without the shield. But overall, that was some impressive clutch play. Movement was on point. Decision making was nice. The ability came out at the right time. Aim, that final shot, so good. So very entertaining series. Good showing by Sib, but a deserved victory for Zen.
I'm just really happy to see that element of creativity come out to play. There's still very much room for it. There's a place for it. And as I said before, I think it's got to be maybe a little reassuring to players that if they have this thing that most people don't really get to play against all that often, and if it makes it through the picks and bans, it could very much be a different story. Now, I do believe we are trying to set up an interview with our winner. So as soon as we know more about that, as soon as we know, which I've just been told, in a couple of minutes we'll be ready to rock. Lovely. I haven't done one of these in a hot minute, so it'd be nice to have a chit chat with some of these players and really kind of just pick Zenecu's brains a little bit about that series, because it was a good series overall. And just to sort of rewind and I guess talk about Zenecu in general, this is exactly the kind of points that we made right at the beginning. This doesn't feel like the same player that we started with at this point, dawning on 2 years ago.
Yeah. Zeneku's also been streaming a lot, and I've seen it. both in the chat during the last couple weeks of QPL, and also I've kind of lurked a few times as well. But people are consistently saying like, "Damn, Zeneku, you're looking good. Damn, you're looking good," which I'm sure not only feels great, but is really reflected on just how much he's playing, how much work he's putting into it. He's constantly doing scrims versus some of the best that are in the pro league. So I'm really not surprised, right? Every time we've had the chance to interview Zeneku, you can tell he's got that one quality that a lot of Quake players have. They hate to lose, right? So I think Zeneku is just like I don't know. He just summons whatever he needs to say, I'm putting in this work, I need to improve on this part, and he seems to be pretty consistent in doing that because he's taken steps up those stairs to Quake greatness, and he's getting closer and closer to the top. So I think he's really exciting to watch. So shout out to him.
It's just a wonderful inspiration to me. Really looking at the progression a player can have, and if they're dedicated enough, and clearly the passion's there in droves, you're always able to take things to the next step, the next layer. You would look at some of the players that we have in Pro League, and Zeneku's kind of entry going from challengers into that first stage of Pro League. It was a rough time. It was an extremely rough time. And then we fast forward about 2 years, and it's like the world-class level of play. That was born through discipline, passion, and just a keen enthusiasm for everything Quake-related. Clearly enjoyed the grind, the rewarding nature of just getting better and better and better. And now here we are, seen to be one of the best players out there, and the kind of player if someone has in bracket, they tend to feel a bit nervous about it. That's kind of wild to me.
It sure is. Now Zeneku off to an excellent start, beating Avik last week. Now this time around taking down Sip, right? Undefeated so far. Not flawlessly, so he's not topping the scoreboard because he did drop a map in both of these series, but still, Zeneku coming out fierce rather. Top 8 at the finals, 6th place overall in previous season. I think he's hoping to even do better than that and to improve his performance even further.
Yeah, and we're still super early, right? This is week 2. Some players are kind of going to be easing into it a little bit. Others have been dumping all of their effort in, full time, and we're going to have to just see exactly how it'll play out. Because week 2, there's still a lot of Quake weeks left to go.
Well, how's that for timing? I've just been told that we have our interview ready to go, and it's the man himself, man of the hour. Hello, Zeneku. How's it going, mate? Good to see you again.
I'm doing catch up. How you going?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. Tired, but that's entirely my fault. So you're just off the back of a really nice little win here. I know that ultimately everyone's always striving for like those clean sweeps all the time. But I think we still have a lot to sort of digest and chat about from your series here with Sib. I think I'll start. That first map, just trying to get into the mind of Zeneku, right? How it was less than 2.5 minutes, was already 5 frags down. The rails just sort of refused to miss, right? And then you kind of stick true to what you were doing to the point where you were eventually able to just face tank rails. You didn't really care at all. You were keeping it nice and ferocious and fast, and you're hitting everything. What was running through your mind, like game plan wise, in that first map? Because that was a lightning fast turnaround.
Yeah, I think. Just how can I say? Just as my normal style is to kind of run the items and just kind of make good decisions as things go on. But I think after the first frag where, I don't know, I think I had like 175, 100, and he had like 100 HP and he still kills me. But that's kind of just Ranger things. But how can I say? Yeah, I think just sticking in it. And then once how can I say? If the other player is like not able to stop you in particular moments in the game and you keep running the items, it's like very hard for him to kind of do anything. So I think once I found that moment, then I could just kind of sweep the kills after that.
Okay, well, Ketchup got to ask you about the first map, so I'll ask about the last one. In particular, those final few minutes, right? There was a moment where Sip had a pretty significant lead over you. Then you mount a comeback. In the end, it's a tight game. It comes down to one frag. So do you think you could just walk us through those final few minutes from your perspective?
I think it's a bit unfortunate because I feel like that matchup it should be a little bit more even there. But it comes down to like really critical moments. Like I think where he started to get the lead was, I think I was on the Mega and he kills me and it like spawns like a second later. And especially against a clutch with reduced damage, you kind of need to have as much stack as you possibly can while fighting it. And there was one moment at the very end, I think like I did a rocket to rail and then he got back to T position. And I just felt like both items were going to spawn at the same time. And I knew if he kind of got like a good connection there, like if he just started hitting me and like I don't get position well, then I just lose the game instantly. So I backed off, but then unfortunately I think he just started connecting a few rails, and then obviously the ring out at the end is kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is, I guess.
Awesome. Zeneca, congratulations. Hey, I want to ask you this, right? Like take a step back at kind of your entire career here in QPL. And, we've seen you practice. We've seen you travel to have consistent practice partners. We've seen you talk about your mindset. We've seen you talk about so many different things that you've done. And clearly, the Zenecu of Season 4 is one of the best Zenecus that we've seen. So in the last couple years, what do you think the biggest change has been for you, or the biggest thing that has gotten you here? Is it just putting in the time, the practice, the reps? Is it the mindset? Is it something else? Is it I'm eating better? I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on that.
I think really it's a culmination of just like making good life choices, like as the years go on, and I think you're absolutely right where it's about like, it's putting in the practice, it's doing the mindset. But I think like in the very beginning where you're using your, like developing your foundation, it's about getting the reps, getting the references. But I found that like in this last little bit, I mean, I'm not sure if I could really say that I'm there or not, but like, where you get to that top echelon of people who can actually win a championship, it really is about mindset, because to access like the full extent of your capability is all about how you perceive certain events in the game, and to make sure that you're always playing your optimal. So I'll be honest, like I don't want to get all religious on you, but truly, like I started to study the Bible more recently, and like some of the things in there are actually quite how can I say, like in terms of how to perceive events and like the way that I've interacted with the game has really like completely changed how I like perceive the game and how I even perceive practice, because how can I say, one of the big things about like my lifestyle is like I'm like, yeah, just keep practicing, and practicing is all, that's all you need to do. But ultimately it's that you need to be like, how do I say, calming yourself that you've put all the effort in and now it's time to reap the reward. Whereas before I was kind of like, play as many games as possible, and then when I was doing that I would like get to the server and be so nervous because I'd have this expectation. But the expectation completely kills the magic. Like it's the whole point of being able to play and enjoy the game. So
awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for that answer. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, mate. It was great having you.
Yeah.
So, and then there was one left. One more match, and then we'll be concluding this week's competition. It's going to be Rafa versus Toxic. Two legends and two absolute fan favourites. But you know the drill by now. We're going to go for one final break. So I'll see you in a few minutes' time. Myself, Flea, and DJ Wheat will be back with our final matchup of the day. I don't know about you folks, but I think it's time to finish the job. We're going to be finishing the night with Rafa versus Toxic, two legendary names and men that need no introduction whatsoever. But guess what? We're still going to give them introductions. My name's Ketchup, joined by Flea, DJ Wheat. DJ Wheat, Rafa, tell me about him.
He was not able to play last week, during the broadcast. So one thing you should know about Rafa, who, again, I think probably doesn't need a huge introduction. He is one of the Quake gods. He is a championship winner. He has been, played and been a champion in multiple Quake titles. But this is going to be kind of his debut. Yes, he's already played. Yes, there's results. But in terms of what we get to see, so there's a little bit of special aspects, I guess, to this matchup. But Rafa's a player who's been consistent. He has put in the work. He is known as like one of the modern day Quake greats and continues to be.
On the flip side of that, Flea. What?
Yeah,
you know what? Dude, you were already going, Ray, you take it.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, no. On the other hand, we've got Toxic, of course, right? I figured I'd just jump right in. So Toxic, no slouch either. A man who has been around for years and who has played in many iterations of Quake himself. Now, we haven't gotten to enjoy him in the previous season of the Quake Pro League. He dropped out, I believe, in the beginning of Season 2, rather, so we've had to miss him for well over a year by now, and a lot of people are very excited for his return.
And honestly, I am absolutely among them. He's the kind of player that... There's very few players, and to be honest, the same can be said for Rafa. There's very few players that have this element of just sheer uniqueness. And I think that's one of the things that's always celebrated about Quake is so many players at this level of play, they have their own identity, their own things that make them tick at a high level, whether it's Rafa and just being possibly the most calculated Quake player of all time, whether it's Tox, who's just a robot, really. There's not much human in there. Yeah. It's just a cyborg, It's just down to pure mechanical skill, and it's you can't even program a computer to do that. Love that kind of stuff, but when it all comes together, it's when these styles clash that makes for such a wonderful experience. Now, we are going to bring up the picks and bans. We'll have a chat about what kind of maps we're going to be looking at, and it's going to be, all three of them in the same realm. Deep Embrace, Ruins of Sarnath, and then Awoken to finish the job. Let's have a chat about this, Flea. What do you think?
Let's see. Starting off on Deep Embrace, we're gonna see the Doomslayer versus the Strog. Pretty standard. I love that Rafa, of course, banned Slash of the get-go, because who is better at the crouch sliding champions than Toxic? The man dominated Quake 4, and it's that game that the crouch sliding mechanic really originated from. Map 2 then, Ruins of Sarnath, Ranger versus Eisen. No real fast movement champions, which is quite unusual for Ruins. Typically, that's where you see, the Anarchies, you see a Scale, a Sorlag, plenty of the faster champions, Strog maybe, that come out to play, but this time around, two rather basic champions. And then lastly, on Awoken, we're getting to see Athena. We've seen quite a bit of her today. On this map even, versus DBJ, so that dual wield coming out on Tox's end.
Yeah, so we're actually repeating the exact same map order that we had in the previous game. So it's a double-double here. But yeah, obviously the champions are a lot different. The one thing I think I would say about this matchup is that you mentioned sort of the cyborgness of Toxic, and one of the reasons he was given that label, that moniker, was because his aim has always been kind of unreal. Only a robot can have LG that great. I mean, I remember just watching people's jaws drop in the Quake 4 era. It's just like, how is he so good, right, with this weapon? I think the one thing that will be really interesting and I'll be watching for is that you've got two people that have historically a ton of success in the world of Quake. I would say that Rafa has been able to keep his skills honed as much as possible, right? So that puts Toxic in this really interesting position of, like, he's got the aim. You've still got to hone it and practice it, but it's like riding a bike. He always seems to come back to it. I think it's everything else that Toxic has struggled with is like putting that time in. Here's a new map, learning all the angles, learning all the peaks, learning all the corners, balancing that with the champion. So I'll be curious to see now that he's back in it. Are we gonna have, has he put that time and effort in, and maybe that's less frustrating. But in terms of two Quake champions, this is the kind of matchup that we dream of, right?
We kind of talked about this earlier today when it was Nosfa versus Sirius, is that as incredible as AIM can be, when you look at someone like Tox, when you look at someone like Sirius, it's still very much just one part of the meta. There's many layers to that, and those layers are something that Rafa has slowly but surely mastered over the years. And he's been there, done that, and he's played them all. It doesn't matter what player he's gone up against. He's gone up against the world's most defensive players, the world's most aggressive players, the world's best aimers. And Rafa has always found a way to conquer those play styles. And I think that's why, look, as much as I'm a Tox fan, I love Tox to bits, I feel like prediction-wise, it still really has to go to Rafa, because if there's any player out there that's going to be ready for Tox, ready for something that would otherwise overwhelm players, Rafa's the player that you'd bet. But I can see both players here actually readying up and getting ready to go. So I'll say goodbye to you, and I'll leave you with Flea and Wheat. Have a good time.
You on the other side. Yeah. What up, Flea? Hope everything's
Sup,
good on
Wheat?
your end.
Sure is. It's been far too long since we
doing
got
good?
to class together. Oh,
It
hell
has. It has. Awesome. So, as Ketchup was saying, who knows, right, what is going to happen. I have a pretty good idea, right? Like, I think Rafa has obviously the ability to walk away with a 3-0. I think the one thing Rafa has to do is he has to just respect the fact that Toxic is never, ever, ever, regardless of what shape he is in, going to be a pushover. Right. And that would be, I think, the one major mistake that Rafa could make in this. Just kind of be like, he's Toxic. He's a world-class champion. But, is he playing as much as I am? Is he putting into I had a whole season up on him that I got to play in advance and work through all the things. So, right, if Rafa's going to lose, it's going to be on him.
I agree. Yeah, I think that he should have this in the bag. Toxic, right? He's kind of rusty. We saw him play against Nosfa last week, put in a decent performance, but not of the level, not as convincing for us to say, okay, he can actually take down Rafa. Of course, it's always a possibility, but it's not one that I think many people would be betting on. Rafa, one of the absolute greatest of all time. He has been grinding. He has been so consistent. And I just don't know if Toxic can bring the same discipline to the table. One of the biggest issues that Toxic had back when he was still in the Pro League, or when he was in the Pro League before, was being too aggressive, throwing too many frags after an opponent, hoping to refrag and get back into control, and ultimately leaving behind way too much of a scoreline to catch up. So I'm hoping that Toxic approaches this perhaps a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah, I completely agree on that. And speaking of conservative approaches, I would say that even Rafa is starting things off slower than sometimes in which he does. But we've also seen this from Rafa too, right? He'll start a little slow in that first game, kind of feel his opponent out. There's a big direct rocket. Is he going to follow up with another one? Doesn't really have a whole lot, but flips around with the rail to get the first frag. And if things started slow, they might pick up from here, Flea. It was a little quiet there on the front, but a quick turnaround frag there for Rafa.
Some rails being exchanged. Toxic holding his own nicely. But it's Rafa who's in position for the heavy, and there's a nice delay between the items. I like what Toxic did. Realized that he had no business sticking around and immediately just made a move to get himself the LG, but he's so weak, so tender already. Rafa looking for the kill shot, won't be able to get it, but that's fine. That's just the way Rafa plays the game. He's completely comfortable letting someone get away with like 75 points of health if it allows him to continue rotating the major items, get full control, and he'll find the frag eventually.
What a rocket through that little board right there. I wasn't able to follow up with the rail. That would have been pretty sweet, but That's not what happened. I do see quite a few comments about Rafa's beard as he's sporting this season, and I'm surprised I haven't seen anyone say that he kind of looks like Team Liquid's John Wick. So just throwing that out there for everyone. But Rafa with the full stack 1-up, 2 minutes in, looking really comfortable right now. I don't think that Tox is, he's playing. I think the game that he probably needs to play versus Rafa, of course, as I say that, a triple tri-bolt hits all 3 of those and then follow up with that shotgun. That's going to be a quick 2-0 deletion there. LG once again for the 3. And this is where I think, okay, things can get kind of dangerous here for Toxic. You really got to, hold back, grab a rail, try to hit that shot, open up, maybe get some peeker damage. But has to be really careful about just going into a fight immediately after a frag like that.
This is a pretty concerning opening for Tox. When I was looking at the picks and the bans, we didn't really have that much time to go over them, but I felt that if Toxic is going to win any one of these maps, he's got the best odds of doing so here. I think this is the matchup in which he's got the best odds at taking the win. If he doesn't here, map 2 is going to be tricky. Map 3 versus Athena, really don't see that happening. So I hope for Tox's sake that he can stabilize, bring something back, but it doesn't seem that way, Wheat.
No, I mean, so far, Rafa's starting to look more comfortable with every single frag that he's picked up here. Definitely starting to control this middle. This Peeker comes out yet again, but look at how easily Peeker is dispatched and then followed up with that rocket for the frag. 5-0, even dropping down to grab and re-up on that health. He'll also get the mega there, but it looks like Rafa has pretty solid full control here of the map. Caught mid-air LG by Rafa, and Toxic back up the jump pad. That almost guarantees his death on that one. And look at that aggression. Yeah, Toxic. He's like, nope, I'm gonna get you. And he got him. I don't know if that's sustainable, but
yeah.
He got him.
He got him. At least he got 1 frag on the board. So that's something for Toxic, but indeed, sustainability. That's what he needs. Getting the occasional frag alone isn't gonna help him in the long run. But Rafa is so quick to just re-establish control. Rafa also so quick at dispatching the Peeker. I feel like Toxic, the damage that he's been able to do with it has been minimal so far.
And, clearly Toxic has what he needs in his tool belt in order to be able to get these frags. I think the big question I have and kind of the uncertainty is that can he string any of these together, right? I think that's where Rafa is really going to give him his biggest challenge. He's got to be trying to regain control of the major items, maybe even trying to keep that rail out of the hands of Rafa. But picking up 1 frag for every 4 is not going to become a winning battle for you. So the question to me is kind of how is Toxic going to be able to string these together? And can he even?
I mean, that's one of his biggest issues, right? Has been one of his biggest shortcomings, I feel like, for a long time. Toxic can absolutely go one-on-one against anyone and come out on top. But what happens then? Right? The longevity of it all, the broader strategy, being able to then convert it into a sustainable situation, that is where he usually falters. And Rafa, his aim, oh so good. We talk a lot about how good Toxic is, right? But Rafa hitting 43% LG, same as Toxic, so they are really just going at it pound for pound, very little difference in terms of aim or damage output capabilities.
Yeah, and Toxic actually has a little bit more damage. I think that is about to change right here. Nice rail. Nope, Toxic over the top with the rail to bring it back to 7 frag lead, and he did stay above Rafa with about 300, 200 damage. Unfortunately, that is just not equating or translating into an actual score here. Rafa now stuck in the corner. Is Tox going to be able to pick it up? No. And Rafa's LG is looking as good as we would expect Toxic's to be, so that's going to give him a little bit of a problem.
Indeed, nice rail from Rafa. All he's got to do is play the defensive right now. Toxic doesn't have a rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out. And just like that, Toxic is chase shut down once more. And now Rafa just holding to this side of the map, where he can make such good use out of that double jump, controlling that top platform. There we go! Peeker finally making something happen for Toxic. With 3 minutes left, Wheat, and 9 frags. I don't really see it happening.
No, I don't either. I mean, already kind of mindset changed over the next game. Toxic, again, he's been able to earn some frags here, but it's the actual stringing them together and the control that seemed to escape from him. Are we seeing some great aim come out from Toxic? Yep, it's there, just like we said it would be, but there's so much more to the game. That's unfortunate, but when you're when you're up by 10, that's okay. That is not going to ruin your day right there.
Oh, it won't. You can still see the disappointment on his face, but he's able to shake it off quickly. Yeah. I mean, it's tricky, right? The Berserk these days, you don't need to be pointing or aiming at an enemy to get that boost, right? You can do it in any direction. And sometimes it takes you somewhere you were not intended.
Yeah. And it's just a back and forth. Even with every answer that Toxic might have, Rafa's right back there. And unfortunately, his response usually equates to 1 or 2 additional frags on top of that. So that's really where that trouble kind of comes in. 90 seconds left. No way for Toxic to kind of claw this one back. And probably even more concerning for Toxic is that Rafa's probably feeling confident here versus Toxic, right? As we move on to Ruins and our next map, how's that one going to play out? Much different than Deep Embrace, obviously, but we'll have to see. As Rafa in the danger zone, down to 5 points of help, but is still going to somehow get away, up by 10. Rafa's still landing those rails, and that's going to be good night, Toxic.
It sure will be. Nice little shotty. Rafa extending his lead even further. There we go, catching him off the spawn. This is why Rafa is so relentless. Just look at this, the man's got a tremendous lead. It's over and done with, and yet he still continues to play as if this was the opening minute, Wheat, and that's something that I've always admired tremendously about Rafa. He's just a professional till the final second, still setting up those spawn traps, still playing so carefully. It's wonderful to see.
I mean, I think Rafa's whole life might just be a really long game of Quake that he never stops playing. You know, it's just based off of his success in this game, and you can't let there ever be sort of dull or unfocused moment in Quake, regardless of if they're warm-up games or practice, or if they are they're in the championship. And we've seen him falter before, but not in game number 1. 20-8 was the final score there for that one. And again, Toxic, look, even being able to get a frag versus someone of the caliber of Rafa is pretty impressive. Toxic in that situation, racked up 8. I unfortunately have said it time and time again, is that where is the follow-up, where's the control, right? Yeah. That's going to become equally important on Ruins, where we're probably going to have less frags, less opportunity for frags, and more control is needed on a map like that. So how is Toxic and how he's feeling right now going to translate into what we're going to have here for game 2?
I mean, it seems like every single kill that Toxic got was either traded, right, where they both died, or was immediately reversed by Rafa, getting the refrag, or just nullifying anything that Toxic would have gained. So indeed, converting the kills into control is Toxic his biggest issue. And map 2, Ruins of Sarnath, right? I talked about it at the beginning. Surprising to see no mobile legends or champions on this one.
Let's see what Tox can do with the Ison. He's got the turret to work with. Rafa, on the other hand, does have the orb. So Rafa does have a bit more versatility. Can use it offensively to deal damage, can use it defensively to escape, and also just to reposition and get himself on the items. And that's just something that works so well with Rafa's more creative playstyle.
Yep. And Ruins will be map number 2, with Awoken going to be our third and final map that we'll play no matter what. So it is good to have Toxic back, though, right? Toxic definitely represents just sort of, going all the way back to the days of Quake 3. And obviously his reign of terror and Quake 4, and now once again, and Champion. It's just great to have a player like Toxic around.
Let's see if Toxic can get some more control of the flow of the game and of the items as well, because that's something that was pretty stark in the comparison we just saw. Damage was pretty much identical. I think Tox had like 30 points of damage over Rafa, so that's pretty much the exact same. But then when we look at the item control, Rafa had twice as many majors as Tox did over the course of the entire map. So that again just shows how Rafa is matching him in terms of raw damage potential. But then when it comes to control, when it comes to resources, stack available, Rafa just has his number.
Yep. All right, warm-up is finished. There wasn't really warm-up. That was game number 1. We're going live with a 3-2-1 fight this time, following Toxic out of the gate. We didn't talk an incredible amount of the Ison versus Ranger matchup that we've got going on here, but would you basically agree that, obviously Ranger with a little bit of mobility, with the orb, Toxic with the Ison having a little bit of zoning, but, I don't know. Turret's still, in my opinion, tough to really zone on this map. More information than anything.
I mean, I think we haven't seen Toxic compete at the highest level in quite a while, so I'm a little bit worried to see how well he manages the turret, right? We already saw it when Sip was playing earlier, on this map too, with the Ison, right? Very often it felt like he got so little out of the turret. He just kind of threw it down almost at random in the middle of the fight, hoping that it would help him out. And I'm not sure if Toxic will be able to do better than that, but let's see. I hope to be proven wrong.
Yeah, Toxic having an opportunity there for that first frag at the heavy, but it's Rafa who unfortunately is going to make his way quickly to that mega, take control. There was 0 stack for Toxic. There wasn't a ton that he was going to be able to do there. That LG comes out, and just look at the melting capabilities of that one. LG continued on the side, can't land that rail, but does land the second one, and Toxic tying it up. Now, this is a big possible conversion moment right here, as he does land the rail into the machine gun, throws out that turret to try to give him a little bit more coverage, because he knows that Rafa knows he's low. But look at this, for the first time, we see Toxic taking the lead.
Already pleasantly surprised by Toxic's use of the turret. Just very calculated positions, I feel. Like right there, he's low, goes up the bounce pad, throws it out, there's an extra layer of security. And before this as well, he just put it down in good positions to get him coverage information. But Rafa, right there, tying it up oh so quickly. Toxic.
Ooh.
See, that's what I was talking about, Wheat. That over-aggression, right? Toxic, he was outstacked. He had an LG, but so did Rafa. And yet he pushes in, but what? Okay. Gauntlet into the machine gun.
This is, you guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is Quake 3 style right here, where you just go for the cess plays, and I'm not surprised that is something that Toxic still holds on to in this day and age. I like it. When you've got that level of aim, you might as well use it. Every little bit of damage can be incredibly detrimental to your opponent in this case. Rafa's still in the lead 4-3, but I like what I'm seeing so far. Tox holding his own here on this map. Will he be able to sustain it is the big question as Rafa's regained the lead.
50% railgun, 50% LG for Toxic. Looking better than the previous map. Definitely out-aiming Rafa this time around. By a notable margin too. Rafa now no armor to his name, doesn't even have a full stack of health.
Whereas Toxic gets himself the Mega, heavy as well. This is looking good for the Swede.
He's looking real good. Great stack. Nice rail. As he sees him cross left to right, up top. And, you know, Toxic does look... I feel like he just looks more comfortable on this map than he did on Deep Embrace. A little bit more room, like a little bit bigger, right? Turret's been uncontested here at the heavy. And that means another heavy for Toxic. Rafa just 0 stack. Takes another rail down to 25. Finally gets back up with that Mega. But no armor stack means that Rafa's incredibly limited in his options.
Does find himself one of the green armors around the map. Oh, how did that do so much damage? That was a huge rocket. Toxic now unable to make a move for heavy. He realizes that he's outpositioned, outstacked too, so he can't brute force his way in. And he has to give up full control to Rafa. Still shows his face.
Oh.
Takes a lot of damage for it, but still Toxic retaliating quite significantly. Rafa railable. Tox doesn't have a rail, but making some plays right here.
That rocket that Toxic dropped out of the Rafa coming out of the orb was actually pretty important, because had that not hit, I think Rafa would have very confidently just chased after his opponent. Now they've reset and Rafa's got himself the heavy, but I think that was an incredibly important one to ensure that lead wasn't going to climb any further ahead for Rafa. Up by 2 as Rafa easily takes out that turret. You know, looking for his opponent. Tox getting the first look there and landing a rail. And now, will we have a fight here over the heavy? It looks like Toxic does want to come down. Nice rocket hit. He's, oh my God, that defensive rocket with the 100 going to reward Rafa with that heavy and force Tox back.
That's the second critical defensive rocket, Wheat. That's keeping Rafa in control. First one in the center of the map, fired straight up. Now this one, as Toxic is bullying his way into the room. And here we go, Toxic still caught with the wrong weapon out, unable to do the damage he needs. Rafa smells blood, smells the weakness. Toxic, if he can land the rail, just too late. He had the angle, but missed the shot.
Yep. Yeah, I thought he might have a chance there, but Rafa, with his own aggression there, I think now he knows he's got a little bit of maneuvering here. As I don't think Toxic did pick up rail on his way out there, but didn't have one at the start of that, obviously. 6 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Still a 3-frag game. I mean, obviously much closer. But look at this. Rafa under big assault and so close. Huge effort there by Toxic. I kind of like the throwing it down. He is going to pick up the frag off the spawn, but nice. I did like that aggression there from Toxic.
Yeah. The biggest issue there, though, Wheat, is that Rafa did not just succeed at staying in control, but every single time that Toxic made a move, he paid for it with his life. And so they went from basically tied to Rafa hanging on to control, often precariously so, but still going from 4-4 to 4-5, 6, 7, right? And now all of a sudden, Rafa has got twice his opponent's score, and it's up to Toxic to chase him down and get 4 kills in 2 minutes and a half.
You know, this is where Flea, it really comes back to, hold on, Toxic looking for another one here. 2.5 minutes left, but it really comes back to that whole idea of, like, I imagine that, oh my
God, how?
Sacrifice for the eye, the orb direct on the top into the, just the, you know, he wants to occupy his space. That's what we call a cosmic hug right there. 9-4. Toxic is still so impressive despite knowing that he's probably not have been able to put in or has put in as much time, right? As he wasn't in the QPL for a season, did qualify back in, had played in the championship, then was able to win his games to come back in. But this does show me, right, that if Toxic could put that time in, kind of be able to slow things down, really dissect and master, I think, some of these maps and really some of these players on these maps. And there's a beast. There's a huge beast on the QPL, but something isn't quite coming together. And you can still see Tox's greatness, but you know that there's so much more that can come out of it.
Yeah. Indeed. Even if Toxic loses this series 3-0, I'm inclined to agree with you, Weed. What we saw here, there were specks of brilliance throughout this matchup. And I think that a lot of people were worried, you know, after being away from the pro scene for so long, does Tox still have what it takes? And I think that the answer remains a resounding yes. The aim is still there. The decision making, solid. Some misplays here and there, but definitely something that could be cleaned up.
Yeah. And, you know, that just takes time. That's not something that you're just going to go to sleep one day and wake up. I mean, it's already impressive enough on just how much of Toxic's own skill he's retained over the many, many years that he has been competing. That is, right, incredible. And I don't know, right, I don't even know how they pulled that part off. So, but this is good, right? It bodes well for Tox's potential throughout the season. 12-6 is the final score of that matchup. But like, I could see, just as Toxic is putting in the reps from game to game and week to week, right, I would expect that we'll see him drastically improve. One thing is clear: I don't think you can underestimate Toxic. You're going to have a bad time if you do.
Oh, absolutely. Toxic, he can still take down just about anyone in the league. And I hope that once he gets back into that cycle of playing every single week and having to compete against the best in the world, that we're going to see his level of play increase towards the end or the latter stage of this season.
Yeah, I mean, for those that may not be as up to date with sort of the history of Quake and esports, but yeah, Toxic is he's a beast. You know, he's won several championships in Quake 3, in Quake 4 especially, where he was just absolutely, you know, unreal. He's even made some marks in Quake Champions, but yeah, he's someone was like, did he qualify by mistake? It's like, bro, put some respect on Toxic's name, man, because he absolutely deserves it. And to be able to go that close, even 12-6 here in a matchup versus Rafa, even splitting servers, like, that's damn impressive. So
It sure is. Now, we're gearing up for the final map in this series, final match of the day even.
Yep.
It is going to be Awoken. Toxic running the BJ Blazkowicz, so he's got that dual wheel to work with. And Rafa is running Athena. And we all know that Rafa is one of, if not the best Athena player in the league right now. And this is a map where some of those nifty little hook tricks can really shine.
yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but Toxic's game plan here is probably this simple: grab an LG, use dual wield, right? I'm not sure that there's much strategy beyond that. Still tough to do versus Athena, right? Because you are dealing with a little bit more obnoxious and unpredictable movement as you would with someone who cannot grapple. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. I think Toxic will get on the board. I think Rafa will win this one. I think the way Toxic gets on this board is lightning gun, dual wield. We'll find out. Maybe some sick rails.
I also love how Rafa is running his championship belt in-game, right? He chose to put it on Athena for one of his wins, and that's the ultimate flex, right? If you bring that to the table saying, hey, I have won a Quake Pro League Grand Finals, and this is what I'm about to bring to the table, yeah, that's got to be intimidating. Now, Tox, of all people, I think, couldn't care less about something like that. The Terminator will not be faced by this.
But what he might be faced by it is Rafa's raw skill. And Weed, I said it at the start. If it comes down to this map, I don't think Toxic has much of a chance. I think that his best odds were map 1, then map 2, and now map 3. I think that Rafa is going to dominate.
Yeah. Well, we'll see as we are live and in game. How is Rafa going to be looking to play this one? There it is, the LG, the dual wield. It yields 0 frag right there. But already we're seeing the strategy of Toxic fully form here in the opening seconds of this game. It looks like he might just keep that LG going as much as he possibly can. But 30 seconds in, scoreless. But we'll see what happens here as one player starts to control this map.
So far, no one's got a real advantage before this fight, at least. Oh, that was almost a costly miss by Rafa. Could still be, because he's low. He's got to find a way to get out of there. Does succeed at doing so. Toxic. Okay. Oh, that was a nice bit of tribal damage. Don't think Rafa was expecting for it to hurt that much.
I wasn't expecting that at all. Oh, there it is. Boom! Toxstrat works. LG, he doesn't miss. Dual wield. Toxic with the lead again.
Can't say I was expecting this, but that's a little rough. The super shoddy. Just 2 point blanks. But Toxic. Toxic is playing like a madman right now. Sessing from the start, just rushing in with that basic machine gun and making it work somehow.
Oh, nice direct rocket.
Yeah. Can he find the rail to finish it off?
Oh!
No, doesn't need to.
I mean,
not bad. Not bad at all.
Because I feel like now, you know, suddenly Rafa's being forced to play Toxic's game here a little bit. It was pretty interesting. Rarely doesn't happen this way.
It's not quite what I was expecting. Oh, that LG. That was nasty. Glued to his opponent. Rafa did do a whole lot of damage with the super shotgun though. Toxic still railable. Rafa doesn't have the rail yet though. And Toxic knows this. He's already set up for the heavy. Here's his opponent. Tries to keep him at bay. Tribolt comes out. Good rail as well. Can he find the next shot? No! Misses. And now Rafa has gotten away with the heavy.
This is such a kind of interesting matchup. Especially with Toxic already in the lead. Oh, I mean, both these guys just... Wow, on this LG is pretty nuts. I mean, the amount of fights that Toxic just shouldn't have won statistically, and he's come close to winning, is pretty high. So he's definitely holding his own here. Heavy is back up. Got a dual wield that is not going to do much. That's a little unfortunate. In fact, that right there was probably the first big mistake I've seen from Toxic. Committing to that fight. Dual wield came out. Didn't really return much of anything. He's going to keep on it. So he's kind of showing this like, look, aggression is what I think is going to win me this game. So far, it's worked out for him. But we're only 3.5, almost 4 minutes in. There, Rafa with the double rail to tie us back up 5-5.
The moment that that aggression just stops working for him, Tox is gonna be in deep trouble. So far, it's carried him to a tight game. But Rafa is playing a much more disciplined game. Watching the angles, plus backing. Using that rail defensively. Because Rafa is so well aware of the fact that Toxic wants to fight, right? He knows his strategy just as well as you do. We get up close, dual LG, and make it rain. And Rafa now is doing everything he can to counter that. Making sure he doesn't get caught out of position. Those rockets, though, didn't do quite as much as he was hoping, though. But those are heavy hitters. Toxic literally 1 point of health, still pushing in. Going for the rail with 1 HP, that stocks for you.
I mean, effectively, I think what it's doing is it's kind of shutting down Rafa's. You know, right, if you think about the different ways that you can use grapple, like one for just movement, right, accessing different areas of the map that you couldn't normally, etc. Some is being aggressive, some is just getting better positioning. But I don't think Rafa's really been able to use the hook exactly as if he would want to, right? Because I think Tox is really ready for that, but it's not changing obviously the outcome of this game. But it is interesting, like Toxic's strategy is slowing Rafa down a little bit and making him go like, okay, I can't just be going bonkers here with my grapple. I've really got to be thinking about how I'm using this to my advantage and what's going to put me in a better position to take this game.
And now Rafa kind of starting to run away with the scoreline here. Sets a trap for Toxic. Yeah, it's almost impossible for Tox to hit good rockets from that angle. Rafa standing on the ledge above him. Toxic basically needed to be hitting directs right there just to force any kind of damage on his opponents. Heavy will be going towards Toxic though. He's able to rebuild his stack. Rafa walks away with the Mega.
Rafa in the rail room now. Another LG fight. Rafa with just the fearless rail and getting real confident, peeking over the side there. He does pick up that frag. Now suddenly 6 frags separating these two. And these rails that keep coming out, like that has been the big showstopper for Toxic. Rafa's hit some incredible rails that you know, Toxic's been like, well, I guess I keep attacking, even as they've come through. There's another one as he's kind of tanking some of these shots and just landing these rails, which is really hard scenario to actually be hitting those, but he is. Toxic finally bringing one back. 6 frag lead, there's 3 minutes left.
Good LG. Toxic getting himself a frag. 5 frags in 2.5 minutes. It's not impossible, but the odds are against Tox. Just because of how much more mobile Rafa is. Toxic has got nothing in terms of mobility. He's outmaneuvered in every possible way. And if it comes down to it, you know that Rafa will just hold those angles, fire a rail, a defensive rocket, and zip out of there.
You know, we're already seeing less of Rafa through the eyes of Toxic. I mean, he can't really go into full turtle mode right there. There's a nice shot. Another great rail. And if there was going to be a time to really try to go up for it, this is going to be it right here. Unfortunately, both those rockets kind of whiffing and then falling down below. It's just going to shave more time off that clock. Coming around the corner, anticipating Rafa being there. Double LG is out, but he really can't get the lineup that he was looking for, and Rafa's able to capitalize with a quick LG of his own. And he keeps this at 6 frags as Toxic now realizes time is running out. And it's becoming almost mathematically impossible for him to try to bring this back. Oh.
I think at this point it simply is an impossibility. Tox will drop another frag here, and Rafa is going to hang on to this. Will be able to secure his second 3-0 win of the season. Man came out swinging. And what an opener it was. This is his first appearance on stream, right? You mentioned it yourself, Weed. He played Saige, but that was unfortunately postponed. So this is the first time that he's making his long-awaited return to the main stage. And he's taking his first win, or his second win, but the first one on stream, in a very stylish and convincing manner.
Yeah, and I think people will take away clearly that, hey, Rafa's looking pretty good. Looks like he's in shape. Might make a championship run again. I think the other takeaway is that people are probably going to go like, you know what? Tox, he looked pretty good. Like, he was getting some pretty solid frags versus Rafa. There's some room for improvement to grow, but I will be keeping an eye on how Toxic ultimately is able to perform, and I think for some individuals along the way, like Toxic could be the source of some upsets.
Absolutely. Rafa will get that final frag, falls just short of the big 2-0, but a win's a win. And this was one hell of a performance by the American player representing Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, these are big double-digit wins here for Rafa. 28, 12-6, 19-9. Toxic should just be happy being on the board for sure. Had some moments where he had the lead there, but unfortunately, it's not really able to have ultimate control to do that. But let's bring Ketchup back, see what he thinks of this series. Welcome back, brother. How's it going? What'd you think?
It's going good, and I kind of think in map 2, you kind of put it the best, Wheat, is that although this series really didn't go into the favor of Toxic at all, there were so many moments of greatness here that it still answered quite a few questions. You know, how is this player shaping up now, you know, after such a long time away from professional competition and now, you know, in the well-established Pro League? It's nice to see that Tox still got it. And there's a lot of grounds here to have as a foundation to work on it for future weeks. Because there's a lot of talent still clearly out there. And I hope this is just the beginning, you know, of an ascension, of a return. Because going up against someone like Rafa, who is able to adapt to pretty much any style in the world, and Toxic was still able to make things competitive in some sections of those maps, it's really inspiring to see. However, there's only one victor here, and that man is Rafa, and it's just a complete return to a expected form that we've all grown used to. You know, Rafa just plays with such excellence. It's not really surprising that things went the way they did today.
Yeah. Indeed not. Rafa, I think that by his standards at least, he had a rather disappointing finals, right? Top 6, which is still a very admirable performance. But when you're Rafa, and when you've got more wins, more belts than anyone else, right? Top 6 just isn't gonna cut it. But this, what we've been seeing from him so far, this has been excellent, top-notch gameplay, and I'm looking forward to see what he'll bring for the rest of the season.
Yeah. You know, I mean, look, Rafa, anytime he is in the QPL, he's been a force to be reckoned with. You know, he's many times just been the sort of, I expect him to win, right? It is only recently that we've seen him sort of struggle in some situations. Every new season of QPL means a new opportunity to climb that mountain of Quake. And Rafa's shown us very convincingly that he's here to climb once again. This time, no ropes. He's just going to free-hand it. I don't know if that's the term you use, but that's what Rafa's going to do. He's ready to climb.
Honestly, mate, your guess is as good as mine. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Someone in chat is like, well, I'm a professional rock climber, and actually the term you're looking for, DJ Wheat, is blah, blah, blah. And so I'll just wait for that to come out.
To that I say, fair enough. You know what I mean? You've earned the right to be smug at that point. But overall, it's been a fantastic day. We've had some real standout performances, I think. You know, I think of someone like Sirius, for example, who looked incredibly good today. Kilson just maintaining that absolute world-class level of consistency, something that is just so important in this level of competition. And then some kind of all-over-the-place matches. You know, we saw it with Razy, for example. Those Razy matches were definitely something. My heart was all over the place, I think, during those 3 maps, and that's just a taste of what we were able to experience today. And we kickstarted things last week with the first week of all this competition, and it's wild, gents, to think that there's so many weeks left to go. There's plenty more Quake where that came from, Flea.
Oh, absolutely. And this was an excellent start, or week 2 of the season, right? Still in the early stages. We've got so many good competitors. We talked about it a bit at the very beginning of the broadcast, right? We've got some new faces like Strong Sage joining the best of the best. We've got some recurring names, right? Like Talks, who we just saw play, who was in the Quake Pro League in one of the earlier stages, then took a bit of a leave of absence. Now seeing him return. And we've got Sirius getting in there. We've got Sip once again qualifying for the big league. So this is going to be a very interesting season, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I agree. And I like that we're still obviously so early. We're going to see people improve over time. The storylines will really start to formulate. And I agree with both of you in that every single season that we've had, we've seen the competition get tighter and tighter. And then suddenly at the end of last season, we're like, anyone could take this. It's amazing, right? And we're consistently seeing that. But seeing Rafa in top form, kind of ready to say, hey, let's take on the world again. That feels right in the QPL. So,
well, you've got a perfect opportunity to ask the man yourself. As
Great.
now we've got an interview lined up with the one and only Rafa. How's it going, man? Good to see you again.
Hey, how you fellas doing? Good to see you guys.
good. Congratulations on your win. I'll just kick us off if that's okay. Congratulations on your win, Rafa. I hope
Thanks.
you're feeling better. It's a new season, right? You've been here before. It's time to climb the mountain once again, right? You come off of a season. What's different coming into a season having won a championship versus coming into a season getting really close but not able to clinch it? Does anything change for you, or is it just new season, new me, let's go?
I think you just have to kind of think about your preparation, like just what is, especially in my case, like what has led to success over and over again. So you just try to make sure that you're in the right mental state going into games. You're prepping for opponents, things like that, and then just try to bring it at the end of the day. Like that's all you can do. You can't really do anything different from that. So, my approach for this season is probably taking it a bit light for the first half. I have a very long, grueling 13 weeks in a row before my bye week. But then it'll be a good time to kind of like reset right before the finals take place when I start getting my bye weeks. And then the last 2 weeks going into the end of the season and the finals, then really start picking up the practice and preparation for everybody. Because you got to remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It's a very long season. So don't want to burn yourself out and reach your peak too early. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for this season.
Great.
Okay. Well, Rafa, congratulations. I just want to ask a question about that final map. How do you approach a matchup against a player like Tox, who is so well known for his devastating aim, especially with the lightning gun, when he has access to a champion like BJ? He can do the dual wield, the burst damage he can do. We've seen it a couple of times in this matchup. It's absolutely insane. So how do you deal with that? What are the steps that you take going into a match like that to kind of negate that damage and shut down that potential of his?
Yeah, and everybody fears this LG. I think you have to just approach it like you try to avoid every LG fight you can unless you know you're going to also hit 100%. And if there's going to be 1 or 2 opportunities where he sneaks in during the game and he's going to get a kill on you, and that's just the way it is. But other than that, you just have to play like in that matchup. I don't know. He didn't ban Athena, or he didn't take it. I didn't think that he would take it because I had banned Visor. And so I took it, and just in that matchup, you just have to use your mobility to your advantage. Like constantly try to bait out the dual wield and escape, or bait them into a really bad one and then close the distance and get the kill, so that then for the next 45 seconds they can't have that dual threat, and you start just cycling the map and just making life a pain for them, which it was back and forth in the beginning, but then I was able to start implementing that strategy more and more throughout the middle of the game, and it helped me pull away.
Right, thank you.
Now, I tell you what, Rafa, I've got a question for you, mostly surrounding the new talent that we have, the folks that we have in this season that have either come back after not being in it for a while, or some players that are just overall new to the whole experience. That brings different levels of experience in tournament, different play styles, different comfort levels, pretty much the whole bag. Now, you have very much so fought them all. You know, that's one of the things about you as a player, is your experience against everyone is almost unmatched, especially in Quake Champions. I kind of wanted to just pick your brains about what you think of this new set of players that we have, you know, the current pool that the world has to watch in the world of competitive Quake. Like, what do you think of everyone, especially those new faces that we now have in the league?
I think the biggest thing is with the new faces, they bring something very, very unique to the table. Obviously, Sirius, you know, is known for his aim, like being able to potentially overpower people with it. He plays a very solid, like, slower game. He doesn't play very, very fast. But then you have somebody like Strong Sage who plays all the champions. He's done a very good job of making sure that he's very well balanced in his champ pool, and he really tries to apply pressure, which we haven't been able to see any of his games yet, but you know, that time will come. And then Sib, I think Sib has improved in terms of his in-match mindset, and he also has a pretty deep champion pool. I don't think you can get away with getting to like the top 4, top 6 without being able to play like, you know, 15 out of the 16 champions. There might be one that you're not very good with. You know, obviously, like, most people don't play clutch, but there's always like something that somebody doesn't really play. But as long as you play pretty much everything down to the best of 5 when it really matters come finals time, you have a shot of winning. So it's just good that, you know, like, they're not shooting themselves in the foot, excuse me, in that regard.
Ah, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, mate, and appreciate your time as always, and it's wonderful to see you back. I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone when I say that.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and good to see you guys. Have a good one.
You take care, mate.
Congrats.
Get
Bye now.
rested. Now, unfortunately, everyone, it's been a great day, but it's time for us to call things to a close for our latest edition here of Quake Pro League. It was a wonderful day full of wonderful matches. Make sure you're staying up to date on everything Quake Pro League related. The easiest way to do that, social media. Follow the Quake channels on Twitter and the like. Hashtag Quake Pro League. Upcoming schedules, upcoming shows, all of which can be found on the social network and the Quake website too. Everything can be found on there, from rules and even more than that. On top of, you know, in-game balance adjustments and stuff when they happen. You know, stay up to date in every way you possibly can. My name is Ben Ketchup. I'm joined by the wonderful Flea, the wonderful DJ Wee. It's always a pleasure to be joined by you two, and I think overall it's been an absolute wonderful day, isn't it, Wee?
It's been great. Thanks for having us. Thanks for showing up yet again. We'll see you on another Quake Saturday coming up soon. And, yeah, great to be here.
Yeah, same here. Had a wonderful afternoon and evening, and I'm so glad that the Quake Pro League has finally resumed. I was getting withdrawal symptoms after all those months without the weekly Quake action, so it is good to be back.
Oh, it's so comfortable, isn't it? We're all back where we belong. Anyway, on that note, have a good weekend, evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world. Thanks so much for tuning in. Shout to everyone involved, the hard-working folks behind the scenes, making this show happen. Not possible without you wonderful folks. So we'll catch you later, where there's plenty more Quake, where that came from.